Hang up on it. We're
We
about
have
30
those.
30 seconds from being live.
Okay. 30 something. I see that a lot.
Careful what you say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's the truth.
Got
I
more
want to
information
do
about
this-
the road improvements.
Not that I want to do it more often, but once a year, I forget.
There's information
what we
on
did
12th
last
Street
time.
North and up all 231 North. Up
Figure
in
out the
Brown,
lay of
whatever it is.
things.
Like,
Where to find.
You and me both.
Yeah, I know.
Now they changed all the,
I'm more worried about the road improvements in Plainburg,
Yeah.
made a new,
or lack of them.
all new program.
Yep. Aren't we all?
We gotta get, we gotta
I
get the
have
street
that.
department to do street work.
It went up a little bit.
All right, we'll call this meeting of the Common Council to order. Start with the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Father God, thank you for those that are here to serve the day. We ask now that you guide us through these budget hearings and that decisions we may make here are for the benefit for all. So these things asked in your son's name. Amen.
Amen.
Welcome, chief.
First up in the hearing, Brad Kramer, County Police Department.
Page 8, I think. Yep, there's that. Yeah.
Okay. All the positions as far as salary goes, I asked for 4% on those. They got a couple of line items there. The overtime, I asked for 4,500 more this year with all the extra events that we're doing or asked to do. It kind of built up. So this year we had 2 guys in the academy that couldn't participate in those. So we're hoping to get them more involved this year as well, or this coming year and the rest of this year.
What kind of events? Like,
Events and things like that.
Anything up on Fourth Street, right?
Schools, anything on
Yeah.
Fourth Street,
Park.
Market Street, I mean, all of them.
Just
School,
since that we're live, so that people
Yeah.
like, if they have questions as to
Yeah.
what, yeah.
yeah, the school asked for, like, Friday night this week, we have the back to school bash, we always get invited, send a
Mhm.
couple guys out there for that. But that's kind of touching the iceberg on
Yeah.
all the stuff. The different organizations in town that ask for assistance or ask for us to be somewhere. So thankfully, we've got a good crew that covers all of them.
So we need to
So,
do it.
yeah.
You get reserved for not, apply that too, don't you?
Yeah,
Is it considered overtime when you have a guy downstairs during our council meetings? Is that somebody
It
that's on
depends.
call?
Well, the ones down here, they're covering the road as well. And it's generally during a time where we have somebody on 10 to 10 as well, so we'll have 3 guys on.
I see.
So we'll just send somebody up here, but if they get on a serious accident or serious call, they're hightailing out of here. So, yeah.
Do you guys cover like the Red, White, and Brown or the Red, White, and Boots concert?
Separate, but yes,
Do they pay for that or take care of that? Or does that come out of our pocket for that too?
no, it doesn't touch anything from the city.
Good.
They pay for it.
Okay, I was wondering that.
That's all off duty, extra. not related to the city.
Some of it because of the training that till training was completed, we've already spent over 26,000 this year in overtime, so this year was heavier because we weren't fully staffed, so that 30,000 is actually gonna be a reduction of what we will spend this year.
Yeah,
Are we fully staffed now?
we are.
Okay.
Yeah, and for the foreseeable future, knock on wood. And hopefully everybody sticks around.
Kind of always been staffed, they just weren't through their training, so.
The academy really eats that up, so.
A few years ago, over a course of a couple of years, we had made a pretty substantial increase in police officer salaries. As I recall, primarily because state police and sheriff's department was at a higher pay grade. Where do you see us at this stage now?
Unless you want to do another significant pay raise, we're never gonna touch state police.
Yeah.
I mean,
They just got a big bump.
yeah, their matrix is unreal. I mean, we'll never catch up to them, in my opinion. I mean, unless we do, a 15 to 20,
Is there,
that's where it's gonna be.
is there something though, like if you are assigned to the state police, you're not necessarily at the Jasper post, like you could go anywhere?
No, anymore.
Oh, you can just go to the Jasper post?
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
apply, they try to send you back to your home agency, or where, your home county.
Yeah.
So, just because because of their retention levels.
Mhm.
So, yeah. And no, I mean, we're comparable with everybody in our county. And then I would say in southern Indiana even, so.
Good, I'm glad for that.
I was in a meeting last month with the state police superintendent was there, and they're projecting a 20% increase on their beginning wages, so,
Yeah. That's,
but they would rather work here.
Yeah.
I do think that's a slightly different job.
Yeah, it
You know
is.
what I mean?
kind of, you
Yeah,
pick and choose what you wanna work.
yeah,
We have to work everything, so.
I
Well,
guess
but-
that's true. I do see the longevity increased a lot more than the regular 4%. Is that just? It's on the second page 9. Just the percentage is higher.
Well,
So that's just a function of.
Who's
Because
here?
that's, those are
Who's
dollars.
here? How
Tenure,
long they been
tenure,
Yeah,
function of tenure, you pretty much fill that number in, don't you? Based on.
Yeah. It's
because
already.
the amounts they get are based on the years that they've been here.
Yeah, it sort of automates.
we probably have one guy that's coming into the longevity.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 of us I know that are hitting our 15-year.
Yeah.
It's coming here, so, which is probably where the 4,000 comes into play. I know Andy and I will be hitting our 15-year. And I would assume somebody's hitting their 3-year mark. Make that 4,000.
Health insurance is a big change, but there's nothing you can do about that.
Is there more people going on it, or is that why the big increase on that, or is that an Andrea question? Some of these other
That's-
departments are about the same.
That's an Andrea question.
Okay.
A lot of that has to do with the type of coverage, whether a family or single,
Yeah.
and those type of things.
Okay.
Because there were no increases in the health insurance.
Okay.
So I'm a big fan of the, of the school resource officer. If for no other reason than just that's such a high concentration of people at that location every day. But when we first negotiated that with the school, they were committing to do half of that salary. And lately, the terminology seems to have changed. Like, if we find the funding, we'll pay.
Yeah.
Have they been paying? And
Yeah.
where, and when they do, where does that go? Does it go back in the police department budget, or is it general?
General.
I mean, it's used by the police, since the police are by far the major, cost of the general fund.
So I think last year was around, was it 40 or 42 I couldn't tell
I
you
can't remember,
exactly,
but
it's around that ballpark.
we did get it and,
They're getting ready to send another check here. What, this
we've
month
sent the
probably?
information.
Yeah.
Good.
And I think this year's gonna be a little bit more. And then with the additional part-time SRO, they were able to apply for more money, for this coming year. And then, which in turn once they get the stuff together for them in 2027, then they'll put that check together next year.
Good. Have they been pretty consistent about paying year after year? Have there been years they
There was
missed?
a year skipped
Yeah.
that at least one that I know of, that
Okay, just curious.
didn't get it.
Are we still at one or?
We only get,
like 1.5?
we only get it if they only, we only get it if they get it. Kinda crappy.
I know that's the terminology change that I recall talking about,
Kinda crappy.
but like they should put it in their budget,
Yes, period.
pay their half, and then if they get the grant, great, they keep the grant, but they don't do it that way.
Yeah, they're still building and building and building. Only thing, repairs and maintenance, giant jump there, just she got something broke. Or it's never-
Not broken, however, since the building's been built in 2016,
Yeah.
where the tap lines come through the rafters in the ceiling,
Mm-hmm.
none of those were sealed off. So we've been repairing them year after year. I think we're on our last one now. But going into next year, well, once I get that fixed, I want to go around and re-insulate all the ductwork, because what it has caused is mold. 'Cause
And
all
it-
that stuff is just sweating, and then it's going down the lines, and so if you come down there, you see water stains in the ceiling everywhere because of it. And then the ceiling tiles above it's not temperature controlled.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to put in grates in order to control the temperature in there to keep it from sweating. But there's mold on probably half the insulation.
Not
in the
good.
building, if not more. And I imagine that might be cost more than that, but that was just
Does that have to be removed, or do they just cover that?
they'll remove it.
Yeah, I don't think. it- I
And
don't-
some of the lines are soft lines, so they'll probably end up just replacing those.
This flex lines are easy. Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's the other ones that are probably sweating. Hmm.
But I do want to mention the perf went up substantially.
Yes.
14%. Police perf. Civilian perf didn't change.
Is it because of more staffing or more required payment into perf?
I think it's because of, well, it has to be because of retirements.
Payouts.
Yeah.
More people are retiring.
The uniform line item, I add 2,000 to that. We do have to get a couple vests this coming year. To replace ones that are going out. Those are every 5 years. That we have to replace those. So there's some money built into the budget that we can use, and then I just added 2,000, because it's about 2,000 per vest. To replace, so.
How's your cars holding up?
Well. Good for now.
Yeah, okay, knock on wood.
Yeah, knock on wood.
I don't see nothing in here for a car.
Yeah, it's towards the back. Yeah. That's the thing, if we can, I think to help with our maintenance of them, start replacing them 2 a year. Because we spend so much money on the last 2 years of their life, just with us. We don't get that money back out of them when we trade them in.
Yeah, I see it now.
We're averaging between 4,000 and 5,000 per trade-in. And if we get anything more than that, especially with a car that's 8, 9, 10 years old, I mean, it's surprising.
Is that enough for 2 cars?
Mhm.
Is this really? Okay.
Yeah, that's just the vehicle, not the equipment in it, so. But, yeah.
Yeah, I met with somebody from rural development on Friday and they said, I can't believe you still have that car.
Oh, yeah.
The one that they
They
we
gave
got
us
funding for.
10,000 for.
Yeah.
Yep. That one's a good car.
That was
We've
it,
not
yeah.
had many issues with that one. I
It's-
mean, I think the radiators and all of them have been replaced, it's a common issue.
Mhm.
Other than just usual wear and tear. But once they hit that 8-year mark, it seems like they're
Go down.
replacing axles and servicing transmissions more,
How many miles they have on them after 8 or 10 years of service?
between 80 and 90, generally.
It's-
More hours.
It's hours that hurt,
Yeah.
hours that hurt,
Let 'em run all the time. That's, hurts you.
pretty much.
But yeah, and then the top end of them, sometimes the head gaskets,
Mhm.
we're gonna replace those every now and again.
Yeah,
So that's just a piece of rubber that.
everything just cooks.
Yeah,
Running all the time, everything just cooks.
yeah, trying to eliminate that last 2 years of maintenance would be,
What's your go-to right now? What are you getting? Get
Uh,
Dodges or something?
yeah. I mean, knock on wood, we've not had the problems that like ISP had, or
Yeah,
the engines are blowing up at 5,000 miles.
Oh,
yeah.
So we've not had those. We had one that had casting sand still in the block. And I think we've finally gotten that one to where it's
Fixed.
good. So, a lot of, all of that engine work and all of that, the hoses and stuff that had to be replaced, that was all in.
Oh, good.
So we didn't have to pay for it out of budget, thank goodness.
You'll see the computer hardware heavy on everybody's because of the server replacement and some other items that are listed.
Then the communication would be up too because of the new phone system.
So go through matrix. We haven't picked yet.
Yeah, we haven't,
Haven't done it.
no,
Mhm.
place, yeah. Can't think of the name.
Servers would not be up with yours though, because we don't,
Oh, he has separate
on
one,
your
that's
own.
right, that's right,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, you are on
Yeah.
I
separate.
don't see that, yeah.
You and utilities are separate.
Yeah, we should have another year or so with the one that we have. I think it was replaced 3 years ago. Any other questions?
I don't see anything.
Well, how's the K9 officer
Good.
dog going?
Good.
Do we have one or two?
2.
That's what I thought.
Yep, one was provided at basically no cost to us other than the salary. Didn't really affect much, because they're still in the same category. So. And then the training,
Good deal.
they train twice a month. Once with EPD and then once with the certification program. So they used to go both times with just their certification, and then they were doing more advanced or more intricate stuff with the Evansville one.
Mhm.
That they ended up switching 1 and 1, and I think it's really paid off. It's really helped both of them.
So in the future, what are you looking at replacing it? 5 years, 8 years, you think? How long do you think that?
See, the average would probably be about 8 years.
Okay.
So looking at Romeo, probably got another 3 or 4. And then Chaos would be about 7.
Pretty good. Otherwise, I start looking at that firm again, donate them.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's a big help.
Yeah. Okay.
So, because they do a matching, I think 75%. I think we got 7,500 last time. Totality, it's about almost 19 or 20,000 for just one dog.
Yeah, that's a lot.
How often are they used? Like every day, you think, or just you just never know?
More so, well, sometimes more than others, but they're constantly out of the vehicle, either training, breaking them. I mean, you'll see them across the street from our office using that grass area, which is nice. You know, they also go out to like the west side of City Lake, just because there's not less people. Better off, we're gonna be less chances that we gotta take you know, let them roam a little bit off leash. Less chances we have to get taking a bite, other than unless it's planned. So,
Anything major you see coming up in the next few years that we need to be thinking about budgeting for? Mandates or?
no, I mean, other than, the server thing, that's probably gonna come up here in a couple of years. That'll be a big expense. Most stuff with the PD, I think will be okay, as long as we maintain, year to year, just like the AC and the ductwork stuff. This year we had to replace one whole AC because it went out. That served our server room, and that was unexpected, but it's 10 years old. So didn't exactly want that to happen this year, but it did. And then we had another, what was it? Something shorted out and blew the motor on another one. And it just caused a straight blackout. It tripped the main, or the main switch.
Motor shorted.
Yeah, so barring any of that, you know, I mean, we'll have to probably replace units here. But I'm hoping not next 3 or 4 years. Because those are big. They might have to take the roof off to get them out. That's how big they are.
Right.
So they're massive. But I don't see anything major unless the state changes something that we have to do. They talked about switching to 40 hours of training a year, which that would then affect us, obviously budget wise. But so far it's not gone through.
What is
Is that
it
like-
now?
24.
Is that a classroom or is that you go to Indy for a day or, for a week or something?
So we're part of the training council. Basically everybody in southwestern Indiana is involved. Everybody has trainers. We'll throw classes together. We'll bring people in as a training council, and do all of that training. And it's $100 a person. And then everybody that is either like in jails, they're free, like our reserves, they're free. So basically we're just paying the time. And then we also do stuff to kind of cover all of our DTs, stops, stuff like that. But, yeah.
Okay.
Any questions?
You're doing a good job. I feel safe.
Yeah, I agree. I had a little incident on 4th Street 2 Sundays ago. The guys Dubon was very professional, prompt. They got there really quick. It was a hit and run. And before I turned around and looked down the road, there was 3 total cop from Huntingburg cop cars. And then they had a county sheriff car zigzagging up and down the street.
Found them relatively
They did,
quick, I
yeah.
thought.
Yeah, but they spread out and located the perpetrator really
yeah.
quick.
You want to talk a little bit about future SRO? It doesn't affect this budget, but I think we're
Yeah.
waiting on Jace to come up, so we do have a couple of minutes. He's coming up here.
Hopefully soon, we can add a full-time SRO. So the intended population for an SRO at a school is about 900 students per SRO. We are well above that. We're sitting at about 1,000, just over per SRO right now. And that's, with adding Riley this year. He's working out there during his shift. So as long as we're full staff on the road, he's going to the school. Which everything I've heard, everybody's been really thankful for that from the city. So it's really helped us out. and it's helped them out a lot too. Just getting another guy in there, I mean, Amex pulled, you know, he looks like Stretch Armstrong on most days. He can't get to everything that he's trying to get to. So in order for him to focus, you know, on the high school and the middle school, it would be nice to add an additional officer for that.
So Riley would be, or Riley is primarily at the elementary then?
Yeah. Yeah, between Huntingburg and Holland.
That's what I'm saying, he does have to go over to Holland, I bet.
Yeah, which, we've got Trent over there as well. So if Riley's not on or not there, Trent's he's always in town usually, to help out over there, so.
I think it's so important at the schools. I think obviously, God forbid there would be something that happens, but more so too, that I think at the elementary schools that the kids can see a police officer in a positive light
Yeah.
and not necessarily in a negative situation that outside of school they might be involved with,
Yeah.
so.
Cause 9 times out of 10, we're going to somebody's worst day.
Mhm.
And if
Yeah.
that involves kids, you know.
They're gonna
if we
see
can
it.
Spend a positive light on.
And just to know that officers are there to help you, that the police officers should be there to help and that's somebody you should.
Yeah.
We do
So I
have.
try to teach my kids someone that you can turn to in an emergency, you know, so I think it's great to have them in a positive light and for the kids to see.
When we do have problems with youth, they get to see them every day. So,
Yeah.
you know, and in a positive way too,
Mhm.
because,
Yeah.
But it's also good
kids
to
act
get ahead
out.
of things before they get out of hand, you know?
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
is that grant issue what we're waiting on to help offset that, or what's the?
Well, we applied for it the 1 year, we didn't get it, Pike County got it, or Petersburg, whoever it was where it was at. Yeah, and that's what stinks is because that grant doesn't line up with our budget, so we either have to put in for it this year and hopefully we, you know, budget for it for the next year. But it's a 3-year grant, I think it's a max of 125,000.
Mhm.
And you could draw it all down in 1 year to where you can budget for it the following years. Or you can do 50, 25, 25. However we wanna basically pull it. But yeah,
right now the grants have been going to those communities that don't have an SRO presently, so it's getting more competitive, more
I'd
people
say
are
it's
applying for it.
pretty competitive.
but yeah, they generally won't, they will not award more than one in like a geographical area. But Chicago got 30 of them. I don't know why.
Can you get it year after year?
And,
Yeah.
Can you get it year after year, or is it something that's like a step up kind of, I mean, but like is Pike County, if they didn't have one and now they still don't have one in the budget, then they'd be more likely to get it, or is that the kind of,
So basically, if you fill it out, like if we would fill it out, the city would have to accommodate that salary, that position. You can't just get it for however long that money runs and then terminate the position. We have to absorb it basically in order to secure that because
so they've hopefully budgeted for one going forward, yeah,
Just trying to get you started.
right.
Yeah, that's what it is.
A handout,
It's
not a
strictly-
handout.
There you
right?
go.
Yeah,
It's strictly for adding,
Yeah.
an officer to your force.
but it seems like that's what ours would be kind of to add two instead of one. Or you're talking 3 instead of 2? And how many resource officers is our goal? 2, okay, yeah.
Do we get any resource from Holland at all, the city?
Not
For,
the
for
town.
for the town?
Not sure
That
there's any.
would
money.
be tough.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it's their school over there. If they want it, then, you know, I figured.
Well, it's not their school, it's
I know,
It's our school.
it's
bro.
Honeybrook School, is that what you're saying?
our, no, I'm not saying
Southwest is
that.
what
It's
school,
Southwest.
yeah,
Right,
yeah,
Southwest.
but-
District, okay? But
Mhm.
And I don't know if it's something you guys would be interested in, like the money coming back, put that into a pot to where it can build to pay for that position. Just an idea. I don't know if you can do that or not.
I have to look into that.
But, cause I know we are gonna get more this year, or I guess 27, with the part-time position involved and then just to build a pot for it, and
that'd be good.
pull from it, just an idea. Cause I think our school system's only growing.
Definitely.
Yeah.
With the construction we're doing. they're probably gonna outgrow it by the time they get it done, but.
The last big expansion's only 14 years old, from 2012, and they're doing it again.
Yeah, we just don't have room. Number of students.
Although the elementary school, the enrollment is down by 100 this year, so. But
This
the
year.
last two classes were pretty big that
Both of them
went to the middle school.
together combined.
They just said that the elementary school total, no, Honeyburg Elementary, I think
Yeah.
is down, which I mean, they're still busting at the seams, but, I think they had pretty large classes that are, I think the class that's sixth graders this year is one of the largest. They had 116 in them, I think.
Fourth grade classes, I
Class.
think bigger than that.
Mhm.
That was a huge class as well.
The wave going through.
Any other questions? Concerns?
Nope, thank you for your time.
No,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was present for the Cows Loose call the other night. I was over on Cherry. Yeah, I was coming back from Ferdinand or somewhere and I'm like, what, there's cows in the road. I'm just like, hold on. I'm sitting there parked and I'm trying to honk the horn. And then all of a sudden, they're calves or whatever. And then all of a sudden 3 officers come over the hill, boom, boom, boom. I'm like, golly, that was fast.
Yeah. The calves are usually the ones that get out.
Yeah, it's a brand new black road and a brand new black calf and you can't see it, man. It's like I was right to that pole before I saw it.
You don't have these problems in the
Me
city,
too.
man.
We don't have these cow problems.
These are small
Got,
town shop problems.
Jace Merkel of
What's your biggest problem, Jace?
Yeah, come on up, Jace.
Do we want
You have cows
to,
in the city?
is there anybody that's listening that we could ask? Should we turn that microphone around?
thank you. I was thinking that as he was
Oh, they
talking.
can hear me.
Yeah, they do.
And they have been told they don't need a microphone.
They don't need a microphone for the middle of the table. You all right? Oh, what page are you? 13. Ooh, I hope he's not superstitious.
I am just a little bit, but
A little bit
I'll have
early
to
in
get
the
over it for
morning.
the time being.
Okay.
Starts on 13.
What's that?
Starts on 13. Yeah.
Let's see, Park and Recreation.
Yes, sir.
Uh, just kind of give you a heads up, for this year. I guess if you take, really the pool, senior citizen expenses, those are the big ones that hit this year that we're overspent a little bit on, but he's under budget in all the other categories, so. You might see an increase in some of those other areas. Pool meaning what?
But we had to get the concession stands going, we had to put sinks in, to meet requirements and then redo the plumbing. We found out electric wasn't capable of handling what we wanted to do in there, so I had to bring an electrician in. So yeah, it added up a little bit, but, we still made a profit on it.
And
Uh,
I've heard only positive things. I mean, I think, that was one really disappointing thing whenever we moved back from Indy and I sent the kids to the pool with $5 and they came back with a Pop-Tart from the vending machine. So
Yeah.
the fact that, I mean, this is big news amongst all the kids that there's a concession
Yeah.
stand that's open and lots of parents are really happy about that. So
His
that
profit
was a
in that
great change.
concession stand was up about 7,800,
Yeah, it was,
Somewhere.
yeah, it was something like that, yeah.
so.
that's huge because I think when I was in high school, I don't think it ever made a profit ever. I
So-
think the lifeguards.
So did you
maybe
lower the
did.
prices to sell more volume is what you did? Is that? how
Now
that
started
works?
selling product they wanted.
Yeah,
Pizza.
oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
Started selling pizza and other
Pizza, there
products.
you go. Excellent.
So
Well,
you had to buy
because
a pizza oven, I had to buy a refrigerator.
And if you didn't know, like prior to that, they just had 3 vending machines. So like when the kids went to the pool, they got their drinks or their snacks out of 3 vending machines. So
If they worked.
if they worked and if
Yeah.
it was, I mean, it's hard to put stuff in there too where it wouldn't melt, like
So we have,
you can't have chocolate or.
so we have somebody in charge of the concessions? Or,
Essentially our manager of the pool, and then myself and Andrea, we kind of all tag teamed it this year, so.
so the blue staff's it just the pool workers?
Yeah, we hired, just some high school kids that aren't old enough to be lifeguards yet, but wanted a job, so.
And I feel like the lifeguards are more of a on-demand thing, so it's concession workers, it's your stepping stone, you know, like
Yeah.
they're putting in your time, so I think that's good.
So we
know.
did have a lifeguard that was always on duty, like that was walking. And if like we had big days, where there were a lot of people at the concession stand, they would go in and help if they were getting behind, so.
So, how long have we not had a concession stand, just out of curiosity?
We have been back here for 9 years and it was not here when we got here.
I would say at least 15 years, if not longer.
Wow.
I mean, I believe that's true.
I think at the time it was a simple, easy solution, put machines in there.
I've heard good
I don't wanna
feedback.
age myself, but my parents ran a concession stand at the Jasper Pool in the sixties, and I remember being in the concession stand then, and they still have a concession stand. I did not know we didn't have one.
Yeah.
Of course,
Well,
I-
I didn't know one. I mean, I was sending my kids with money and they were like, I did, at least I did. I did get requests though for the taffy with sprinkles on top. Kids want to bring that back.
I
We're
don't
off,
know.
I'm getting off that.
I just didn't know we
We were-
didn't have
That's
it.
good information.
Whenever we were looking at things to put in there, we were like, what can we put in there that's not going to create a mess somewhere?
Mhm.
So,
Well,
And I mean, I really honestly have heard super positive things. One thing that they had said was maybe, which I think it's good that you're all cash because that's less a fee and things, but maybe if we had some sort of like ATM or
Yes.
something, I think that, or it's like
It's hard to
some,
give a kid a
We've had
credit
that
card.
conversation.
yeah.
yeah.
Well, just be, or I don't know, some other, something, cause I think they're like, man, if I would have, like they really did burn through it fast.
Yeah, that's something that I heard a lot whenever I would go in and check on the concession. Well, you know, if you had a card machine, I don't have cash on me kind of thing. So we probably lost out on a lot of sales because of that. So
And I guess maybe if you weigh the difference between the 3% or whatever, or if you charge more like everybody else is doing. You know, I don't know if that's how that is with your, I don't know if you have a cash register, if it's just like a money box, but that might. My sister, whenever she went, she said, man, we probably would have spent $120, but I only brought 40. And we, like, the kids blew through it. So I think, I don't know.
Well, you put your upcharge on it, I guess that would cover the expense of
Yeah,
that, right?
yeah, that they at least have that as an option.
yeah, I think Tom and I have had several conversations about trying to figure that out. And we haven't come to
Mhm.
a middle ground yet. So, but I get where he's coming from, and but I think at the end of the day, I think eventually cash is going to be obsolete. So we'll have to move in that direction eventually. So
Super successful though, I think,
Yeah.
with the concession stand and all the updates are cool. I've heard any good things, so.
Do you have trouble getting your lifeguards or do you have plenty of lifeguards?
no, we didn't have any trouble this year. We actually had too many, and we had a few that we didn't hire. So
So are you adding, are you pay raising them? Why are you going from 25 to 32,000? Is that?
yeah. So our something we didn't think about last year. Whenever I wanted to do the concession, essentially the money for the concession workers comes out of that too. So
But if you said that you were you profited like $7,000, that kind of takes care of the wages
yeah,
of that,
it'll wash
right?
itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's profit, it's 7,000.
Is that?
Oh.
We received 7,000. You
Yeah,
still gotta
right,
pay
you
for
still
the.
gotta buy for the
Oh,
material.
okay, sorry. Misunderstanding.
Summer program, I guess that's. What could you explain what summer program will be? Oh, that's for the wages for the workers?
Where you at?
That's online, 1301 from 15,000 to 25,000.
you basically got three line items with pretty significant changes. I think the lifeguard wages, the summer program wages, and the part-time labor. That's what's gonna pique everybody's interest, I think.
Yeah, the summer program, we had over 100 kids this year sign up. And it was pretty tough with 5 to 6 people to take care of that many. So we're thinking if there's that many signed up next year, we're going to have to probably hire another person or two to help manage all those kids.
Is that a no charge type setup for the kids or is there
No.
fees? for the
No,
kids?
it's $100 a kid. for the summer,
Really? Okay.
so.
Just so,
$100
It's
and then they
basically
also pay
free.
for
Yeah.
programs. Well, it's $100 and you pay for field trips or
Yeah,
you
the
pay
field trip.
for,
Yeah.
you know, some of the stuff, but
That's a cheap babysitter.
it
I
is
mean,
really cheap.
that's-
It's
That's what
very
I'm thinking,
cheap,
is
and,
that-
and I've actually considered
Is that-
possibly raising that again
Yeah,
a little bit,
that's a cheap babysitter.
so.
But you have, I mean, you've already raised, because it was, I think, $35 when we first moved back.
It
for-
was,
it was-
and that was not realistic.
No.
Yeah. Oh,
If you're trying to break even at the end of the day, I mean, we have to raise it. I get we don't want to overcharge, but I mean, if you go to the kid's place or a babysitter, good luck finding one. I've got a kid now that
Mhm.
I've lucked out and I'm still paying a little more than this, so.
Mhm. Well, I think too, that even if you maybe started earlier and have like payment plans or something, or where people, you know what I mean? I
Right.
think that if we
Yeah.
raise it, that would make it more, like if you have 4 kids, some people might not be able to do 150 a kid for 4 kids, but if you did set up some, or pay half now, pay half in the middle of the summer or something, maybe that would be helpful. But it is ridiculously cheap.
just our receipts, through, for that summer program, we're up $6,200 through the end of June, so it went from 14 to over 20,000. So
And
So
I do
it's-
appreciate too that you're recognizing when there's a large number of kids and increasing the staffing, because I think it is.
Concessions.
It's important to keep the kids safe.
8,700 too.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a shock, actually, just from talking to, the speaker that ran it. She kind of put everything together along with working out at the senior
Mhm.
center. She's kind of been doing double duty,
Mhm.
which helps with our budget.
Oh,
But I think she was a little taken back how many actually signed up too, so it was, but I mean, if it continues like that, then yeah, we need to address more staffing to make sure the kids are safe, make sure we got that covered, so.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, it costs money to staff some.
no, I know.
Can you speak a little more detail to the senior center, new building? I see a 19% increase in wages to the director. Is that a full-time position? Is that a part-time position? How does that all work?
That is a permanent part-time position right now. She works 29 hours a week. We're only open 3 days a week out there right now. Numbers are actually up quite a bit. I don't have them in front of me. She's supposed to come to the next park board meeting. And we've got a lot newer things that are going on out there, whether it's exercising or like classes, dancing classes.
Yeah. First 5 months of the year, it was 2 or 3 times what it was a year ago.
Yeah,
That's good.
so
That's good.
Attendance, so.
Absolutely.
it's something I would like to get to, is I would eventually like to get the senior center to 5 days a week. I think the numbers are there for it. We've had requests. There's a lot of seniors that are super happy that we have it. So it's just a matter of raising the funds a little bit, trying to make sure we can afford to have her out there 5 days a week. So.
Anybody renting a facility, or is it for rent too or not?
Yeah, so we do rent it. It's not rented a whole lot right now because it's new and not a whole lot of people know about it. And we haven't really advertised it either. But it's a no alcohol facility. And we kind of limit what you can do in there because you can only have, I think the capacity was 50 people for it up top. So
How much is it, is it on the website? How much it is to rent it if people are interested?
yeah, I'm pretty sure Kinley has on the website
Yes.
already. Yeah,
Do you know offhand how much it is to rent it?
no, I don't.
Just in case people are spending their day listening to this meeting, that might be helpful to just
Yeah.
a plug to throw out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't lie. It's hard for me to remember all the fees and everything we have.
Why is the phone like that much now? 5,015.
We're getting a new server, 2 new servers, or not server, we're getting 2 new phones. We're getting 2 new servers, but also that phone system is in there. About
Getting a
100
new phone system.
It's about $140,000 spread across departments.
I assume it's a voice over IP system or something?
All that's been.
Yeah.
Being discussed.
Yeah, some of that's out of my knowledge
Kind of put
level too.
a
but-
high number in there just to make sure that it was just in there.
The summer program supplies, you have that going down by 4,000. Is that because you have stuff that is reusable that you bought this year that you can use, or what?
Yeah, she had a lot of stuff that they bought in the past that they use that are games and crafts. We got a bunch of stuff donated this year, craft wise. And I've kind of been staying on her a little more about, you know, at the end of the day, I don't want to lose money. I want to at least break even. And I don't think that was watched very closely in the past from everything that I've kind of looked at number wise. So we were very cautious about what she was spending, and a lot of times, sometimes from my understanding, is they weren't for sure like if they were charging enough for the fees to go on field trips and things like that. So I kind of was giving her true numbers so we could stay closer or under.
Right.
So
In the past, I can't remember if it was last year or not, but in the past, we've talked about the major expense of asphalt. You know, repaving parking areas, driving lanes through the park system. I don't see it in here, but we had talked about beginning to budget a certain amount of money every year for that future expense. I don't know how that is done exactly, but I would imagine a square footage that you would calculate, and then the depreciation of that and what the annual cost is to knowing that you got to replace it at certain times.
And a building fund maybe or whatever?
Something like that, yeah. But just curious, Mayor, do you know if
We don't have a cum fund, so if we don't pave in that year, it goes away anyway.
Yeah.
So
They don't
that's,
have a way to save up for paving?
wish we did,
No,
wish we
I mean,
did,
is there
wish
a-
we did.
I mean,
You
is
know,
there are cumulative funds to set up that you could set up, but we only have we only get so much money from a levy. And I'm not sure if that cumulative fund would be included within the levy maximum or not.
you mean if we had an accumulating fund that it might cost us levy? Or
Well,
it would,
be.
mean we wouldn't get as much money because we have money? How do you,
And there's a process.
if you did a bond, you would have a separate levy for the bond. That would be probably the way to do it, and do it all at once.
That would be preferred, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think Jeff and I are both thinking. It's like, there's no. How do you get penalized for trying to save up money to do
Yeah.
something? But that seems.
we'd rather you borrow.
We'd rather you just not have it. But I mean, for example, you've got in here tree removal, $5,000. I mean, what's it? I take down one tree?
maybe, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But if you don't use that, then it goes back to Tom, or how does that work? You don't get to accumulate that money? Huh?
Either goes to general or
It,
recategorized.
it stays within the park and recreation fund.
Is that used?
The cash
though-
rolls over, the appropriation is what's lost. You never lose the cash.
Okay. That's what
For
I'm,
like the tree removal, for example, though, if the electric department comes and helps, do you have to pay them, or that's just interdepartment helping each other?
Yeah, that's just them helping us.
So this is like if there's like a great big one,
sometimes it's, you have to have somebody that's
or if they're busy or
Yeah.
something.
Or
you know, I
is-
get
Yeah,
that.
Well,
a tree,
leaning over something.
a
or-
good tree that the mayor and I've actually talked about is the one that's growing into the main shelter house. The big one in
Yeah.
the corner.
Yeah.
You might have to
It-
get somebody in with the right kind of equipment.
Mhm.
Our bucket trucks only go so high, believe it
And-
or not.
and even
I
if
thought
the-
they're pretty high, but they make them a lot higher than that.
Even if the electric company takes it down, there's a stump. There's a stump removal that's very
Something
expensive.
legit, yeah.
So
But
that's also used
That's
in
what I was
part of
thinking
that.
about, asphalt. And the asphalt saving program,
Is community crossings?
I was gonna ask that
could-
question.
Yeah, can you ever do a community crossings grant for pavement in the city parks?
No.
It's not possible.
No, travel lanes only.
For the senior citizen supplies, that's gone up 100%.
Not
Is-
even all travel lanes are eligible, believe it or not.
What? I'm
This,
sorry.
the senior citizen
Such a
supplies have
waste.
gone up
Yeah.
100%. Is that, were they over budget this year?
No, I don't think so.
Which one's
Which
that?
is
Right here,
for
this-
It's right here.
line item 440.
It goes from 10
Right
to
after
20.
driving
Yeah,
ranges.
440.
Yeah, there's driving range, and then there's the senior citizen.
Well, last year we didn't, whenever, we didn't know what our utilities were gonna be on the building and all that stuff either, so.
But that's, utilities is a separate line item, but the senior citizen center has its own. I was just thinking this was or activity supplies.
From my understanding, everything senior center, even utilities comes out of that line. Correct me if
Senior
I'm wrong,
citizen
Tom.
supplies?
That seems odd.
Senior center,
Yeah,
I'd have to look.
42,
Pretty-
42.
I would think so, just
Yeah.
to see,
Should we change
How
that
you-
name then as to, instead of senior citizen supplies to senior citizen expense or or like senior center expense, because that seems,
And actually on the, revenue expenditure report, it is listed that way.
okay.
Is it? That's what I'm saying. It looks odd here.
4420440.
yeah, I mean, that was based off of what we spent on utilities and our senior director and a few other things that we bought or may need.
Was that building well insulated before it was turned over to you guys? Do you know what the,
It was re-insulated.
Yeah.
Completely gutted. I mean, we're just doing them
Started
stuff.
all-
'cause I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to fixate on asphalt right now, but, could Jason do a Paiser rating with that new equipment that he's got
Oh, yeah,
on the park's properties?
yeah.
I know it looks great at the Southside Park, that new pavement out there. Getting in there was really bad and now it's relatively new yet, you know? But there are hazards that people are walking across at Herbst Fest. You know, just big chunks out of the asphalt here and there. It seems like we've been talking about it for several years and we need to put a plan in place at some point to fix those problems. If
Yeah,
it means
we've-
bonding.
We've been handcuffed a little bit, well, partly budget, but based upon the fact that with the bigger plan of the park with youth fields, we had a potential donor who hasn't committed. Where part of that's in there is some paving and redoing of some of the parking lots that are within that budget that hopefully we could do in there. If not, we got a couple backup plans. But one of those may be a bond right now at about 4, we can get it about 4.6, I think, right now. But that would put a separate levy against it. I would suggest a very short term, so you can pay it down, save on interest, but that would be. We're hoping we get some donations off of that. We've been waiting about 2 months now, so.
Yeah, we've dove into that and we've got several donors that we're kind of, like you said, we're waiting on to see what their donations are gonna be.
Yeah, 2 major ones really. Willing, I guess the positive end is that we do have those in our community that are willing to give to the senior center, willing to give to the parks and.
Yeah.
And the senior center is
They don't
something.
always go at the same schedule we have sometimes, so.
I
Got
just
it.
looked it up and the senior center rental is 275. So that's something that, I mean, I think
That's
if you
cheap.
advertise that, that would be for
That's
baby
terri-
showers or.
That's terribly cheap.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, and that's part of, I think, what I mean, it's hard to find a facility to rent for baby showers or bridal showers or, you know,
Yeah.
things like that, and that would be perfect, so.
Yeah, small.
Get that out there, Jace, get
mean,
that
these,
revenue rolling in, man,
Bet.
people will be excited.
I mean, you'd be surprised what you can do. I know that the old bank out by the high school, they used to have baby showers in the basement of that or something.
Yeah,
vendor or
yeah.
something. Like, really?
Yep.
And
Mhm.
one thing I did, are you getting a new an extra side by side or something? You got a complete new line item here.
Yes, one of our side by sides it's getting towards the end of its life and it probably shouldn't technically be on the roads. for safety reasons. I know we're not probably gonna get any money for trade-in on it, so I thought we'll get a new one that they can take out and about.
I've driven
Um,
it. It's bad.
Yeah, and then keep that one down at the main park, so they have one down there whenever everybody else is out with the other two.
My wife was with,
Yes,
We have two now, we're going, looking for a third, I'm just
yes.
trying to,
Yeah.
I'm not, I'm for it, I'm just asking.
I said, we may not have three very long. I'm just saying it's getting
Are these,
towards the end of its life.
And these are the utility ones that you can, and they're licensed or whatever, we have a permit or whatever, we can
They,
drive them.
yes, we can
between the
drive 'em
parks.
Parks, yes, and they come very handy going into
I
the
imagine.
driving trails, and
Oh, sure.
so it
Okay.
minimizes the
would
damage
have
of
to-
having to take the
At this,
full-size
at this
trucks.
price, would you have to bid that? Or do they raise that? It used to be 25 grand or something. It might have went to 50, I don't remember.
we can quote that one.
We can quote them,
And-
yeah.
But, I mean, 10 is your threshold without any.
Yeah, I plan on quoting three different companies anyways, taking it to the park board meeting, so.
Sure.
Contractual services, you adding something to that? Contract?
Some of that was, expense. No, we put in the expenses for filing for some of the grant applications
Yep.
through Region 15.
Does the township trustee, department, whatever, give much funds for the city?
They give, they don't.
Like
they
12
do.
grand or something.
Yeah, it's,
12,000.
it's minimum, 12,000.
They've been doing the same thing for,
It hasn't gone up or anything over the years?
You know, it'd be nice if it went up.
you need to, well, you have to twist that person's arm.
But they also donate $5,000 every year to projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a fund and it's a donation fund that Chase uses.
And we get a small amount from Jasper even, so 3 grand or something like that we got for
Mhm.
senior center.
Yeah, that's for the senior center. So we work closely with the Jasper Senior Center too. We try not to schedule things over theirs and they don't try to schedule things over ours, and,
Do you have people from Jasper attend the events in Huntingburg?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, we get people from Jaspers, Spencer County. So
Hmm.
we don't discriminate against different counties.
have a lot-
If
If
you're
you're old enough, then,
Yeah.
yeah.
What
It's not gonna be
county
young
you
people
from?
coming
We
in.
used to have a lot of Huntingburg people go to Jasper until we got our new facility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is, the other expenses sponsorship? Is that to do the signs and stuff? Or look at it? I am on page 15. Count 943 or 439.
What was that called again?
Other expenses sponsorship.
Yes, that is the signage that we did on the pool,
Oh, okay.
which I'm expecting that to hopefully double. And we've looked at different avenues with League Stadium and kind of where can we see where businesses would like to advertise and kind of help bring money into the park system without cluttering it.
Mhm. So your expense for maintenance of the stadium went down a little bit. You guys, it's hanging on, is that what you're saying? Why?
Yeah, we're trying. That's probably gonna go up because my real-time mower has seen better days too. So if we'll probably end up next year or two have to get a new one of those. So we're trying to limp it along right now.
How's the slide doing at the play, at the swim pool?
We're limping that along too. That is something that needs to probably be addressed within the next year or two for sure. So I had a lot of things kind of thrown at me and a lot of things that needed to be fixed with a small budget, and we're obviously looking for donors and stuff, and I'm kind of hoping we did overprice our budget for the playground that we're gonna do, and they did say if we get that grant that we can use the extra funds within the city park. So I'm hoping if we get that, that's something I can use towards a new slide.
If not, we can maybe do the McFerrin slide.
I was thinking the Tim,
That's a
thinking
dance,
the
isn't it?
Tim Ware Tim, where's slide?
What slide is that? Is that a pipe through a pipe or
Yeah.
through a conduit pipe?
Yes, let's do a
Yeah.
PVC.
Yeah, there that work. Why not?
I got grandkids in soccer now. That wasn't on our radar 30 years ago when we were raising our babies. And so I was down at the soccer field. I noticed that there's decent concession stand, but porta potties next to it. How is the city involved in the soccer program? I know it's on city property, but is that a separate unit? I mean, we,
As of right now, yeah, we don't have it. I think you may donate something to it, I think.
Did
from
a
my understanding,
sponsorship,
but-
and that's it. So,
But like the city park itself, the Park and Rec's not involved with it. I have talked to him about possibly with what we're trying to do with the fields, the little fields up there. Something I would like to do is try to purchase some property to the east. And I know soccer is wanting that flat ground, but I think it's more realistic to get to the east of us, and then try to work with them and create some sort of complex with them. And then they won't have to worry about a parking lot and other things like that. So
is there a future for them at that existing location, or does the sewer department need that property? for
well,
something?
they really don't want to be there. They would rather be.
Oh,
So they have an option to be able to purchase property and from the same person. We're looking at property and just, lay it out there. One of the master plans that was written as part of the ballpark expansion is that we would go the east with the drive, get rid of the buildings that are down along that area, the old street department and all that, and then redo the parking lots with and change the traffic pattern of the park so you don't have the confusion you have right now next to the stadium and where people go through. Problem is that owner is if he can we need to find him a place to buy that much more property. He doesn't want to lose the farming. Somewhere in the county, we've talked to realtors, we've got the soccer programs kind of doing the same thing because there's 11 acres there. The price is right. There's a donor that's willing to purchase the land and pay for it as long as we can find a replacement for that land. So it's difficult. We've been kind of trying. I don't know where you find flat farmland at, here. The farmer, it does farm in Celestine and other areas. So if you know any farmland, that's of similar quality, that should be nice. But that would fix a lot of issues down there, fix the parking lot issues and everything else. And that's part of the plan where we spoke to the donor about repaving all that whole area down at the main park.
So I think I know we still have to sit down with the soccer program and talk to them, but I think that's something that's very doable if we work together on that. So
yeah, I think we let them use a mower. We have volunteers that mow their field for them. It is a city employee that does it. So, their insurance wise, everything's covered there. We're also, there's $1,500 a year in utility hook-ons they pay to us. And then we do some sponsorships back to get some of it back.
so the city's contribution to the soccer program is the use of the property, the mower.
Yeah.
So there's a but they don't really want to develop that location, is what you're saying. So
I wouldn't either.
there's not
No.
Well, I think if like from years past, just from the sewer or like the wastewater expansion, the fields, I was actually shocked that they were able to fit them in there the way that they were. I think that it's impacting like their practice fields, like that the kids, they just have less space. So I think this year they were able to kind of limp along, but it's no longer ideal in that spot. And I think that they knew that was happening, and that's why you're stuck with the
They have some conceptual drawings where they want to put up concession stand, restrooms in the center of that complex and fields on either side. They have a nice conceptual drawing of that, and they have a couple potential donors, but they just don't have a willing seller right now
Mhm.
on the property. Investing where they're at now doesn't make sense.
Okay, sorry to distract off. of
No,
that.
you're fine.
It's something, I think that's good because it's something that everybody, I mean, people wonder about. Like,
Yeah.
We're
and I
trying to-
think too, that there's something that it's important to know too, that it's in the works and they're trying to make progress and have been for several years. It's just finding the right fit, because I feel like wherever the soccer fields go next, that will be their permanent home. So it's good to make a decision that will work for several years to come.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and in anything we do in our community, the reason why it gets done is because everybody works together, and I don't think you can ever go at it alone as a program. I think you have to dive in with everybody as a community. So, and that's kind of why we've been talking about trying to reach out to them and try to work something out so that we can all get what we're wanting, because we're all pulling from the same donors. That's the problem, so.
And that is something to be said too, that we really are blessed as a community to have so many generous donors that are willing to,
Absolutely.
to give back.
Well, I will say Jason's worked hard to bring in revenue, and his gross revenue right now is surpassed last year, the 12-month. The one he's behind on is Old Town Hall. It's not getting rented near as much as it was. But we're coming up on the Christmas season and season where it's going to get rented a lot. So we're not halfway to where we were last year though, but he's got ideas. He's been putting them forward, so.
So is the total budget up 12.42%? Is that how I'm reading this?
Yes.
Oh, what's that? There it is.
Yep.
12.4.
And there's several big numbers here. Senior citizen supplies, which we didn't really, we need to rename that or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And then computer expense for getting a new server that Parks getting involved into.
We all have,
Yeah,
we all
they-
pay our
they all,
percentage of it.
Yeah, what's contractual services?
When they got Region 15 to help apply with grants and things like that.
They just double that.
And once we get those, we reimburse that back in from the grants, so. But,
Okay.
and I will tell you that the gain, you'll see it later on, but the gain in the budget that's here is covered under the lit budget. You'll see coming up here in a little bit, so.
Okay.
There are some things with, part of it is, I should say, obviously we don't do salaries and those type of things in there, but some of the other improvements and expenses are in there.
Right. There ain't advantage to doing anything, like you got these truck payments that, this ought to be about paid off these trucks, aren't they?
2 years.
Yes. They're almost there.
Yeah, I'm saying like this side by side, is there any reason to do something similar like that, to spread that over a couple of years, and you're gonna get several years of use out of it, you'll probably get 6-8 years out of it, you know?
Oh, God, yeah, shoot, we're probably coming up on 10 years on the ones we have, so.
Instead of allocating all that, and, I mean, I don't know, you know, it's not a huge amount of money, but it's still.
We don't have nearly the fleet that the police department does, but they have a certain amount budgeted where they
Turn it over.
turn it over every so many years. They got, what do they got? 18 cars or something like that. It's a lot. And then they're replacing 2 every year and retiring 2 and adding 2. I know this is a much smaller scale, but
I think the program works similar, well, maybe, you know.
That'd probably be about a $6,000 payment over 5 years or something like that if you did a side by side. That's what we figured the other day.
Might want to investigate that option to bring the total down, but still get what you need. It doesn't
put
really
it in-
matter, we could just sort of pay it as we go.
And you buy one every 5 years. We kind of looked at that possibility with paving even, if we
Yeah, I
did
mean,
a 5-year term.
You got a 10-year-old one, it's probably wiped out, you know, maybe we need to, you know.
So, I mean, do we do stuff like that with like the mowers? We got a crap ton of mowers that,
Yeah, that's
we got
another
at least
issue.
2 that are coming up probably next year that are gonna need to be replaced.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
just maybe another way to look at it.
How many
You know they're
total-
coming. It's like
Yeah.
a roof on a big building, you know you got 10 years now or 15 years, you can put a roof on this building.
Yeah.
Sort of gotta save up.
Yeah, I'm not
know.
sure you can, you may be internally with the dealer or something, but I don't know, getting financing on a motor is gonna be tough through a bank or through a bond type of thing. It's not gonna happen. Plus the fact that bond fees eat you up, so.
Well, yeah. I would
But
think
maybe
so.
at least if you have, like, if you would add to a line item for mowers and just have it to just, or something like that, you know, that we're building it up, that it doesn't hit so much. Although it seems like everything's kind of clunking out.
Well,
Yeah, thankfully year after, so maybe now it's the side by side, next year to be the mowers and the next year to be something else, but just to try to have a plan in place.
If you
so-
wanted to accumulate, you probably do that in the park, that park fund that gets contributed to. Because you can't build up
Mhm.
in the park and recreation the way it is
Right.
now.
That'd be a good one to have sponsorship. You could drive that side by side with somebody's name on it every day.
Yeah, you could even put their face.
Like Prime America?
Yeah, primary.
Yeah, yeah, We know a guy.
It's like the
Cable
radio
flight services.
station.
Yeah,
Well,
there
not
you
the
go.
radio
Yeah.
station even sponsors
They got no money.
their, whatever, you know, the DJ booth, you know, the blah, blah, blah. Run, you know, I can't think of what it is right now, but you hear that all the time. I don't have any other questions.
I think you're doing a good job. Good work. Positive things happen.
Beats it up.
We're trying, so.
Little things that I noticed, like we drove by the park, the main park the other day, down at First and Cherry. And just, my wife even commented, it's sometimes hard to get a compliment out of her about things around town, and I hope she's not watching today.
That might be just you, Jeff.
But she commented about how nice the entrance looked, that was a big tree and there was other trees growing out of it and a lot of weeds and stuff. And she just commented about how much improved that looks there, just as you come into the park. And I've seen that in a lot of other locations too. And you guys really do a good job with the amount of acreage that you maintain and the amount of people that you have. You do a good job with that.
Yeah, we appreciate that. So we've got a long ways to go, and the guys know that. When I took over, I told them, I said this wasn't going to happen overnight, but we can accomplish something each and every day. Stay on top of it after we accomplish it. So
For stadium, are we getting anything from the concert coming from the Road Right Boots?
$1 ticket,
$1 ticket now, good.
and then they do have a landscaper that they have that's going to apparently fix all the damage if there is any.
Was there damage this year?
Last year, yes, there was.
It was wet last year.
Yeah, yeah, their stage sunk into the ground probably half a foot.
Really?
And then where they were going, well, and we still put down protective barriers, but it's just the weight of the vehicles, and it's just nothing you could do. So that's my biggest fear. You sit here and stick all this money into the field, and it is looking a lot better. Besides the outfield's a different Bermuda that I would love to be able to replace with the new brand that they have out, that we have on the infield on the sides.
Yeah, last year Bermuda wasn't growing either,
Yeah,
and you couldn't get it sawed till
Yeah.
August. It was a bad year.
yeah.
What's the process? You have to sod it if you're gonna do it, or can you kill it and reseed it, or can you overseed it? What options do you have for a area that large?
Well, if we did away with all of our events that we have at League Stadium, we could probably, and the Bombers would end their season a couple weeks earlier. We could kill it and resprig it, like they did at the high school. But I don't think that's an option at this point with everything we got going on. So really we got, because after the concert, you have roughly 3 to 4 weeks before they stop cutting the Bermuda, to hopefully get it water established in. So not real big deadlines to work with. So and it cost us, by the time the infill last year, it was roughly $20,000.
Yeah.
By the time we paid for the sod and sanded it and And we had Jasper, one of their golf courses came over with their spreader and helped us with that, so.
You guys have any property that you're maintaining that you think we should sell or get rid of or not have?
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's a few right of ways.
I'm gonna ask Jason the same thing, so you better be thinking about it, Jason.
Yeah, we-
So, I mean, it's not really something that we've officially talked about, but something in my mind is, I think we have too many parks to handle with our small staff, and we are thin with our budget. I think if this whole ball field thing happens down at the main park and we can work something out with soccer and create a complex down there, realistically, we probably could get rid of a park.
Right now, the land, to be eligible for land and water or DNR type of funds, you have to have a 5-year park plan. We have one that's expiring in 2027. So we are in the midst of a park plan renewal through Purdue University is doing that for us. And we are paying them what, 5,000 or something. It's very small. It'd be 30 or 40 to have a local person do that. But we get very good help. That is one of the questions as part of the survey. Who utilizes what park? How often are they used? How important is that park to you? Because each one park has something that's different that other parks don't have. Southside has a ball field that's used heavily, and you've got different things. So
But we do have room to fit those others as long as we get the donations to move them.
Yeah.
So,
So
What would be the-
Southside Park would probably be the most.
I mean,
yeah.
realistically, you can put two and two together. So,
But I think too, what about the options of like the school taking that park over? Is that an option at all? Since I think it seems to me, and I'm sort of a layperson, uneducated, but it seems like that the majority of the people using that park are like the middle school ball program, right? So is that, or something we would look into to have?
I mean, if
Yeah.
they would want to, but I don't think it really benefits them at all.
Do
Yeah.
something out
It'd
there
just
a
be
little bit.
another major expense that they would have to figure out how to pay for.
How much
You
you,
would take sorry, Tim, take a property like that and, abandon it, move everything to another location. We wouldn't have the maintenance at all. But would it be a reasonable idea to find a home developer, a home builder
That's what I'm
and
saying.
put another subdivision? I mean, that's always needed here. They sell as fast as they can build them. Would a city be able to do that internally?
well, when we get our park plan done and we make our proposition to you, I think it's going to be easy. Because I think that's something that may come out, but we do want to see who does use it, how often it's used, and see, I guess, the community's openness to doing that. Obviously, with us, it is because we're going to spend some more on playgrounds pretty soon, some more on ball fields pretty soon. The ditch is going to need to be dredged. That's
does.
down there. A few other things.
I think when we're considering this, basically what the mayor's saying is whatever we have down there that gets utilized, we have to find a spot for
Right,
it.
that nothing would ever lose its.
how active
Right.
is the
Right.
dog park? Do you know?
I think we're up to 10 people now since we started charging again and got that fixed. So, but we haven't had any complaints of rowdy dogs or anything like that. So,
That's good.
Mhm.
It was getting dangerous down there.
When we have events at Market Street, do we have a problem with electric there? I was asked the Herbs Fest, maybe moving the Herbs Fest up there, and they said we can't handle the.
no, because there's 4 or 5 pedestals that the electric department puts up for 4th Fridays and food trucks and stuff like that. So,
There's a lot of power down there.
I think that where they're lacking power is 4th Street. To have food trucks on 4th Street, if we would have it to be a combination of 4th Street and Market Street Park. I don't think there's 220 amps.
And
on
frankly,
4th
most of
Street.
those food trucks are self-contained anymore. They don't even use our power.
No, there's-
Yeah. Is that metered at all, the power they use when they add it for Market Street? There's no way to find out how much power is used.
mm-mm.
Okay.
Huh.
Nope, just one big bill at the end of the month for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
If we're gonna pull all those pavers up in a big project next year, would that be a time that our electric department could put additional power at a few locations in preparation for a big event on Fourth Street?
A lot of that's gonna entail tearing up some alleys where that power runs down. We've had that conversation, with the electric department, and it's not gonna help them a whole lot, cause those lines don't run under there. They're running under sidewalks and alleys,
So backfed.
so,
I think it would be worth it though, if we're doing it to at least have
cause there's no power
Couple
lines
of-
under that road.
outlets for, for bigger events, because that is. I've heard a lot of things where it's hard to have events there because of, and really too, I know that a lot of the food trucks and things have generators. They're extremely noisy and they're like exhausty or whatever, like it's not
Is that a word?
ideal. Yeah, I mean, obviously it is.
New ones are insulated and not as stinky and noisy.
Yeah.
there you
The
go.
older ones are,
Yeah.
where they go to Home Depot and buy a generator and put it on the back of a trailer.
Mhm.
The self-contained ones are pretty nice, actually, from that
They're
standpoint.
getting better.
And we've ran different numbers and, spoke with the utility department. We'd be best to either rent or buy a large generator and run the cables from a parking lot next door. It'd be cheaper than running all the new lines that need to be maintained through there. And you're gonna have to put in your transformers and pad mounted and put those on Fourth Street and that kind of thing.
We've been down to Friday after 5 in Owensboro. Majority of those guys are up there on generators, or they got 2 generators on the
Yeah, they just
trucks
would
running, so. I know it's
run the
tough.
cables to each location and they would supply the power.
Yeah.
But I think Southside Park is an idea, whatever it is, because like 2028, we don't know what's gonna happen in
Yeah.
that year yet, do we, for funding? So that might
Yeah.
be a.
We were just trying not to start the rumor we're closing it, so, but it is, I think we have to look at every location.
Yeah.
Well, I think, and that's important to put out there that we're never going to abandon,
No.
like
no.
that it's like, unless we have a new home for whatever is currently happening, we're
Right.
not gonna
Right.
put a park out of commissions.
Use it while we have it.
Mhm.
Anything further?
No, that's it.
That's it?
I appreciate you guys' time.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Chase. All right, next up, we have, Street Superintendent Jason Stom.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Sure.
No. One thing I think it'd be tough to put all that money in that. Our lines and stuff down Fourth Street for the taxpayer to pay for it for benefit.
We'll
of the
keep,
food trucks.
we'll take a 5-minute recess, but we'll
No,
keep
it's
the,
tough to balance.
cameras going in that time and,
Okay.
those, we'll be on page 12 when we come back.
Hello, Jason.
Hello.
Page did he say?
Well.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of talk that goes on that I'm not privy to, but I think across the city, there's probably considerable amount of property that we own that, I mean, like we just have sold off a few pieces of property to Arby's, and then the second one, I've heard rumors of inquiries that companies have had about property that we own. But in the meantime, we're mowing it. I drive down Veterans Parkway, and to the right side, on the right side of the road is Hunter's Crossing. On the left side is that whole big area. And just visually, it feels like we could divide that into 4 home sites and let that be
Right now,
built.
it's broken up at 7 city lots
7.
and, have interest in the lots.
Yeah.
We have some developers, Wednesday of,
the Wednesday, we had a conference, our meeting with them Monday night in French Lick. About 4 developers that were issues there with housing and, commercial.
I'm gonna use the bathroom.
It's another, just something that's like Ron. That these people to us. So.
Thank you for that.
Lunch with him once. Invited him. I think tomorrow, did you get one of those? Nope. He has sent out. Jerry Holmes. So, I see that. Right. They're talking about concessions on bike water. Those. Go with Indiana with the hotel, user fees, and this. Station that have. Probably across Veterans Parkway. Big long. Oh, yeah, 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 that was inside. But that'd be. So, in order to the water out. Oh. Driveway. These guys are. Very nice. Thumbs up here. You think I could do 40? Every corner, or talk to Jerry. Jerry could actually cry.
They sure beat him up on social media though, don't they? Oh my God.
Ridiculous.
Ron.
I can criticize some of his tax policy. It, it's like.
Yep.
Trying to decide across the street, they won't cover the ditch.
Darn it.
They can move over farther. It would have to, it would have to be on the other side of the ditch.
That may not be bad either.
Yeah, it's the only problem is that. Your property in the house on the corner.
No, the house on the point. House on the point. Really
That
close.
really goes down. Just.
jumps over. They'll take the most direct route. Good.
Kind of on time.
Yep.
What's that? You sprayed it, Wayne?
Weeds.
Yeah.
Probably won't even notice.
They can't mow them, I can kill them.
They're not much on mowing if you've been down the highways.
Yeah, 231, my wife made a comment yesterday. so-
Oh, if you go through the woods for the bottoms, it's
Yeah.
like, really?
Yeah, my wife made a comment yesterday.
This is what you see? This is our image? Yeah.
Waiting for somebody running that guardrail, not knowing it's there because.
You can't see it.
Can't see it.
You know,
They did put in them new flashing lights
Yeah,
that
I
tell you
saw
where which road is, but you
Yeah.
can't see them either for the trees.
it looks like, well, when we go down to Mexico, and that's how the Mexican roads look like. They're just all
Where?
on the sides.
Yeah, there's
Where are
no,
you talking?
they don't do any
Woods
mowing.
bottoms, you
Talking
know.
about them, they don't mow the.
And you see the
roads.
trash used to be so bad along 231 at one time.
You can't see it now.
Here's the number. That's the number so far. It says value, but I haven't. That's up fine. 282, 283.
We're not up that much.
No. 1% or something.
Street of all people. Where's it? Started at 12.
Actually, I wish you happy birthday by somebody.
Oh, is your birthday today?
No, it's not even
Nice.
4 months from now.
Well,
Is
we
it
can talk.
incorrect on Facebook? That's where
No, this is
people.
not Facebook, this is work, and like
Jason, how's your roof
HR.
working out? Your new roof?
Look how far off they are.
They're,
Actually should know.
should be done here, I don't know, next couple weeks or so.
They have access.
They've got all the roof on, they're just gotta do
They did both sides, is that correct?
Yeah.
Of the
Yeah.
whole thing.
they have to finish up like the trim work and some gutter work and stuff like that, but the actual roof part of it,
Then you gotta start on the inside.
yeah.
Everybody's back. We'll go ahead and reconvene. Hearing. Budget hearings.
Welcome, Jason. Hello, hello. Well, I will just kind of go down through my list there that if you guys have that same sheet I do, number 12, page 12. Up there at the top, you can see with the laborers, the amount that I had in the 26 budget is the same as the 27 budget. Big reason behind that was I looked at the percentage of what I had used through 6 months this year. And I had only used about 40% of my budget. So I didn't really feel that there was any reason to increase that. Even with the raises that you guys will vote on at some point to give.
How is that possible to be 40% less than your budget?
Less workers.
Yeah,
How many workers less are you?
I am at 5 full-time right now. I just hired the 6th one last week. So he will be starting here when his 2 weeks are up with his employee or employer that he has right now.
You have 5 full-time laborers or 5 full-time?
5 full-time employees.
How many did we have at one time?
We tried to get to 8 at one time when I was trying to get to where I could work 2 crews.
And I don't know if,
Less than when I worked there.
I don't know if we ever got to 8 full, totally or not, but we got real close.
No, I don't think we did.
At one time. I don't think we did either. I think we got to 7.
Does that
and then,
budget account for 8?
probably back then, maybe, not now, probably. I raised it to 6. That 48% or 40% that I said that we used up was probably used on, about 6.5 full-time guys, if that makes sense, because the one was only there about half the year.
Okay.
So I mean, if I think I could possibly, and I'd have to run the numbers, hire another full-time guy, but what I've done is I've got 2 part-time guys that work through the summer. They were, high school kids. Both of them are going through the one's going through the ICE program at school. The other one's going through a class of VUJC. So they're basically working in the afternoons for me. I've got a guy that was working at the water department that is currently not really interested in staying with the city. He's looking at other opportunities. So I've taken him and he's basically going to work 29 hours a week. That way, if, I don't want to invest a lot, I don't say invest, but I don't want to put a lot of whatever into him and then him end up leaving in 3 weeks, 3 months. I don't know when it'll be. So he's basically working in the morning hours. Those other guys are working in the afternoon hours. So I'm basically taking 3 guys and making 1 full-time guy out of
So you have 5 40-hour-a-week full-time people.
right now. And I'll have 6 once that new one starts. One of them
Okay.
is a mechanic, is the mechanic.
Yeah, but that's.
So 5 laborers, 1 mechanic, and 1 guy on the way.
Yes.
Is there a reason we're not actively pursuing filling all those positions?
Yeah.
What's that?
We don't get anybody to apply for them. This last time we sent it out, I had 1.
Is it the pay or what?
No,
What would be the
I
reason?
don't know. I don't know.
Are we advertising on Indeed? Are we just putting an ad? How are
We
advertising?
advertise the way we do for all the other city positions.
Yeah, we have city positions where 4 or 5 applications will come in, street department, 1,
Oh.
it's, well, you gotta, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I tried to run this one a little bit longer to see if we would get applicants for it. And like I said, we got the 1.
Biggest thing we hear are weather, so they're outside when it's coldest, they're outside when it's the hottest, and that's all we hear.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I've,
I'm a little familiar with it.
I've checked our pay scale to other communities,
Street Department, Joshua paid similar,
real similar.
I'm saying, but they don't have
Yep.
I think that's a serious issue. We need to try to have enough staff to do the work. And having 2 ICE guys and 1 part-time guy is not the same as having a full-time guy that knows what he's doing and has got his head in the game and his heart in the game. It's really tough. I mean, they're very limited. I can't send 2 whatever high school ICE guys out to fix potholes or whatever. You just don't get that kind of work out of them. You don't have them. They can help somebody, but they're not going to lead a charge.
Yep.
So.
What do the part-time guys do? Mowing and
They do a lot of well, in the summer and
Painting
like
or
now
what?
they're doing mowing and they paint curbs. In the fall, they'll help pick up leaves. I mean, they can rake the leaves to the leaf machine. And they can, they have done potholes. But yeah, I mean, they've helped I mean, the part-time guys we have done a lot of the jobs that we do. Now, are they good at it? No, but they're help. They poured concrete and that type of thing. So,
So you only have like 1 crew running now?
Yeah.
And it's a crew of
basically
Mechanic.
four.
Yeah.
Well, the mechanic guy's probably.
So
still
what are they,
stays at
are they working on street projects now, or where are you guys?
We're finishing up, we're working on the sidewalk on 19th Street, trying to get that done. We've got, one more property to cross there, Cole Myers property, and then that sidewalk will be done.
I mean, are you physically really doing that? I was there about a week ago and nothing was being done. I mean, you're actually doing it in the last week? If I drive out there, somebody's laying forms and pouring concrete,
Well, the concrete's all poured up to Dudley's driveway.
right? And there's
Now-
a space, and then Cole doesn't have anything in his driveway either.
No.
You negotiating with
We-
Cole or something?
No, we were finishing the dirt work and stuff down there, and then now we will start tearing out, because we gotta cut Cole's bank way back.
Had to cut quite a bit back.
Yeah,
So we've got some stumps up there to start removing and start laying that bank back before we can even set the forms for the concrete for that, so. And then we've been working on the, fitness thing at the Knee House Park, helping put that together, so.
okay. How many mowers, how many full-time, how many people does it take to mow all the right of ways or whatever we gotta do? Is it a 2-person a week job? Is it 4 people a week? I don't know what it is. Used to be, we did it with 1.5 or 2 guys, but that's 40 years ago. Okay.
When last year, before my mowing guy passed away, he was the guy that did it.
Yeah,
He
the guy
worked-
that's been doing it forever.
He,
Yeah.
he worked 29.5 hours or 29 hours a week, Monday through Thursday at noon, and basically got everything
You
done.
did all your right of ways.
There are
Now-
better mowers these days than 40 years ago, I guess.
Since,
Well,
since
we
he's
used a
passed,
We
Skip
used a
those?
sickle bar, okay?
since he passed away, then
That's
we've
what-
had, the 2 part-time guys this year,
Okay. So you've got 2 part-time guys that do the mowing, pretty much.
pretty well, yeah.
Okay.
And then I
That-
fill
that I
in
know
and
you do some too.
I fill in and do what I have to get it done, so.
Okay, it's fine. 'Cause I just.
Which,
As a matter of record, I mean, what does a
Two
what does a
part-time, as opposed to
what does a
two
person in the
young
street
kids,
department
is that
make
right?
a year
No, just
for labor? If we can't, we have
This is
2
the 2-part.
3 open positions. I mean, what is it, a $40,000 job? I don't know what it is. On record.
I'm guessing it's probably around,
Is it is it a
It's
dollar
about
amount?
$20 around $23 is about where they start.
$23 an hour to start, and that's not an equipment operator, that's a laborer.
Mhm.
Well, hell, I'm gonna retire.
Yep.
Okay,
And then obviously some of the guys that have been there longer, the guys that, have whatever, theirs goes up, so.
does everybody start as a laborer or do?
No.
Qualified candidates can.
They can start higher.
Can jump rank?
Yeah.
Okay. Years ago,
But we just-
years ago, I started as equipment operator.
We just don't get those guys to apply for these jobs,
Yeah.
the operators.
Yeah, that's tough, I get it.
What do you think the number 1, 2, 3 jobs in town that aren't getting done that could get done if you were at full staff? Like what in your opinion, what's being neglected at this stage? Because
Well, I mean, obviously we could work on sidewalks, we could pour curbs, and we could do those type of things simultaneously. Right now, we can't. We either gotta work on the sidewalks. We've got a bunch of curbs to put back now that the water department tore out at Hickory, and then we've got some down here on Van Buren to put back. So we'll have to stop on the sidewalks to get those done because we have to have those curbs done before the paving company is gonna come in to pave.
Yeah.
So there's just a process that we have to try to get done.
I
you
think
know,
they got
so-
three.
I understand with helping with the interdepartment and helping with
Playground.
the playground and stuff, but I feel like that it's Van Buren Street, like, I think that's priority one to
that's-
get that done. And some of these things, it's like, if you're already running a skeleton crew, I think it should be 100% focus on street-based things.
Well, the Van Buren part, we're going to be in there pouring curbs this week and putting asphalt back in the trenches this week. That's not gonna be done because the whole thing's gotta get paved, the whole street. Because there has been so many water leaks in that section in the last 7 or 8 years that whole street's shot. It needs to be milled down, re-leveled and repaved. The whole street
From
does,
what
from
street? From 64 to where?
7th to 8th. And then I wanna spend my street budget to go from Sixth to Seventh. So then it would be a new street from Sixth to Eighth, basically.
Basically from to the tracks back to the highway.
Correct.
And I'm on board with that,
Yeah.
that particular area, and then we have some other, but
It needs it.
historically, you could have one crew that does drainage work and piping and all that kind of stuff, and you could have another crew that could be doing something else. Maybe it's pouring a sidewalk or whatever, fixing utility cuts or something. But now that you don't have this labor, you basically have one crew that you're just like, whatever comes up, you gotta spread them. Whatever, it's just, you gotta go pick up a dog, get in the highway, you're stopping whatever you're doing to go do it. So,
Yep.
I really think we should really lean hard on trying to get full staff.
Well, and how are things gonna be split up? Are you gonna have, whenever you do have the new person coming on, you're gonna have 5 people, so you're gonna have a 2-man crew and a 3-man crew, or you're gonna have a 4-man crew and then one person by themselves?
Depends on what you're doing. Cause some jobs are 4-man jobs, some are 2-man jobs, some are 3-man, some are, so I can't sit here and give you an honest answer to that because I don't know. I mean, if we're out laying asphalt on Van Buren Street in the trench, we could either have to close the street, we have to have flaggers. If you have to have flaggers, then that takes 2 guys to do that. And so it just,
I would
you
agree.
know, unfortunately, I can't give a definite answer to that because every job's different and
They're laying a drainage pipe in the ditch and then they're building some kind of intake structure or something. That's like a 2-man job, to build that intake structure, but to do these utility cuts is probably gonna be 4 or 5 guys, and,
Yeah.
and to
Yeah.
dig it out, you gotta do the whole, you gotta saw it, you gotta dig it out, you gotta put it in, you gotta roll it, you gotta level it. It's very, very big.
But I think too, that if we had a full staff and could do a lot of this road work ourselves, that would be more cost effective, correct?
we do as
Yeah.
much road work ourselves as what we can.
Okay.
I mean, we can't pave because we obviously don't have the equipment to do that. But
Anyway, so I wanna stay on the budget thing, but I've got this diverted and I didn't mean to, but I think that's good information for everybody to consider. All of your street laborers, or all your street workers come out of laborers other than if they're spelled out. Are they
that's,
spelled out as like a foreman or anything?
they all come out of that.
They all come out of that same number.
That's
Okay.
correct. Years ago, you see on there was a line item for maintenance wages and
and
we took
things like
that
that.
out and put that money into the laborers.
Okay, there was a maintenance person, and there was other things. At one time, I know they still have the classes, I just never knew how to put.
The maintenance wage thing was in there because at one time, when we first moved out there, all of the departments paid,
Department stuff.
all the departments paid part of his salary. When that went away, that's when we did away with that line item and just put him up in the laborers.
We deleted last year the clerical too. last
Yeah,
year.
and we did away with the clerical wage last year because there's nobody else out there.
Okay. All
One,
right.
one thing that's been probably different this year than last year is a total between state, federal allocations to projects is down about $1.3 million. So we're doing less curbs, we're doing less prep work for some of that paving. Our CCMG was 171,000 this year. It was right at 1.5 million last year. And gas and wheel tax are down gas tax is down from 2 years ago too. People are just buying less gas. That's where that comes from. So some of this there's less concrete work. When we're not paving streets with that stuff, we have less curbs and sidewalks and stuff we're redoing because normally you do those in conjunction with that paving. You may cover what we have yet to pave this year, I think, too, in the projects. I think is important to bring up, so.
Well, the biggest thing is last year's budget was $1.6 million. And some change. And the money that we had coming in was 1.3 million. So what I've been doing for the last 5 years or more is trying to get those numbers to be equal. I don't like spending more money than what we have. And I've been trying to find ways to do that. And one of them is, you know, obviously not on purpose, but one of the things that's helped a little bit has been the labor. You know, that's kept that down a little bit, but you know, I don't like operating when I'm spending more than what I have coming in. But
Okay. I get it.
Well, that is the biggest item, you know, it's the biggest line item in here.
mhm.
And so that is where you would have the most impact, but
Our income is down 1,350,000 from last year is where we'll end up on the income line. So,
Shoot.
For this department or,
yeah. Department,
well, that's because of grants still, right?
yeah.
All right. So what,
And it was
we don't
good.
know we don't know what grants we're gonna get. We always apply every year,
Oh, yeah.
multiple times a year at this point,
We're getting ready to do it again in September.
so.
Well, if you guys pass the wheel tax, we'll know next year what it is. Cause we can claim anything we don't get off of grants in the lane mileage category.
What's all the engineering services? If we're down 5 people and we're not doing as much, we're going up, we're spending $110,000 a year on engineering. What are we engineering?
We have a lot of, it's a wide variety of things. Some of it's community crossing stuff. Those all have to be engineered to have plans that when you put them out to bid, that's the majority of it. Some of it's,
Do we recoup that in the grant?
no, that's not reimbursable through any of the
It's
grants.
on us.
Yeah.
Over and above the
Whatever.
matching.
What, yeah.
We
Yeah.
had the federal highway grant that was 2.3 million. We spent 40,000 on. We spent I think we're at 35,000 now on Fort Street.
Yeah. So that's where a lot of that comes in. And, you know, I mean, years ago, when I first started, we had a part-time engineer in the city. And then he retired, and then when he was here, his budget all come out of planning.
Right.
Well, then when he retired, that went away, and now each department is in charge of paying for their own engineering, basically.
Okay.
So that's where I try, trust me, guys, I try every year to keep that engineering number down, but it just,
Yeah.
as hard as I try, it just doesn't, you know.
that's not $23 an hour work. is it?
No, no, it's not. And, you know, you want to keep doing things and you want, you know, more people and you want to keep those people busy, but we have to have, you know, it's just kind of a cycle or a circle, you know, it just kind of. So, I mean, I trust me, I look at that every year at the engineering part of it and try to do what we can to help with it. But, you know.
We probably spent $70,000 on engineering on projects that have never occurred between the CCMG grant, the Fourth Street improvements, and the application for the federal highway for Veterans Parkway.
I mean, some of them we've
We'll
spent
end up
money on
getting
engineering.
some of that back,
that we
but-
haven't done the projects, but they still have the engineering done. So if we do go back like West First Street, or the second part of, Third Street, you know, the engineering's done on those, or pretty well done, but we've never done the project. So then when we do move forward and try to do the project, the engineering won't be as high on those ends.
Do we ever spend less than what we have in the budget for engineering?
No.
So if is it fair then to say that if there's 110,000 in the budget, could we hire an engineer for that? You know, and put him on staff and
No,
let him
No.
do?
no. They
I
We've
think the
talked-
problem with that though
They
is
make
kind
a
of
lot of
that
money.
there's different engineers for different
Yeah.
projects, you know, that
That's-
you need.
You
It's-
couldn't have had
can't
the
just have
same
one
engineer
person.
couldn't do work for me that did the wastewater plant. It's just,
In the
or
water-
work
in
for the water department.
Water department.
You know,
plan.
they each have their, a
Specialty.
lot of them do all of it, but a lot of them are specialized in certain
And I think the difference between having an engineering degree and having like your PE to be able to sign off on stuff is a significant dollar amount difference. It's like,
Well, and then you have,
yeah.
you have
I mean, but it's
PEs
like
and
we
then
could
you
probably
also
do-
have surveyors, you know, so you're having to pay, you know,
And realize when we do federal highway and CCMG grants, they also score the engineer and their experience levels.
Hmm.
So that
I mean,
sometimes
would
when
it
you
hurt
have
to have
engine,
one? No, don't get me wrong. I'd love to have one. It would save some money on that. Trust me, it would. But there's still a lot of projects that just because you hire a city engineer doesn't mean that you'll never have to hire an engineer to, or firm to do anything. So don't,
I mean, I think eventually it's something to look into to review the plans for different, you know, that
I mean,
it
what's the
would
most
be
com-
helpful, but I do think it's like kind of within the field of like accounting too, you have different specialties that it's
What's the
hard for
most,
one person.
what's the
to
most
wear all those
common
hats.
engineer between the city that would use? I mean, that's the guy you would go look for, wouldn't it? I mean, but everybody's
Well,
different.
we,
you know?
we've had that discussion. There isn't one.
There is one, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
work.
it'd be very hard
You look-
because I use, you know, stormwater and street guys and water department uses water guys and it's
So
just,
Yeah, we have a really good stormwater
I mean, you
engineer
look
we
at Jasper,
use.
Jasper has a city engineer.
Yeah.
But when they have to do big projects like at their wastewater or at their water plant, he's not doing that. You know,
Sure,
he's
sure.
doing the smaller things, but
Are there plans for like Veterans Parkway in front of the event center there to get that road? Fixed?
Yeah.
Because I think that, when is that coming up?
no, that's a federal project. 2029.
9, 2028
Because
funds
I mean, I think a
released.
lot of people, when they come into, if they
No.
only come into the event center, that's the one road that they're seeing in Honeyburg and it's getting pretty bookered up.
The part right in front of the community center that's in bad, the worst part of it, that's getting repaved,
When is that?
this fall. That was one of the things at the Board of Public Works. I gave them two options. One was to mill 1.5 inches, put 1.5 inches on it, which we do on a lot of city streets, or two was to mill it all the way down and replace it from basically the dirt up. And that's, I think it was $11,000, I think,
And that's the option they chose.
Yeah.
So,
which is
Yeah.
the best option. But in 2029, it's gonna get tore out. So that's,
That's
you
a
know,
few years
that's
away,
where you have
2
to,
years.
what do you do? You
That
know,
would get really bad by 2029.
it could, or it may not, you know, you don't know. I
well,
mean,
but it's also, we want to make sure that our thoroughfares that people are,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
seeing.
That
are
road
nice.
is not designed for the traffic that's on it, and we need to
No.
No,
knew that.
and
maintain
We
it
that's-
knew
the
that
best
when
we
it went-
can, even though it's
we knew that
scheduled.
when
We don't know
went
what
through, we knew that.
2029 ain't here yet.
Yeah.
That's what I
And it
say.
really is with the, whenever the train is backed up or stopped,
It's really
that
busy.
overpass gets a
There's a
ton of
lot
traffic.
of traffic.
no, there's no doubt.
That's gonna be a deep dig.
Yeah.
With
What about-
engineering, it'll be $2.8 million. Just,
What about
That's
whenever we
what
have a
we-
contractor do work for us, like on short fourth? Do you go back then and confirm that before we do the final payment to them, that everything is done? Because it seems like water is pooling there at short.
There,
Fourth in
there
Washington.
is, Rudolph has not been paid a dime for any work they did on the three community crossing projects. I think, get that right, Tom? Yeah. Yeah, it was, Short Fourth, A Street and Foxtrot. They haven't been paid to do it on anything. And they're going to come back and we have what, every project that we do, we have a final walkthrough. Myself and the engineers, we walk through it, and I think the mayor even did this one. We walk through it, we take notes of things that are wrong that they need to fix, give that to them, and then they come back and they fix them. The reason these three have taken as long as what they have is they're swamped with a job that they're doing, and they're having trouble getting a milling machine in here to mill like the stuff they have to do.
we're withholding over 200,000. So
Yeah, they haven't, like I said, they haven't, I'm pretty sure they ain't been paid a dime.
I think it's about 220 total, I believe.
I think they're trying to do St. Charles right now.
No, they're doing like 25 streets in Jasper, I think,
Yeah,
so.
they're doing St. Charles.
Yeah.
When is it too late to do that in the year? Like too
Oh.
cold weather?
Well, cold weather.
Yeah.
If you can tell me when it's gonna get that cold, then I can tell you that's when it's too late.
Well, when
But,
is that typical?
I mean, normally, it used to be Thanksgiving. Well, last year, I think we paved all the way up till about the middle of December because the weather was nice. So I mean,
Cool weather's not actually bad to pave in, cause
No.
things work, as long as, cause everything cools faster.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
keep
you can
moving.
get them on there fast. People want it. So, yeah, I mean, they know, and trust me, we stay after them. They know it needs to be done. They're gonna get it. They want it done too. Obviously, they want their money. So,
A few years ago, we had a conversation about a treatment that you put on blacktop at a certain age, like 7 years or something.
mhm.
Are we still doing that?
We did that
on
last
new-
year. We haven't done any this year. There's two different, well, there's multiple options. We've used two in the past. Seal Master, which is liquid road, which is what we did out on Chestnut, where it makes it look black.
Mhm.
Basically what that is a sealer like you put on your driveway, but only it's a lot better because
Yeah.
it's made for roads. And then the other one is RejuveTech, which that one is put on streets that are normally, they do a ring test on it, but normally they're like 3 years or newer. And basically what that does is it rejuvenates the liquid asphalt that's in there and makes them stay pliable and that type of thing. Those are the two. The RejuveTech we applied for, oh shoot, quite a few streets to do that on this year through our community crossing. We didn't get that portion of it. So yeah, this year, we're not gonna have any that we're gonna do that on. But again, next year, we'll probably try to get that back on the cycle.
I think we did a total of 17 streets over a 12-month period, and now funding has dried up. We don't have enough in the budget to be able to do those.
Well, the idea I know was that you do that and it extends the life of the asphalt by quite a few years. And in the long run, I'm saying over a 20-year period, it's gonna save a considerable amount of money.
Right.
So I guess we're just wondering, do you have an inventory of each of the streets and the age of each, and you know that this year is the year? Because it seemed like there was a window that you couldn't do it didn't want to do it too early, but you
Mhm.
couldn't do it too late. And I don't know how open that, or how big that window is, but you don't want that window to go by just because we don't have enough funding.
Right.
And then you end up replacing the road 10 years earlier than you would have if we had done that.
Yeah, it's
So-
usually, they usually anywhere from 3 to 5 years after you pave them, then you can do the RejuveTech treatment. Now, the other one just depends on how, there is no like timeline to follow. I mean, if the road held up and is in good shape and it's 10 years old, you can crack seal it and you can put Seal Master on it, liquid road. So yeah, you can do that one basically anytime.
Okay.
It's almost like sealing your driveway, sort of.
It is.
Yeah, it just extends the life. It
We're
keeps it from drying out.
We're putting our CCMG plan together right now for next year, but one thing that we're trying to stay away from is those preservation methods. Let's keep those internal because it doesn't look like the state's making those a competitive. Those aren't competitive anymore. They're not funding them like they used to. If we have 30,000 left and the CCMG will maybe apply for the max for 1 or 2 streets to do that, but we're gonna put it in our own budget to do our own for next year. Stay away from CCMG, and realize that what we don't get in CCMG, as long as we pass that wheel tax this week, we'll be able to then in June apply for more funding to.
I mean,
the
we
wheel
have-
tax make up the difference.
We have a line
He has
item
a
in there.
7-year plan
Construction.
on that.
Construction and preservation, $20,000, which at one time, I think we had that up to about 40, but we've had to cut, and that was one of the things that got cut a little bit was,
What is in the line item of repair and maintenance supply? That seems like it's gone down significantly. Is that a realistic?
that's,
drop?
rearranging the money. If you see, the repair and maintenance supply went down. And then if you look at,
Line's that on? We'll look down below it.
vehicle expense, which is right above it, that one went up $3,000. And then if you look at
300, or wait, the safety, which one, the vehicle?
vehicle expense.
Okay.
Okay, that one went up 3,000, and then the other one is a new one that we put in.
Equipment expense.
Yeah, where is that? Oh, right here. Yeah, that one went up 39. That one didn't have a line item. So some of that money that came out of repair and maintenance went to that one. So basically, without renaming these titles, I've shifted that around to where one of them is equipment expense, one is vehicle expense, and then the one that says that where all the money come out of repair and maintenance. Only thing that there was $1,000 left in there for was because I have to pay 811 bills every month for when somebody calls 811, we all get charged for that. And I left that money in there because that's where the money comes out when I have to pay that, it comes out of that line item.
I thought that was free.
It is to you when you call, but it ain't to the city, so.
Pay the guy to go do it.
So that's what, does that answer your question, Pam? It just moved it from one line item to another.
What are some examples of contractual services?
That's what I was just getting ready to ask.
Got to know.
Another big one. Seven 178.
Contractual services is basically the annual bid paving and that type of thing.
Okay.
Rudolph, Calcar, those type of items. Like we're getting ready to, this fall, we're going to redo Industrial Park Drive
Okay.
off of 12th all the way back to Bandag.
Yeah. Okay.
So that'll be a contractual service
Okay.
along with Edit or wherever else, because that's an expensive pave, but that's been neglected for
Yeah.
a long
It
time.
has.
And here's the thing, guys. Don't hold me to the number, but I'm thinking the estimate's like $130,000. That's $130,000 that y'all are spending on one street that the traveling public doesn't travel on.
That's right.
But it's a city street.
Right.
It needs to be fixed and it leads to those businesses. So that's,
Yeah, that's
you
a
know,
rough road back there. If you've ever been back
I
there.
mean, yeah, if you drive it, you can see why it needs to be
I get it.
fixed, you
And
know, and that's what
unfortunately,
stinks.
That takes a big chunk of the budget.
Yeah, exactly.
And we'll be doing more next year, hope Geiger Street and Jackson and some of the ones that are closer to center people notice.
We're applying for community crossings it opens the 1st of September and ends the end of September. And we're gonna go with the 3 streets that we didn't get this past time. We're gonna reapply for those, and then like the mayor said, we're gonna add Jackson Street from 4th to 5th, Geiger from 4th to 5th. And I think there might have been one other one, I don't remember off the top of my head, but so we're gonna end up with basically about 6 blocks on the application for the community crossings here in September. So
Does that only happen once a year?
it will now,
Wasn't that twice a year?
it started out once, then it went to twice, then it went to once. It's
So now we're down to one.
now
If you
we're-
get it or not, if you don't get it, you're done for the whole year. Is that right?
right, but then that goes with this wheel tax thing that they're trying to do now, where the way I understand it is between the wheel tax and the community crossings, you will be eligible for basically $1 million a year. But it depends on which one, where that money comes from.
Most people lost out, we used to apply for half of it first time, half of it the second time, just so we could spread that work around.
Yeah.
The second, round of funding was canceled in 2024. So we lost a half a year of funding.
Yeah. And last year we applied for $1 million of it and got
Yeah, that one.
300, right around there, I think.
But the bids came in at 220, we paid 25%, so actually we end up netting 171 out of community crossings.
There's a report, again, sorry, I don't remember what it's called, but it's how you probably with the Payzer rating and you prioritize the streets as to, and I know it's not necessarily the top one on the list is the one that's gonna get paved next, but it just has like a priority report. Can you remind me what that's called?
Basically, you get the pager rating, which now I do through the Violytics thing that we have.
Yeah.
And I do that twice, I drive that twice a year. I do it in April and then I'll do it again here in October. And then that gives us the updated, how did the roads react through the summer in October? And then in April, it'll tell me how the roads reacted through the winter.
It just mounts on the front of one of your vehicles
Yeah,
and you
it's
drive.
basically
real
it's an
slow.
iPhone that goes on the
Yeah.
front of my truck and I just basically drive every street. Now, there's two different ways you can do it. You can drive, it will analyze the street if you drive one direction. Okay, the first time when I did it, I drove both directions because it also analyzes your signs. It tells you what signs are bad and all that. So obviously, in order to get that, you have to get each sign from both directions. Now, I will do that once a year on the April one. The October one, I'm just gonna drive one way. And then that will just basically, what it does, it sits there and it takes a picture every 20 feet. I mean, if you roll the window down on the truck, you can hear it going click, 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 click as you're driving. And then when you stop, it stops. And then when you take off, it takes more pictures. And then when you log on to, you basically take the phone back to your office. And then once it gets on Wi-Fi, it downloads or uploads everything to their server. And then you can go on your website and you can see all those, it shows a picture of every one of those pictures. Plus it analyzes that picture. It rates it on the pager rating scale of a 1 to 10. And then it basically takes all those pictures. Let's just say you went 4th Street from Jackson to Van Buren. And it'll take all those pictures and it'll average the score for those. And then that's what it'll tell you that street, the pager rating for that street is. That's why LTAP at first was having, I don't want to say an issue, but they didn't like these AI generated things because when you go to, and I've been to probably 15 pager rating classes, when you go to the class and you do it physically by hand with a clipboard and drive that street, they tell you that if there's a spot on that street that's a 2, which means it's in bad shape, that whole street's a 2. Okay? Right or wrong, that's the way they did it. Now with these pictures, that one spot, it takes a picture of that, it's going to be a 2, but the rest of the street's 6, 7, 8. Well, then that street might be a 6. So
Does it flag those for you though, that you could see if there's a spot that, okay, this might be a huge pothole or something?
yeah,
And while you're doing it, even though you're only going one direction, it's still taking a picture of the whole street,
yeah,
correct? Not just not the signs.
yeah. So, I mean, it's a very good system. I like it. I mean, that's what I was looking to see, but
So you have a report with you,
I
'cause
thi-
that would be,
I think I did, but I don't think I brought it with me. And
I think it'd
this
be good if you shared the report with the
group-
council so they can
it-
see what you're getting.
it has, I mean, it's a lot of information. I don't have it in here, but it has a lot of information that it's hard. And I'm still working with Violytics trying to clean this up because right now it doesn't, like on my pager rating sheet that I generated, I have the street name to and from. Okay. Well, they don't get that. I mean, you got to realize this is a worldwide company. They don't know those particulars the way we do. So it just says Van Buren Street and it goes off a GPS signal. So it'll give you this address. Well, sometimes those aren't right. So I'm trying to get Violytics to show me how I can go in there maybe and manually put all those in there or what, but that's just a work in progress that we're trying to do. Yeah.
Might show them the detail that you have on your sheet. You'd have it there.
No, I don't have it.
Okay.
I thought I did, but I guess
It'll list the street, yeah, from this point to that point, but also when it was paved last, those type of things. So
yeah.
it's-
I mean,
page
I'll
of it.
make a note and send it to all of
The
you.
inventory is,
I think that'd be
How's it
great.
know when it was paved?
some of my memory, yeah.
I mean, some of
yeah.
them haven't been paved in 40 years. How
Yeah.
would they know that?
Well, no, this is,
I think he's saying.
this
just
is
the ones that are
manually.
paid.
Okay.
Oh,
this is, no,
okay.
it doesn't come up with that. No, we have to fill in on the rest of that. The from, the to, the last time it was paved, those kind of
Yeah.
things.
You can imagine potholes is probably the number one thing that people call me or stop by the office
Mhm.
and talk to me about. And it's nice to have that. It was just a 1-page report. I, again, don't remember what it was called, probably Payzer rating or something, that gave me an idea of what the street department is kind of focusing on, like maybe over the next 3 or 4 years.
Last year I
this is-
sent you guys all after this, I think, the updated, because then I still had the Payzer rating sheets that we manually did.
Mhm.
So I sent all those to you, and that's probably what you're talking about, was
Yeah.
it was an Excel spreadsheet like
Some-
this
right.
that had,
But it was just 1 page, if I remember right. It was,
well, I had it broke down into,
By precincts.
no, I had it broke down into precincts, then I had it broke down into ones, and then I had it broke down into twos, and then I had it in threes, because I'm not very smart with computers, but I did able to figure out, AI helped me with
Mhm.
that. And it helped generate that report. I used to do it, but I did it manually. Now I can take that, or I took it last year and put the whole report in there, and I said, go off the street rating and make me a list of the twos and the threes. So that was probably what you had
I think
last
so.
year.
Okay.
So,
So do we have like a master plan and then we also have where you throw it like a,
we have a
Brief.
5-year paving plan.
okay, and then we just put
And
them in as
then-
they get worse, if there's something that jumps
Yeah,
ahead.
something, I always say it's a 5-year suggestion,
Mhm.
because it changes. You know, other streets blow up, other streets need it worse than maybe one of them that was on there. Like one of them that we had on this year's paving, I went and looked at it and I was like, yeah, we've got other streets that are worse than this. We're not gonna do this one. So we didn't. And we just filled it in with something else. So I try to update that every year, like towards the fall of the year. I take like this year, the 2026 year off, and I'll add a, whatever that would be, 2031 or whatever it is.
What about the sidewalks? Do you have a plan like that too for the new sidewalks that you're putting in?
Somewhat. Obviously, we're trying to finish 19th Street. The mayor and I had a meeting with NDOT Thursday last week. And that was a sidewalk meeting. We physically walked a whole bunch of areas in town.
Did you walk Van Buren at all on the west side?
No, because it was within dot, they only do state
Yeah,
highways, so.
yeah, no, we didn't on that one.
Are you trying to
Um,
make a point
no,
here?
no.
Well, I just, there's so many people that I see walking on the highway and walking on Van Buren, and I know that that one's gonna be a real pickle because there's no curbs and there's no gutters down there, but I think we have a desperate need for sidewalks on Van Buren. So I would like to see that be a part of the master plan.
Well,
because-
Van Buren was a part of a master plan 4 years ago. No, more, it was before you got here, I think.
It's been about 6.
Yeah. Basically redoing Van Buren from 64 to 22nd Street.
Mhm.
So that was a master plan then.
Curbs
that-
and sidewalks.
Curbs,
happened to that
sidewalks,
plan?
right away. Well, what happened to that plan was it was about $11 million.
Mhm.
Lack of funding.
So that's kind of what
Well, I
happened to that
understand But
plan.
maybe we just need to eat this elephant one at a time, or like a bite at a time, because I think
Well,
just
and
saying
that-
that it's too much, the people on Van Buren are still paying taxes.
That
like
was the
people on-
thing
You know,
that-
what I mean,
We looked at, could we divide it up into sections? And technically, federal projects, you're not allowed to do that, but you do, you can. You're not allowed to phase it basically, but, yeah. I just don't want to go in there where you're talking, or you talking like from,
19th.
I'm talking there's a lot of traffic of people walking from the dollar store all the way to those apartment. I mean, I see people all the time and that's such a narrow street with that big hill. I'm a nervous wreck that people are gonna get
What-
hit because there's no
Oh.
sidewalks at all.
Yeah,
you
one of
know, on towards like 17th Street.
One of the discussions we had, and this was part of the NDOT discussion the other day, of us doing connecting sidewalks, like from Poplar Ridge coming down from Medical Arts Drive, across 19th Street over to a sidewalk that would run parallel with 231 all the way up to the IGA, and also coming from Van Buren, where the apartments are over there. The other location was Sunset, where those duplexes and houses are to the east of 231. There's about 35 kids that walk that on a daily basis to school, of getting those sidewalks done. So there were several in there. You know, we're not guaranteed anything from the state. They're gonna look at federal highway dollars for us for sidewalks. It'd be about $4 million on their end. But we would build the connecting streets that connect to those sidewalks that they would build is the idea.
I just think there's a lot of people walking, a lot more people than you would think that are walking and for whatever reason, but
Yeah.
and Van Buren is a concern.
Right.
It is in my precinct, but it's also because it's such a narrow street. And there's not a lot of room for extra anywhere, and to
And
get off
that's
to the side
why,
of the road, you're basically.
that's
in a
why when
ditch.
that project was looked at and designed, there was a lot of right of way to buy to make it wider,
Yeah.
put curb and gutter on all of
Wow.
it, put sidewalks basically the whole way out
I was
there.
working on my front lawn yesterday for an hour. I probably saw 30 people walk in front of my house with no sidewalks. So it does happen all over the city
Yeah.
too, so.
Yeah.
But were they walking for recreation or were they walking with bags of groceries?
Who knows?
Because that in my mind does make a huge difference. I
Some
mean,
of
if
them had
somebody's
babies, I
walking
know that, strollers.
For
Yeah, they do.
recreational reasons and somebody's walking to get their groceries, like,
Our,
I think if you have a vehicle, you can choose your path.
our
If you don't
sidewalk
have your-
priorities are set up to parks, medical facilities and groceries. How to get them to the Dollar General's, more for less, IGA, how to get them to a doctor's appointment, how to get them to a park.
That's kind of how that is. Yeah. The one takeaway is we do go back over our, you know, the planning department and going over our plan. One thing that we should make sure that we do cover, if people build in our commercial areas, such as they build the Dollar General down in here and then they put a sidewalk in front of it. I think if somebody else builds something like that, if they repurpose a property, they buy Jeff Bound's house and they build a grocery store there, I think they should be required to put a sidewalk in front of it. And I want to make sure that.
I think they are to a certain point, because if you look at the dollar store down here, they put 2 sidewalks in,
To know
well, the one's to know where the other one doesn't.
what.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's because they were required to do that.
And I think that's very important that we
More.
maintain that.
Yeah, I agree.
Part of their development plan, if it's more than 1 acre, that put together a development plan that includes sidewalks, so that is part of it. The issue you have to have is having those sidewalks are almost impossible to meet ADA, because you can't build a sidewalk to nowhere. So that was a illegal sidewalk put in front of Dollar General, you know, but we made it connect,
Take it.
you know, and from there, so there is 2 sides of it. You know, we have 5 houses going in on Sunset, maybe 6, can't remember exactly. If we put a sidewalk there, there's nowhere for that sidewalk to safely terminate at the highway. So we'd be better off having the kids cross the street on Sunset and go along the north side. Those are discussions we have to have with that developer.
How difficult or how much does it cost? And who is that on to put like the crosswalks on some of these highways? Cause I think that's a big thing too, is like,
On the highways, it's NDOT's.
yeah, I mean, is that something that we maybe need to look into? Cause I think I'm on the north side of town and my kiddos wanna cross the highway all the time to go to Hunter's Crossing and it's like, too bad you're too, you know, it's too, and with there being a lack of stop lights, there's not a lot of stoppage in traffic either to be able to cross.
we
The
went
reason I
through
looked at the mayor and we laughed, that was one of the big things with NDOT the other day, was the discussion of that,
Yeah.
was getting people, and it's awful to put a crosswalk in where there's not a stoplight.
Mm. But even like at Dairy Queen or like at Veterans Parkway, that one. If
That
there's
one's
a
gonna get,
crosswalk
that
there-
whole thing's getting redone, that whole intersection.
What's gonna happen there?
They're gonna widen it out.
Like 3 lanes.
It's gonna be a 3-lane road, just like it is to the south of that. NDOT's, I had a meeting 2 weeks ago, or whenever it was, 2 weeks ago with them. They have a big project that they're getting ready to do. Part of it's in Huntingburg, parts between Jasper and Huntingburg, and part of it's in Jasper. Huntingburg's portion of it is they're gonna work on the intersection at 12th Street, the intersection at 14th, and work between the two. And then they're gonna jump out to 19th Street and start paving from 19th and go to the bridge at Jasper. And then you don't care about the rest of it. The rest of it's in Jasper. But that's a 2031 project, I believe. Because I was meeting with them, trying to make sure that we coordinate Veterans Parkway project with that project so that we don't get to half.
They have it on the state, work list as a 2028 first quarter, same as Veterans Parkway.
Well, that ain't what they told us at the meeting, but
Okay.
that's not to say that.
That's where it
one
is
of
on the
One of them's
side.
not right, but, so yeah, they're gonna redo that intersection, so that will have crosswalks built in it.
And when is that, 2028 or 2031?
Yeah, one of the two.
They were
Whenever they do it.
Yeah.
2028. I'm pretty sure that it's still on the NDOT side is 2028. Now, one thing that when you mentioned crosswalks, we did as part of our tour, look at areas where we can put controlled lock, where lights flash and make people stop, and looked at every intersection, middle of the block at Market Street Park.
That's in.
We looked at Fifth Street next to the gymnasium, looked at Fourth Avenue, down by where Park Street is, terminates down there, get people up on Fourth Avenue, the school, obviously, adding one there, and also looking at traffic calming, the ways that they can safely slow people down there to get kids safely across the street. We would have to construct a sidewalk on the east side along Sunset to make that happen. We can't terminate them into a sidewalk or into a parking lot like you would over there. So we go to that first set of duplexes. Now, some of those things, some of those crosswalks don't have to be part of the master 3 to 5 year plan. They have safety money. They can move into a lot sooner with those type of things, with markings on the road and that kind of thing. But some of that the school may have to pay for some
I
of
mean,
it too.
we've got 25,000 in there for new sidewalks and trails.
Have you used
Okay.
that up so far this year?
Huh?
Is that used up so far this year?
Not all of it, but we
And that's
have,
gone mostly
It will
19th, or
be.
where has that gone?
Yeah, I figured it will.
We've spent every penny every year.
most
Plus-
of it's, yeah,
I mean, that's the idea for it.
yeah.
And we have lit money that we put towards it too. We got other 80,000 that'll go in there.
Yeah.
So where are the new sidewalks are on 19th Street, and where are the other ones?
Last year you finished 14th? Is that this year?
This year. I think.
Did 14th to
Across
Jackson.
from the event center going toward the bridge. Can you hook that up? There's a section in there.
No, that was like, yeah,
They
we
built the
did.
last few houses in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, well, the big part of it has been 19th from Redbud or whichever one that last one is up the hill.
Dogwood? No?
Dogwood, Redbud, one of them, I don't remember which one. And I don't know, we did a couple of them because I'd have to look back at which ones we did, but
Last year we did Jackson and all the streets that we paved up north.
that's what it was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the ones next to the Eagles and up through there.
yeah.
I think we actually spent more in your area, Pam. We did the others.
Well,
Don't tell
my
the other
area
people.
has been Pretty neglected.
You-
though. It
you
has
are-
a
you
lot.
are-
Here's my
You
point
are
to this
correct.
is, I'm just throwing this out there. You've got $25,000 in there, and I'm not by any means saying that sidewalks aren't important, because I agree, because it's the safety of the public. But you also have to remember that's $25,000 out of the budget that doesn't go for paving the street.
I think it's a necessary.
I'm
so I
just
d- that's
throwing
a-
that out
is
there, 'cause
a,
That's one block of paving, basically,
Mm.
of a street. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't do them. I just want that to be,
Yeah,
You
the
guys
idea when we
do-
put that in there as a specific line item was to make sure that there was attention being focused on sidewalks.
right, and it does, that's where that money goes.
It works.
I mean, Tom's office can vouch that they don't let me put anything to that unless it's concrete or,
Yeah.
something that's relating to a sidewalk. So that money does go there, but in the grand scheme of the budget, it could go towards a paving.
We're slowly getting there, but it's taking time, unfortunately.
It does, yeah, yeah. So,
Just, yeah, and probably hold that thought for when we get to lit budget, because there is sidewalk money put in on the lit when it's coming up.
and if you
late
guys
in the
have
day.
areas that you want, like you do, Pam, send me an email with where you're talking about and I'll look at it. Cause the part of the problem that we get into, 19th Street was a perfect example of this. We had to spend part of that sidewalk money to acquire right away. Because those people owned some of them owned to the back of the curb, some of them owned to the middle of the road. Well, then you may not buy the right of way, but you still have to go through the process of having a surveyor come out and survey it. You have to have a engineer write up the description. Phil Schneider has to approve that, so there's some
Got
cost.
other line items for that. I don't want that coming out of my.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and
Take that out of
his,
We got to take that out of engineering and take that out of, yeah.
But that's what I'm getting at is we have to, the sidewalks sometimes aren't as easy as what you can look at a map and say, yeah, just put a sidewalk right here. Well,
And
right
I
away is-
realize that like the Van Buren project, that is a huge project, but I
Mhm.
want to make sure that some part of it, that it is in a plan somewhere, because I think I mean, I feel like that strip has been neglected for a really long
Yeah.
time.
Like I
Yes.
say, if you guys all want to send me an email of your districts and areas that you want to see them in, I'm glad to look at them, glad to put that,
yeah, we've had to change some of these just, and land acquisition is a big one of those, it would make sense to go from 14th Street up Medical Arts Drive to the housing up in there. But all those, they own to the middle of the street, basically. We would have to acquire all that. It'd be easier to jump over a block and bring it down 231, between
well, if you remember.
next to the ditch or next to the fence that's over there.
Yep.
In front of those businesses,
we went-
because the state will give us that right away to sidewalks.
We went through this on Chestnut. When we wanted to run it from Hunter's Crossing to Veterans Parkway. The people on the west side didn't give us the permission to do it, so we had to switch it to the other side of the road. So,
But also some of those, I mean, because the same person owns Poplar Ridge that owns all of those apartments too. So it seems like it would be in the best interest because it's their residents that are using the sidewalk primarily to go from Poplar Ridge down to the dollar store. So you would think.
you don't run into it as much as when you're dealing with people like that as what you are an individual family that
When you do
owns
a
it.
family, when you don't have right of way, they don't want to give
They
up the
don't,
right of way.
no.
It's hard for me to imagine owning a piece of property and somebody coming along and saying, if we'd like to put a sidewalk in front of your house, that they would say no. I just don't understand that.
I see it all the
Yeah,
time.
we've had several people.
Yeah, I know we have,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it just doesn't make sense to me.
It happened on 19th Street.
That happened on First Street.
Yeah,
It
on
happened-
It's happened a lot of
Yeah.
times, yeah.
I
It
just
happened
don't
on
get it.
Chestnut.
That's a big improvement to your property to make it accessible for your own.
And it's a benefit to
use.
you to be able to use said sidewalk.
Because we're
To
not
be
just
able to
taking
walk
yours,
places.
we're
I mean, I
doing the
feel
whole
like that's
block.
one thing that I really miss from moving here. That is the one thing that I miss the most is the walkability of a neighborhood.
Mhm.
We used to ride our bikes everywhere. And now it's like, you can't walk. We're landlocked at my house pretty much if you're not on a busy street,
You gotta
and
get-
that's.
You gotta get electric one now.
I,
buses are big.
yeah. But I'm just
but-
saying that it
yeah.
is like, neighborhoods, and that's a huge
But
draw
if you
is to have a
close in-
neighborhood.
if you
that you
close
can-
in your ditch, we put a
That's
sidewalk
right.
on it.
I did close in my portion of the ditch. I need to.
Well, one homeowner said that he would like to have a sidewalk in his yard in front of his, to keep the kids out of his yard. Cause otherwise they just walk anywhere.
Some of them think that it's gonna,
15 feet into the yard.
I've heard homeowners say, well, I'll have more trash in my yard. Because people will walk through there on the sidewalk, they'll throw their trash. I don't
Maybe.
see that. Maybe not. I mean,
I think that's to say that that the whole city would have that. And I feel like when I drive through, I don't see a ton of houses with trash in the yard. I don't know. I just want to make sure that we have some sort of plan, or if there's something that I can do to help to talk to. I think covering those ditches and That might help with some of the water issues and stuff over there too, if we have, because.
Over there.
I know.
Nothing else.
All right.
I.
Close this up pretty soon.
Yep, this one's not done. Is there anything else that anybody's concerned about? I am concerned that I hope that we're actively advertising that we're trying to hire people. We need to do that.
Oh, yeah.
We need to actively advertise and try to hire people. Cannot believe that we cannot find somebody that wants to start at $23 an hour or higher,
Mhm.
you
That-
know?
Oh, there's a limit.
Would you be able to forward to me the last ad you ran? Like the last time you tried to fill the job? What was in the ad?
Who does that? Andrea, or, I mean, who takes care of that?
Yeah, I think Andrea and Shelley kind of do
Yeah.
most of that.
I'd love to see that too.
And I heard somebody ask, do we use, I think it was Indeed or something like
Indeed or
that. But do we
Glassdoor
just
or
send that out
It's
in-house?
sent, it's sent out internally first for, I think it's like a week or something. And then after that is when it gets put out into the newspaper and Facebook, I guess.
Mhm.
We use,
All that.
that Du Bois County hiring too, and
Yeah, they used something because they said they had like
it's an internet.
500 looks at it, but they only had like 2 responses to it or something. I don't know what it is, but
Well, I'm not the marketing guy, but I wonder if that needs to be looked at. What are we advertising?
What we've.
You know, what are the priorities?
I lost 3 or 4 to Jasper Street Department in the last 2 years.
Really?
Because one kid's father worked for the city for 20 years or something. He got on, and then one of his buddies got on. I said, it's been snowballed. I don't understand how we can't get that.
Well,
Right.
I don't
Just blows
know,
my mind.
I don't know how to advertise it either, but when you look at the package of, like, just from my perspective, when I'm sitting at my desk at my office and I'm working with a city employee, whether it be Huntingburg or Jasper, health insurance, perf,
All the
four
goodies.
57 plan, all those options, plus a really reasonable salary along with that package of benefits. I mean, I just did the real quick math, and it's probably not right, Tom, if you check me on this, but I figured health insurance is 27% of the payroll budget in the street department.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. And we have a great health plan. I personally don't even think when they have the health insurance meeting, we really do a great job of selling that employee benefit to our own employees. They need to be reminded of that. But when we're hiring, it's got to be a really high priority, I think, to consider your retirement's taken care of.
I think
You're-
part of what you're saying is, or a lot of what you're saying is accurate. Part of it is young people, they don't care. Young people don't care how good your insurance is. They don't care about perf.
They
They're
don't
too
understand-
young to
They don't
understand
understand
it.
it. Yeah, they don't understand it.
Till they have a
They don't-
claim.
Yeah.
They don't care about maternity leave till they have.
Till they need it.
Till they have maternity.
Yeah.
Then it needs to be a YouTube video attached to it so we can explain it to them.
Some of your applicants,
Yeah.
I need a.
some of your applicants are not hireable.
Well, that's
I
a
would,
good point,
I
too,
would like
yeah.
to see the pager rating, if we can get a copy of that.
Yep, I will send that Dialytics thing to all of you.
I'm really afraid Tom's gonna trip and fall on the way down to my house.
They could.
That's in Washington between Brett's and First Avenue is on my radar. I don't know that it's ever been paved. I don't remember. It wasn't paved when I worked there or since, and that's been like 40 years.
Washington between Brett's and.
Yeah.
I don't know, probably whenever they put the sloped curb in.
From
They
First,
didn't know they patched it. They never paved it. They only.
First Street to the bridge, basically, on Washington. That's all bad.
Yeah, but the second block's really bad.
Yeah.
First block's not bad. Tom walks it every day. Probably twice a day.
Yeah, we have First Street on there next year.
Not lately.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Very good.
Next
Thank
up,
you.
I think
Jason.
we're about 7 minutes behind is all, which is pretty good.
And
Transportation, April, talk fast and
Get us
we'll
back
be
on
ahead.
what number you wanna, what page are you on?
She's.
16.
Various plans, various, it says.
Got mine.
16?
Yeah.
You?
Transportation, yes.
Holy cow.
Yeah. What's great about this fund is it's not affecting our bottom line.
He's down 9%, that's good.
Yeah, I went down. I moved a driver back to part-time. He's not on our benefits anymore. He's fine with it. I guess I was running out of money this last year and I was really stressed and uncomfortable with that. So the difference, someone told me in the treasurer's office, was that a full-time driver really starts eating away at your funds. So I put him back on part-time. When I hired him, he was okay with that. He was perfectly fine with it. At the time I put him on part-time, I really felt like I didn't have a lot of dependability as far as my part-time drivers. So I really wanted someone that was going to be here every day regardless. And then if that part-time person called in, Dawn or I can go out and drive, you know? So, having that full-time driver was security for me, but now I have a pretty good bunch. So I'm fine. He's fine with, and he's very flexible, so. Put him back on part-time. That's saving us money. All of our vehicles, the oldest vehicle we have is a 2018. And, it probably has about 70,000 miles on it, so it's doing great. I lowered our budget for vehicle labor and vehicle repairs because we won't have as much. We spent a fortune on that van 76 when we had it. And so, I mean, we replaced it with a new van and now, you know, knock on wood, we don't have near the cost there. So I backed off my budget for that. Yeah.
Are you driving about many miles a year that you normally do?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
You can't get better gas mileage? I see your gas price going down.
I went down on gas. I had bumped it up to 20,000 whenever, Steve was here because gas just kept going up that year. And I was like, good grief. You know, I need to make sure I've got it covered. So I had it at like 20. They sent us a 3-year profile of what NDOT did, of what we have spent in the last 3 years and how much, like, I did 10% every year regardless with NDOT. I would go 10%. And so I left wages at 10%, but, or for Dawn and I, but I went down on my wages for my part-time because usually our part-time drivers get around 3.5%. So I went on ahead and cut that back some, but I looked at that 3-year, you know, document and said, you know, we're asking for a lot more than we need. And that's what they wanted us to do. They wanted us to, you know, look at that and try to get our numbers closer to what we actually use. So that's what I did.
You
Yeah.
just reconciled it and said this is more in line with what we're actually
Right,
spending.
right.
Nice job.
Good.
Nice job.
Well, vehicle repair went down, which is good with the new van, but it's still, you don't have a lot of money in there. $5,000 for vehicle repair, it's not a lot of money for a couple vehicles.
We've got a 18,
12 months, yeah.
a 23 and a 25.
Yeah,
And
but I mean,
we
it's-
seriously,
Everything's, when vehicle repairs are expensive,
Right.
everything. Do you have to get your tires and everything out of there?
no, tires are down further.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I thought you had a different.
And I
Couple
kind of
different
rotate with
funds.
that. I do, like, I'll do one van 1 year and one van, you know, I mean,
You got any vans still under warranty? Or are they all out of it?
25.
the 25, yeah, it is. still under warranty. That Chrysler though, that small van 77, it's been recalled a couple times now and it's sat, so it doesn't have very many miles on it because it sat for, they wouldn't let us drive it because the airbag were recalled and
Didn't get
and
it.
and then the back seat has caved in. I sent pictures of that. Now I'm having that replaced, September 2nd down at Superior Mobility.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Okay.
And no charge though for that because it was under warranty.
Sure. That's
How
good.
was your summertime, like with the kids?
Real good. We
It
had,
seems like it was a really, every time I would drop my kids off, I would
Mhm.
see.
we had real good numbers. We had a AKP, and they went once or twice a week, every week. So, I mean, the summer numbers are really good.
Mhm.
And we did do the reduced rate, you know, the dollar each way, and a lot of parents called us and we took them to Park and Rec and had a lot of activity.
Good
I think
going
it's really a great thing. I think a lot of people don't realize that it's an option. So that's.
And
great.
that's
And
always
you
been a
really did a great
challenge.
job though this year. I think I've seen more things to get the word out. Or
Mhm.
as a parent, I
Yeah.
saw a
The
lot more
marketing part.
marketing. Yes.
Dawn always sends it into the school and the school puts it on their board. I don't know if it's board pack or their newsletter or whatever. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I don't see no issues on that. I think good job so far.
I assume for your federal records, whatever, that's why you have this, you have to do your parts and labor separate. They
Or-
require that?
mhm, yes,
Okay.
the labor has to be separated.
Yeah, I forgot
Yeah.
that. Yeah, so we got a little bit more money in there, but still, I don't think that's a lot of money. It's $9,000 total, parts and labor.
And you know,
Newer
if I
vehicles,
have
so they won't be-
something happen, I can go into my budget on Black Cat and I can move money around. So like if I would have, like,
Transmission.
yeah. I mean, and Todd, our project manager, they're aware of that. I mean, if something major like that happens, they're going to help us out because I think generally everybody across the board always figures high. So
Yeah.
there's money, you know, whenever, at the end of the year, when there's money left over, a lot of times they'll split that up and give it to us, but they haven't done that in a while. We had CARES Act money there for a while during COVID, and I think all that's pretty much spent, but yeah.
Pretty much dried up.
But they always help out if something major would happen. And we have 3 vehicles, so I could maybe order a new one if something like that happened. And get it like the next year and use 2 vehicles until it come in, you know. We don't use the backup vehicle very often, just during the summer, whenever we have extra, yeah. We'll use 3 vehicles to get the kids where they need to go.
And remind me again what the hours are.
8:30 to 4.
Okay.
I will make exceptions, like this week I made an exception for a driver to pick a girl up that goes to work we take her every day and pick her up every afternoon. And she had to be to work because another worker out at the school couldn't make it in, her brother passed away. So, in situations like that, I have a driver come in a little bit early so that they can get her, you know, I'm not gonna get them at 7:30, but I mean 10 till 8. I
Yeah.
had her pick her up and take her to work, just one person, and yeah. So if they're regular riders like that, I will make exceptions.
Mhm.
Jake Beaning rides every day. He goes to Subway, he's working there now. And so
Oh,
I take
that's
him out to
nice.
the school, we take him to the school and he gets off at 4 and that's our last pickup. So I mean, it's 4:15, 4:20 before our driver gets in, but I always want to make sure they get in, have time to do their post trip. You know, they check their vehicles over and then come up and turn their money in, and I need to get the money turned in their treasurer's office. So.
Yep.
I am being audited this year. It only happens every 4 years. So, so I've been
Fun.
buried in paperwork. Dawn is out for a week. She's going to Alaska, lucky dog.
Yeah,
She could wait to get out of town, didn't she?
She got out of Dodge. She's in Seattle right now, waiting on a ship to pick her up. to go to Cruise
That's
to,
nice.
yeah, it
I know
really
this
is.
is a great program I think we have for the city. I know we ask this every once in a while, it's like, man, would your traffic pick up if the funding would be there to do it like till 7 or 8 o'clock at night, you know, and
We would,
I wonder how much more
yeah. I think earlier in the morning
is
would
better. than
probably
after.
be the more realistic thing because of people working at Farbest needing to get to work early in the morning. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think you're probably taking too many people to work, you know, starting at 8:30.
Right, right.
Yeah.
We do
How-
take a group at noon that works I don't know if that's the second shift, but there's a Farbest group
Yeah,
that goes every day at noon.
There's a mid shift. or
Right.
whatever, Yeah.
How soon after you call in could you get a ride? So sometimes in the mornings as I'm driving to school, I see a lot of kids who look like they've missed the bus
Mhm.
and they are definitely not gonna make it to school on time. So it's like if they would, if we would pass that out more, that it's like, okay, that you would have a right, how long does it take typically to get?
I
like,
mean,
once you
we're
call
here
into
at
it?
8. If they called in at 8 o'clock and said, hey, I missed the bus, I would probably tell them, go inspect your vehicle and pick them up. So however long it'd take them, 10, 15 minutes to inspect.
Mhm.
And then, between 1:15 and 8:30, we could get them. Yeah. And if I knew, like I said, if I knew ahead of time, but they
Yeah,
don't know that
yeah,
ahead of
yeah.
time. Usually, I think Larry Fusler has been really good about sending like the corporation bus driver to get those kids.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
He is doing good. Yeah, and it's
Yes,
just, I think sometimes whenever I see kids with backpacks.
I still
it's like,
carry
because I
my,
don't wanna,
I
sometimes I'll pull
know, I know
over, but
you
then it's
wanna,
like, if they don't know me, then I
I
don't wanna be
know.
I don't
I've
wanna
done that
encourage
same
kids to go
thing.
to cars with strangers.
I used to do that though.
Yeah.
I used to pick kids up, like Becky
Yeah.
Orball used to always have trouble. And I would grab Becky and her grandkids and take them to school. Yeah.
I will say I had a meeting with Deaconess Memorial last year and they said that of all the transportation methods to get people to appointments, Huntingburg Transit is the most reliable.
And
They're always there
we have,
on time. They pick them up on time. Some of
we've
the
had that
other
discussion.
people have problems getting
Right.
them there.
Ride Solution struggles. They're
I was
shorthanded.
trying to mention names, so.
They cover like 6 or 7 counties in
Yeah.
southern Indiana, and they have like 60 drivers, and they do have trouble with that. Like we're just here in the city. We put people down going to, say, the dollar store, and when they're ready, they call us. It's a will call. So, that's 10 minutes away. We can get them right away. Like when they're at Memorial, I worked for Ride Solutions, so I know this. Like if you drop somebody off at Memorial Hospital and then they send you down to Dale to get somebody, and then you're on your way back, it's gonna be a good half hour before you can get to them. That's what people don't understand is, and
If
so,
they're not just sitting waiting to pick them up.
right, I have made arrangements with Ride Solution. I'm good friends with their director. And, if there's a situation where somebody needs to go to dialysis and Ride Solution can't take them, dialysis or anything like an emergency like that, that's life threatening, I mean, we've had a situation where someone from Huntingburg, if they're from Huntingburg and our driver can get them and take them over to their dialysis or their appointment at the hospital, what I do is I've got direct contact to her. I call her first at Ride Solution and I say, hey, I've got so-and-so from Huntingburg on the phone. They need to be there. I said, if you guys can't get them, I'll send my driver and let them take them. If you're okay with that. I can't take their rides away from them. That's their jurisdiction, so to speak. So our driver taking them is out of our jurisdiction to go past the city limits. So if they okay it, if Ride Solution says, yes, please do that, we can't get them. Usually what they do is they look at their schedule. She's got a computer with all their dispatching on it, and she'll find a driver to take them. But if not, we've had situations where our driver will take them over, and they really appreciate that. The hospital, they'll call us a lot of times, and I'll get Beth on the phone right away and, say, hey, I got the hospital on the phone. They have so-and-so. Can you get somebody there right away? And she'll usually work it out. But we work together like that. That's the way it should be.
That's great.
It should, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
wonderful.
we're all in the same business to take care of people, healthcare needs.
How important this service is, just to let you know, you see the total budget line there, but we bring in about 20 to 22,000 a year in passenger fees. So it is something that is heavily subsidized from state, federal, and local taxes.
We couldn't do it. I don't think we could do it.
And cash
without that
flow is
money.
sometimes an issue, right, Tom, with when that aid comes to us, but it is
gets me
important.
all
It is a very, very important part of Huntingburg. Not everything we do breaks even.
So,
Or-
and it's still $1 a ride, correct? Or is it $2?
$1.50
$1.50?
one way.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
During the summer, we let the kids ride for $1.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Cheaper than transport.
Uber have a hard time working here, I think.
So,
Especially
ride
when you
the
got
night
you guys.
shift.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they can do the night shift.
Does the state have anything to say about what you charge per ride?
We get funding from the state. It's been the same for the last 3, 4 years. It hasn't gone up. So in cost, we communicate, we have a group called InCost, and they go to meetings and stuff up in Indianapolis. A lot of people, these bigger systems, they go up there and they protest and stuff about it because they think that the state should be paying more money or should at least increase with, every year, the cost of living, and they just haven't budged on it for some reason. Who's the gentleman that, InCost asked us to talk to our local representative?
Steve Bartel.
Yeah, so I saw him at a wedding reception and I got to talking to him. He was drinking. And I got to talking to him. Hey, we need some more
We're in a
money.
public meeting.
Oh, sorry. I'm not being videoed, am I?
Yes, you are.
Oh, no.
Yes, you are.
Okay,
Yes,
but he
you
was
are.
on his own free time. You
Yeah.
can do what you want on your own free time. Whoops. But I did talk to him about it. He said, I'll need to come in and sit down. I said, Neil told me, he knows you really well. Oh, yeah, we talk.
I think it is important though to remember, I mean, while ideally we would make a ton of money to break even, the people that are utilizing this are lower income or people without,
Right.
without that larger income. And even to the summer programs to take the kids back and forth. Gosh, I used to kind of joke that my kids, but really all the running I did with my kids, it would probably be $10 a day per kid. And when you have 3 or 4 kids, that does add up really quickly, just
Mhm.
because they have to go to so many things, so.
Even for somebody on a low income, $1, $2 to go to Park and Rec or the
Mhm.
pool or whatever, can.
Well, because if you have three kids, 4 kids, even $10 a day, to.
We
many-
do have in our policy, if an adult rides and they have 2 kids under the age of 13 can ride for free if the
Oh,
adult pays.
right.
Right. If,
That's nice, yeah.
and kids have to be at least 5 to ride, but yeah.
You. The only way to pay is to pay for each ride individually.
We have tickets. They can purchase tickets from the drivers and we keep them on file. We got a little ring. It has about 50 tickets on it.
So you can prepay,
Mm-hmm.
I could technically buy somebody's next 25 rides.
That happens. I put a flyer together for Christmas time and share that on social media. For Christmas, somebody that rides a transit, buy them a $10, voucher. And I think you guys did that for your mother-in-law, right? Yeah. Sylvia used to ride the van all the time and they would buy her that for Christmas and then we keep it on file and just mark it as we're going.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
How many-
so there is a way to
Yes,
prepay,
yes.
so you don't have to, whatever, give the kid $2 or whatever, $1.50.
Right, and most of the time, the kids going to Park and Rec or riding back and forth to the school, their parents will do that. Jake's family does that for him for being,
How many total rides? You used to track that number, right? How
we
many
still
total-
do. Oh, yeah, we have to keep track of that.
How many in a year from January through
I should have
December?
brought that information with me, but I didn't. I'm sorry.
10,000?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was.
usually goes up every year too, yeah. It's at least 10.
So the reason I ask is I'm doing the math in my head that even if you raised it by $1 a ride
Mhm.
and you have 10,000 rides, that's 10,000 more dollars. It's really doesn't move the needle a whole lot.
Yeah,
in the
I
it's
think
grand
on
scheme
our
of
end, it
things.
doesn't move the needle, and on their end, it would be significant.
Yeah.
They
You
are
know, because-
always
right.
worried about that. I have some of those people that constantly ask, are you gonna be raising your fares? And we're like, no, not yet. Yep, unless you guys want me to.
I think that's a great idea though, or something.
Yeah,
I
true.
have not heard
Yeah.
that with
You
the
wouldn't even come
Christmas
close.
or, but different things. I
Mhm.
think there's so many
Yeah, we have
organizations that are looking
advertisements.
for good
How much money we make
things
off
that they could do. And it's like, oh, to ride for free or to have
Oh, yeah.
tickets. for- yeah.
$3,250.
Yeah, that's a good idea
Yeah.
too.
Really?
If I could
Yeah,
have Don maybe
$250.
send it to some of the businesses like Farbest and say, hey, would you be willing to purchase tickets for the people who ride
So
to help them
400 so
out,
far this year.
Yeah.
with the rides? Yeah.
So
Good
500,
idea.
so from-
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
It is a great idea. Any updates on the advertising on the vehicles?
On the, oh, well,
Subway ought to be buying that one guy.
We had
sticker.
3,250 we've collected this year.
Wait, so
thank you.
Subway. ought to
Thank
buy
you.
the sticker. One guy
On
collected
advertising,
it.
3,250.
Maybe,
32.50.
maybe Arby's
So-
and
Well, there
Dairy
is.
Queen ought to do that too.
Yeah.
Buy tickets for the people, then they'll,
McDonald's.
right,
the
then they
man's.
could,
Ride to McDonald's. Yeah, that's a
they
good
get a
idea.
free
We
ride.
take
Yes,
people
How long
to-
does that
to work at
advertisement last?
McDonald's.
Is there calendar time that you have the advertisements on your vans?
Oh, yes, the van advertisements, the ads on the side of the vehicles. I did it as a year.
A year
And
term?
we made $6,000 this past year. We have it on both big vans
Mhm.
on one side. Beehive, it looks really good, I think. I
saw the
think it
Beehive
looks
on it,
really
yeah.
classy, like, nice. And RNG mechanic. And we sent out, how many did we send out? Maybe 20?
Oh, it was
Quite
more
a
than that.
few.
I thought it was about 30 some
We
requests.
sent a lot out, but
But mainly the places where they're taking them to, you know.
That's great.
I think one of them bands would look great with how money works. in this.
Yeah.
Why don't I just fund the whole town?
I think Primerica would look good.
We're just messing, we're just messing with Jeff.
He already has a water slide, so a van. would
Yeah, he's got a
complement
water
it
slide
nicely.
Got a water slide coming?
Better talk to him about funding the new water slide at the pool.
Oh, wow, wow.
We can make it
It's the Jeff
blue and
Bounds
red,
Memorial Water
like.
Slide or whatever.
Jeff
We're gonna have
Bounds
to die
Memorial
first.
Water Slide. That's great.
I think you do great work, and I think that really, I am constantly telling people about, that it's
I appreciate
like,
that.
oh my gosh,
Yeah.
because it is
work.
where a lot of working parents have a hard time getting their kids places, especially during the summer, but even after. So it's a great service. and It's appreciated.
Yeah.
We are the only community in Du Bois County that its public transportation isn't in the top 5 needs, from a community needs assessment,
It is, yeah.
because it's here.
Yeah.
It's
It's good.
everywhere else, it's in their top 5, so.
Okay, do I have a council member that would be available on September 17th for my audit review?
Wow. Well,
The mayor
How
will.
long? Is it all day?
They've got it. I've got the agenda. It says all day, but Tom and I can vouch. The last time they were here, they do things differently now because I upload everything on Black Cat ahead of time. And I might say, I appreciate Tom's help with that. I had a lot of procurement questions and he helped me out with it. We do a pre-review that we upload for them to review and then a desk review. And I've got everything uploaded except for this one page I have to have signed by a couple council members.
I had 3
And
hours set
then-
aside, but I think I was there 15 minutes last
I
year.
think so. Yeah, it wasn't very long.
I could probably
They
make it.
give me an agenda, but it's not gonna be, it's not gonna be this, but this is an agenda for somebody that can make it that day.
You just want this signed?
Yes, that just needs signed.
Okay.
You can read
If you
it.
can't, I could probably swing that too, either, whatever,
Yeah.
Tim, maybe, or I can do it if you.
I won't know until
I
it's
don't-
closer that week,
Yeah,
probably.
I'm, same here, I don't have anything on there, but
I
I
don't
mean,
either.
it's great.
I'm also, it's our church picnic week, so
Yeah.
I like to try to,
Yeah,
but yeah,
be
if
available.
you need somebody, I could come in.
I'm going that week.
I don't have anything. No big items that day.
Here's
No
the
big-
agenda and the reminder, so you can have that page.
Who else would like a piece of this?
That's just something I have to upload.
Jason Ed, the president.
Thank you so much.
Wow,
You
they
do
have
great
a
work.
lot.
I
They
mean,
have-
really, I think that there are certain parts of the city that people, that you can see a true impact, and
Thank you.
You're welcome.
transportation is definitely one of those. And it's something that, too, for families, it really, you take a lot of weight off of people's shoulders, and it's
Thank
much
you.
appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that. Feels good to be appreciated. Can we like take that one part out of this meeting?
It's okay.
It's
though.
live, sorry.
Very.
It was a
familiar,
wedding
yeah.
reception.
It owns a winery. What do you expect?
Good deal.
Anything else?
No.
All done? Have a good day, guys.
Yeah.
See ya.
thank
Thank you.
Where we going, Tom?
Well, let's, we kind of, missed the, police continuing education,
Oh,
with Brad, but that's okay. So that'd be on page 13.
If you don't mind me interjecting something here now that April's left area. I brought this up last year and I think looks like we're trying, but she's considerably below the department head salary of other department heads in the city. And, she does do a great job. She put a 5% increase there in the budget for the department head.
People are still waiting on.
She's still way behind and I think it would be fair
um,
to bump that number.
yeah, she is actually, well, let me look at that budget again. I'm sorry. Let me look at it. She's gonna finish up this year about almost $13,000 under that. So there's room there for a substantial increase.
Under where she's at now?
So she's not getting actually paid what's in the budget for that.
Yeah, she's, right now.
Is she not?
She's on
salary?
track to hit 56,000 this year.
Is
She's
it-
at 27.8 through June.
Is it because she's on hourly, or just that's the ceiling of
No,
where we
she
can
was
be?
just way down. She got a nice,
We bumped up.
she
last
got
year.
she got the nicest raise last year.
Yeah.
Just about anybody. So, and I would expect the same thing this year,
I would,
if that makes sense.
if it's possible to bump her up some more, let's do it.
So that,
Well, that's.
and,
less than
and
what I was
realize
thinking.
too that the,
I thought she was.
a lot of
under.
the superintendents, when you go back there, they do hold licenses and other things that, you know, especially in the utility areas, the licenses that they hold are worth tens of thousands of dollars, you know, so, that aren't there, so. She's. Yep.
Well, what would be-
Licenses and cer-
What can we go to?
Well, we're
Yeah,
gonna
so-
talk about this at a separate meeting, but do we have to put it in the budget now?
No,
Well,
I mean,
we-
if she's got,
That would,
I mean, she's not up even using her whole budget, so, and you've already increased it 5%. So, I mean, I don't know what you're
Might
talking,
actually-
but
Okay, so we may have the room in there anyway.
a lot of room.
Okay, so we can
So
talk
she's-
about that when we do.
There's a lot of
salaries.
room. It's, yeah.
Yeah.
And that
absolutely.
room was even added because these, perf and everything was based upon the budget that's up here. So that, there's room there too. So
Okay,
I have to
very
consider.
good.
well, let's revisit that when we do the salary.
I'm ahead of you, by golly.
You are.
What'd you say?
He said, I'm ahead of you. He's
Yeah.
already talking, thinking about
Good,
it.
good.
Okay.
Cause,
At
'cause
least-
she actually budgeted herself flat. I asked her not to, so.
yeah, we had,
13, continuing education?
yeah, that's police continuing education.
Didn't change.
It didn't change, yeah,
13.
13.
What does that do? I mean, that's just where they.
It's a
said
police,
13.
it's a fund that's at Brad's discretion on keeping.
Oh, yeah.
Seminars or
Yeah,
training days
he-
or.
Mostly
whatever.
training, but, he can buy, you know, some equipment out of it if he.
Okay. All right. I have no problem.
But there's, I mean, there's a balance. I don't know, do you see it there? Continuing education.
8,000? Is that what you're?
That's where it's, yeah. Same in, same out. Have to find, if it's got a balance or where it's at.
2228 is the fund number.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're on a different sheet.
There is
They're
more.
not in-
228, right there, page one.
222.
There's 48,000 there. So, and if he wants to
Oh, yeah, right
purchase
there, look.
something special,
So there, he's got
there's
that.
plenty of money there to do an additional appropriation. But it hasn't been used for a little while, so.
You can educate him with a new car.
There you go. That's right. And computers?
You know, one of the things he did is he has like the tasers and things. They now have that under virtual reality, that they're not shooting those all the time and wasting the batteries and the deployment. So
Yeah.
they can use them over and over by using VR for that type of thing.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Those, yeah, long-term, short-term expense, long-term savings and those kind of things. Plus they can practice those indoors when the weather's.
Okay.
So the next one is the LRSA, which we didn't do when Jason was here, but again, that's one, it's, where's that at? RSA is 11.
Okay.
Over road and
Yeah.
street.
I didn't change that at all either. We're doing it in the middle. Tomorrow, we will consider adoption of we'll have a public hearing and consider adoption of the additional appropriation of $390,000 for Fourth Street. Which it doesn't, the current balance in there is $456,000. There wasn't enough room to take it up any higher than that. So, but generally, we don't use all that anyway, but Fourth Street is a special project, so.
So we don't normally use all of our street repair money every year?
The LRSA. It has been
LRSA.
Local road and street,
LRA, it's on the,
It's an accum fund, so.
okay.
but thank goodness there was some money there.
Yeah, really.
That is a place where it does accumulate, and it does have to be used for streets.
Yeah.
How much did you say was gonna be used out of this 456?
We'll have about 76.
390 is the additional appropriation, but there's about 25 that's been that has
Is
been
that on this
used
page? If it's on this page, I don't
this
see it.
year.
Okay.
So you'll have about 50 grand left over.
Yeah. Plus a little bit more.
Plus
if
we
if
might
get-
spend some.
The more we get, the rest of this year.
We'll be spending some on a couple of these streets that got torn up too, but
So anyway, that's that. You want to go on
breaks or
to some
other
others?
streets.
Yeah. Yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
We got Fifth Street to do, we got Van Buren Street to do, 3 places on Van Buren Street. 1 on Fifth. Maple.
I don't know, Neil, do you want to do the,
Hitmaker's bad one.
you want to do the lit?
Yeah, where is the lid on here? I got it.
15.
Local income tax.
Where are we at? Okay. Well. Actually, I don't see it on 15.
Is it on bottom?
To the very bottom one.
Yeah, it's
It's
all,
on here as
it's all TIF.
edit.
Okay.
It's local income tax, economic development.
All right. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I was looking. First thing you see, the 351, that's the set aside for the TIF bond backups. Those are normally, once those are covered, usually June or July, before we can release anything that came out of there.
Usually write them in July.
And that's what released,
For the last one for the year.
that's, this year, that's what ended up funding the roof for the, street department. You know, out of that, once those funds were released. Other expenses, we put 6,000 in Lake Stadium, which isn't enough, but, we always put it there. Sponsorships, that's where we talk about, our activities with soccer teams and some of the sport teams around. Those are the city contributions there. We also give a little ode to the Herbst Fest committee. That's really the biggest one is the Herbst Fest, and the rest of them are $500 and $800 type donations to the different sporting areas. Get down 6,600. That's the rent on the Lassie across the street. It's been in place, I think about 6 years now, 5 years probably. Du Bois Strong's their annual fee. They haven't raised that in about 10 years. Be no raise again this year. We'll say that we'll get a report here in a couple, not the next meeting, but the meeting after council on how they utilize those funds. They did release $7,500 to do the feasibility study for the hotel for Huntingburg. So we got part of it back there. And if it goes past the halfway point of feasibility, they owe another $7,500. So there'll be some money that'll come back out of that. 4th Street improvements, we put 48 grand there. That's replacing whether it be trash cans, benches, flowers, all the landscaping that's done there. We're going to be well under that this year. And I would probably reappropriate some of that later in the year once we see where we're at to either, we put it either parks or sidewalks normally, one of those two, if we have a little bit left over. So we don't leave that unspent. Mentioned earlier, the parks are talking about there's a little bit of a deficit in there on their budget. That's where this 128,000 is, to be able to cover that. Went ahead and put other expense, streets and sidewalks. We use some of that for community crossings batch, but most of it goes out of the budget. But that allows him to be able to do more and more sidewalks, because $20,000 in the regular budget doesn't get it. So that's where normally that number, I think the year before I was mayor, was like 60, 70,000. Parks wasn't getting anything. We had a $75,000 in salaries under lid at one time. I took all salaries out. These are no salaries are being paid through by lit. These are actually projects that are getting put to work. So that's where parks used to not get anything. And now we've added it in there to make sure that they can cover some of the deficits that they have in their income area. That same thing with streets, being able to do streets at the end of the year, do sidewalks. That's where the 170,000 comes in. The 19,000 is encumbered annually for that truck payment for the parks department, those dump trucks that are there. I think that actually releases about July or so too.
Yeah,
that
the
we
park-
put,
This is if the park can't pay it.
so, yeah.
Can you maybe refresh us on that? That is economic development income tax is, of course, edit, and that's money that's collected off from people's employment, right?
Yeah.
And so what tax rate have we set to achieve those numbers?
The county tax is 1.25. We get our share. So right now it all goes into one pool. County collects 1.25. It's then distributed back out based upon population. So we get,
Split it. So we get 745.
yeah, we put, yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Well,
But
we actually
we-
get, sometimes we get a little more than that. There's also a supplemental payment that they don't know, the state doesn't know for a whole year. And they'll send us that, and part of that goes into the lit ED, which is economic development. Part of it goes into lit certified shares, which is, goes into the general fund to offset property taxes.
Okay, yeah. And just for the sake of discussion, we have the ability as a municipality to add to that, right? Up to a certain cap?
I don't know where we're at on that this year. It's gone back and forth.
That's changing almost as we speak. It
Yeah,
just seems,
It changed 2 weeks ago and it changed the month before that, so
We don't
Uh,
know that.
But we don't do that, right?
we don't do that, no.
But we could.
We don't know.
It's a funding option.
Yeah. Yeah, and originally this was gonna change in 2028 to allow even more in there. Now it's kind of been delayed till 2030 and so we're not sure where they're going to go with it. We are where it sits right now, way it sits in 2028, which is now may move later. County can do a 2.75 total, so you could do a 0.4 with safety tax, which all goes to the county and they decide where it goes, what departments get it and how it's distributed. Then you could do 1.2 on the city, 2.2 on the county, which comes to 2.8. So somebody has to give 0.5% somewhere. That's how it sits today. The state is slowly rolling down the income tax to be able to make up the difference for that. So what's happening is they already lowered a 0.5% this year, be another 0.5% next year. So if we were to institute a 1%, people from an income tax standpoint, the city of Huntingburg be right where they were 2 years ago, is what it amounts to. That's the plan, is that the state will start phasing theirs out as we raise ours. That's still, I believe that's still, Tom can tell me, collected by the county and then distributed back to us.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't be collecting those funds. We would, and that's the other thing about lit is that these don't come in one lump sum or property tax, you get 2 payments a year. These are like rolling behind a month
but,
at a
but we
time.
do get it monthly, so.
You do get it monthly, but it's always
Last year's.
behind. So it drags a little bit. So you can't, as an example, go out in February and spend $745,000.
You don't have it.
You can spend 60,000, you know, so it is becomes a cash flow area there. And that's why right now our balances are getting down pretty low in some areas, but
So was explained to me at some point in the past by somebody from Indianapolis that they are trying to lower what gets extracted from your local community by the state and give us more flexibility and freedom to tax locally based on how we feel we need for the services that we're providing and then, you know, the tax revenue that it's going to take to support all that. So as they lower on the state side, we're almost, unless we cut services, we're almost forced to adopt some additional revenue on our end. to make up
I've
for it.
seen several estimates from different groups that AIM has hired or other people we've looked at, financial analysts that do this, and I'm not gonna mention any names here, but there are some reputable firms and they've ran some numbers on Huntingburg. Those say that we should be at about a 1.3 lit just to make up for the property tax losses that we can expect in 2028. To make us whole, it's actually come out, I've seen it at 1.25, I've seen it 1.36. We'll drop in the middle somewhere that we would need to take the full lit in order to make up for that.
Okay.
You good with that?
Yes.
And unless they decide this year to forgive those without a mortgage, it's up right now, their state is projecting to forgive property tax anybody that's paid off their mortgage over the age of 65. So
Wait, say that again?
if you're over 65 and you have no mortgage, then you owe no property tax.
They're proposing that.
Look at Tom. Hell yeah. That almost covers everybody at this table but one.
So
That's go, jump on my back, guys. Carry you through.
the issue we have no statistics to know how many people that pertains to. And so we don't know when we say what's going to happen in the future, we don't know because we don't know how many veterans we have and how many people over 65 and how many paid their mortgage, how many haven't. We don't know
Well, and it's
those
kind of
numbers.
interesting too, because reducing the property taxes, but increasing the income taxes, or that it hits people like renters are really gonna feel the brunt of that, I think, because their income tax is gonna
Without get-
increase and their property taxes being
They got none.
reduced means nothing
Amen.
because they rent, you know, so
But
it's like
their
that.
Landlord's gonna raise their.
Amen.
Right, I mean, it just. it hits
If
people
landlords would
differently.
lower their rent
Yeah.
because they're getting a break,
Yeah.
it would make a difference.
possible?
That isn't happening,
Yeah.
so.
It is spreading
Well,
it
who
out.
wants- Well, that's a nationwide discussion about lowering, about removing property taxes in a lot of places because it's especially people that have paid off their mortgage. I mean, at some point, are we ever gonna own it? You know?
It is something where, I mean, I've looked at it on our, and it's like, we're still have so many with property taxes and insurance, even if you paid off your mortgage, you still have so many fixed costs that are there that you're gonna have
But you
paying rent forever almost. to
And you
yourself.
lose all of your discounts because you paid off, because you don't have a mortgage.
Yeah.
Well, but that's gone back, that's gone away, like now you don't get, there's no more property tax, or no more.
Mortgage
exemption.
exemptions.
That's gone away,
Yeah, they keep.
yeah.
I have a friend lives in Missouri, and if you retire at 65 or whatever, they freeze your taxes, your property tax, wherever it is, until you sell. Whatever, how many years you keep, it's frozen. They don't go up. So that's an,
Freeze your property.
That
taxes.
being said, it is a difficult thing for people on fixed incomes.
It
If you're
is.
living
I
on
mean-
social security and you have a huge chunk of property taxes to pay, that can be a huge amount of your, so I see it from both sides. but, yeah.
Yeah. Tom, do you want to cover other funds or is this a break time or?
I don't know, I mean, I can cover,
You
I
hear
can
a
cover a
lot
lot
of
of
that.
them. Do you
I
wanna
don't know how
do-
much break you
Could we
guys
continue
want.
to go until noon? and then take a
I'm
break?
suggesting we go past noon
Okay,
and because we're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock with Paul. And that gives us some time for a break.
Okay.
It's my suggestion.
I'm not sure you can pause it.
Okay. We're not going to be able to pause this, presentation. So we take our break. It'll just be a blank screen running during the time of the break.
can we just close it out and
We can- we'll-
reopen it? That makes more
Open up a
sense.
new one too. We can just do like a part two.
Okay.
It's kind of up to you what you guys want to do, but.
Yeah, I think we'll
that's always
just,
an option.
I think we'll just leave the room and let it run. And lock this up and then you can do what you need to do and not waste your time.
Pause it being live streamed.
Yeah, fine.
Let it go blank.
Yeah.
Put advertisements on it.
yeah, there you go.
I
Ever.
guess-
Play some
I
music.
guess I'll go first then. Go ahead. On page 2. No, actually, it's page 1 to page 2.
The whole thing turned upside down.
This will be the clerk treasurer's department. I just put in the 3%. Looks like some of the health insurance went up slightly, $100. Disability came down.
Wow. Life insurance this one went down $11.
The
Thanks,
big
Tom.
one that I have at the end is the ones, I stuck, an extra 25,000 in there. This is an election year. Last election year, we ended up paying $18,000 for fees for elections, a primary of 11 and a general for.
And you just put that in other.
I just put that in other. So hopefully the primary won't, last time we were the only ones in the county that had a primary, so we ended up paying all of the cost from the
Yeah,
county.
because you didn't have, nobody else shared in the.
Right, and on a normal year, that's probably not the case. But I went ahead and just upped it $7,000 from last time, I mean, it's been 4 years. And who knows? And if it doesn't get spent, we don't spend it.
Okay.
We don't have primaries, we don't have primaries.
Right.
But we'll have a general.
Yeah, I mean, like in the general last time was, what did I say, 7, something like that. Yeah, I mean, probably gonna happen, so, yeah,
And I didn't cover my personal budget either.
that's okay. I don't know, do you want to go back and do that? Any
You
questions
go
on
on,
mine?
you go.
No.
Said it didn't change except for those two big, that one item much. Okay. You want to go back to yours, Neil? Yours is on, his is on page 2.
Yeah.
The mayor's?
The mayor,
Yeah, kind of move some things around. I know we're gonna have some computer expenses this year, allotment that those went up. Other expenses total, it's really $862 higher than last year. I just reappropriated different areas. I think normally in 2024 and in 2025, I didn't spend about 20% of that budget that's in that other category. So there's some things that hit there that I don't control, you know, like when they buy gas for the pool cars and those kind of things and expenses there. But within the salary itself, I do not make that salary. That's probably about 20% higher than probably what I have. We kind of kept that in there. I know Tom and mine are both the same way. There is a provision in there that when you reach certain levels of certifications, you cannot get a raise. He and I have not done any of that, but really kind of left it in there for whoever might be the mayor or treasurer in the future. That makes sense. So, but we don't get it anywhere near that area. Office supplies, I did up those $50 this year. I really didn't spend all of it this year. I kept all the other budget lines other than the computer expense below that. I may have to get have paid for a portion of that server, but I may also need a laptop. Mine's
Oh,
getting some
what I
age.
did was, all the general fund is being paid out of, you'll see that in the council, so we'd have to split them
Oh.
up between,
That's right, we put it in there.
yeah.
Yeah,
anything
I
that's-
went over this year, frankly, because of Adobe and some of the things I didn't have on my computer that I pay an annual fee on now too. I haven't bought any peripheral devices, so I want to make sure we're good there. Travel expenses, I dropped that down about 30%, not spending those. Same thing with education and training, lowered those. Took out the business promotion line, reduced, I think uniforms were about 220 first year, dropped that down to 150. And so far this year, I've spent 0 on uniforms, so.
What would you spend that on? Just having some
Shirts.
personalized City of
Embroidery
Huntingburg
or whatever.
embroidery?
You know, like year ago, I did buy a winter jacket. I was riding with the street department and I'll get out. I wanted something that said Huntingburg on it when
Yeah.
when
Yeah,
I'm
that's
out and
good.
about. I bought shirts the first 2 or 3 months I was mayor. Haven't bought any since. They're probably gonna get pretty holy. Usually do those anytime I'm representing the city somewhere. Out, especially if I go to
We went
Jasper for a meeting,
Yeah.
for a state
Advantage or
meeting,
something.
I'll wear a Huntingburg shirt so they'll know where I'm from.
absolutely.
Yep, that's expected.
And you got $100 for gasoline? It's just like if you drive your own car? Do you?
That goes under travel expenses. I use my
Yeah,
own.
that's a charge for it's kind of odd
For that.
because
That's like-
the mayor's car is actually a pool car, but it gets charged for.
Okay.
That's the white car that's out.
His,
Okay.
his
fuel
department
that
gets
goes there.
charged for
That's,
that.
well,
gas, so-
that's like 3 Phillips almost nowadays. I just,
Yeah.
it's enough
I
to,
don't even think that's 3 pull-ups.
I mean, holy cow.
This year, well, we finished the year at $122 last year because it does get a split.
Okay,
It's not all total.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And I only do travel if I'm going away to a training or a mayor's conference. I don't do it around town and in the county.
I think you should.
But don't turn in mileage for any of that.
You should. You hit a deer or something. and- I
If
think
it
you should.
entails an overnight stay, I do put it in there.
I
So.
would. You should.
All right.
Anything else?
I don't see
Okay.
anything crazy.
Let's move on down to Riverboat. That would be on your first page. None of that's changed. There's still 10,000 in there for the cemetery. And then there's other expenses that can be used for just about anything, but we had in the past used them for ADA accessible sidewalks.
And,
Have you seen a decline in that fund anymore? I mean, is it
Are we
Yeah.
using that?
Yes, I have.
like coming in? I mean, is less people gambling? I don't know.
It's not as much as I had originally thought that it would be. They changed the formula at the state of what casinos get and
Okay.
how much they keep, but we get I don't know, between 25 and 30,000.
There's just so many places to gamble though, man.
I'm gonna say
Everywhere.
now.
I mean, you can go to
that-
Owensboro now and you're not giving it to us.
Well, the local clubs are now got machines in them.
I mean, everybody, yeah, everything. You just go to anywhere and play whatever.
Eagles got them, Wyoming got them, VFW
Legion,
got 'em.
Drum, got 'em, all of them, yeah.
right now for this year, I don't know how often we get checks. It's 23,775 right now is where it's at for this year.
What do we do? This line item, this other expenses, 88, or at one time when Sue was here, we were, doing.
We were
side-
chopping those edges off. of
Chopping
the-
them edges off. Could we allocate this money to Jason to fix existing sidewalks? Where they got a hump in them or something?
No, he could use that.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I'm
Yeah.
It's
thinking.
not specifically
Where
for
there's like
ADA.
like the tree roots have pulled up a sidewalk, but I mean, it's when we're fixing that because it's no longer ADA. I mean, can we,
We have a couple we're doing that with now. So yeah,
can we
one
use
right
this
over
money though?
here. Yeah, we use it. We'll
Yes.
use it out there.
That's what I'm saying. This is
Yeah.
really, that's ideal. He's come back 4 or 5 times and said, I wish I could use this money to fix existing sidewalks, that 25,000. Isn't this 15 here? That would be an addition?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, there's two different funds.
Right. Yeah. Two different funds.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm
Yeah.
saying this to see, but I think you could use this money for existing sidewalks because the council's sort of set on, we want this
Repair.
$25,000 to go toward
New.
the next, more, new projects, not just repair projects, adding sidewalks. The 25,000 don't go very far,
No.
I mean, if you gotta dig it up, you gotta do drainage, you gotta do all this stuff, you just don't go nowhere.
Yeah, we pull these balances about 4 times a year with the superintendents and look the best way to use those without deplete. The other thing I think about is, are these things that can be depleted quickly? Then maybe we'll be a little more conservative of what we take out of there. Cause as they accumulate, we may need emergency like we did at 4th Street,
Yeah.
in the future to accumulate some of those funds.
I just didn't
One
know if
thing I
any other-
will-
other partner can do ADA work.
I will, s-
ADA does,
Hell,
you know.
I mean, we can scratch out ADA, that's
Uh,
in that left over.
our-
It's
I
just
will say
another
our
expense that it could be used
riverboat,
for.
we have had a request, Tom and I haven't talked about this, but we did, we've been given 10,000 a year to the cemetery. They've been really, over the last year or so, financially struggle. Wanted to know if we would allocate even more than 10,000
I was
on an
gonna
annual
ask- that was my-
basis.
That was my next question. I'm like, are they getting better or worse?
They're getting worse. Well, the cost is going up. They don't have volunteers that they used to have that did a lot of the mowing.
Yeah,
So
I
they're
mean,
using
the mowing-
outside
the mowing's
companies.
Probably their real
That's it.
expense.
That's what it is, yeah.
It's 100% almost of mowing.
Yeah. So they got a check, I believe, in June, maybe for 10 grand, and They're already out money.
Yeah, oh, really? I don't,
You know,
Yeah, I think we
have they
turned
even
one
considered
in.
raising their cost of burying somebody out there?
I think they have been.
You know,
But so
A
many
lot of,
people
a lot of those are
cremated.
a lot of those are pre-sold too, so.
A lot of people getting cremated and all this other stuff nowadays.
yeah, because we give that cemetery, but we don't get the St. Mary's because they're separate. We take care of our own, but all the other churches use that cemetery basically. It seems like I don't know what the
Protestant.
answer would have been to increase the rate.
In my opinion, the churches need to have fundraisers and donate
I
that money
agree
to
to
the
that.
cemetery.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Is like they need to step it up. I would think, but here we are as a taxpayer paying for that cemetery over there, just because we see it.
Well,
Coming.
it's Gateway, so we gotta take care of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, because I can tell you last year with the new mower, they were way behind. Mother's Day was rolling around and the grass was very tall. The city was blamed for that. Anytime that it looked rough, the city's been blamed for the appearance of the cemetery.
Yeah, it's
When
all we do is donate.
When
to
I
it.
mowed the school, the church across the street, I used to do, because they had some mowers that didn't do along the highway and through there, and I used to do that. Now they do it on their own with the people that they hire, but that wasn't always the case. They used to mow in front of my house
I
when I
guess-
first moved there 30 years ago.
the endowment doesn't cover that much anymore. Is it?
No, we appoint a board member, so we have one board representative there, but, other than that, there's no,
Who is it? Just curious.
Dustin Schmidt,
Yeah, okay. That's good.
which,
I don't trust him.
so, yeah, Dustin has family there and that's been a big,
Yeah,
yeah. And he'd already was on there. He just became the city's.
Came all right.
Yeah.
are we good with that?
So are we talking about increasing the fund to them, or is that?
Well,
Or do you want to move into you can always use more.
I agree. I think that the other churches, I would think, should try, do churches, I don't know anything
Oh.
about the cemetery fund, but do the churches give money to that?
No.
Because
I don't
as a
know.
member of St. Mary's, I know that as a parishioner, I give a lot of money to that cemetery fund, so I would think that enough, because that's where I will be buried and my family will be buried, and I think that everybody else in the city or the different churches, they do need to pay their part on that too.
How could we make that work? I don't know.
I'm being cremated. They'll throw me in a ditch somewhere probably. So,
And then the city, I have to clean it out.
Yeah.
Very
That's right. Hey, we got a
irresponsible.
new wastewater
well,
treatment plant.
I did promise the cemetery board I'd bring it up council meeting
Yeah.
this year during
I
budget
do
times.
think we need to bring
So-
that up at a separate time and have a separate
So-
discussion about it. This is really not the
Okay.
place for that.
We'll do that.
But I think there's a lot more there.
All righty. We're done. Get that then.
Let me go to rainy day. It's the next one down.
Hope it's not raining.
Yeah, I cut that back to 50,000 this year just because of our cash balance. There's no replenishment of that. Like Neil was saying, it's not one that rejuvenates itself.
Yeah.
We don't have enough money to put our percentage in.
We've had a lot of rainy days apparently.
That's gonna go away once.
Okay.
So anyway, if you got any questions, there's no set amount or set project for that. Just for when it rains.
Yeah,
So
but we do somewhere you have what's the balance?
Rainy day?
It's over here.
155, well, as 155 as of June.
Okay,
30th.
right there. That's
Yep.
that's what I'm saying. I got you. And that's not a phenomenal amount of money.
No,
That's not a very big rain event.
no. Sometimes we do use that to pay for something that we're going to get repaid for. So
We borrow against ourselves.
you don't pay, so you're not affecting any of the taxed departments.
Yep. Maybe like tearing down a house or something, or? Maybe,
Yeah,
or-
that could be. Yeah. Okay, so you wanna, police pension,
Okay.
11.
page 11. This one doesn't, again, we have the two surviving spouses that are collecting a police pension.
Well, we still have two, huh?
Yeah, and, they don't, I put the percentage in there, that Brad had mentioned, and that basically that's it. That, the secretary went up, it was like 3%, but when you're using such small numbers,
Yeah.
a percent, $1 is it makes a percent looks a little different, but like I said, that hasn't changed. I have to get a bond every year for that, so that's where that comes from. As the police pension secretary. Any questions on that one?
No, we got many years to go on that probably though.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, one of the survivors is,
Quite young.
well, when the husband died, police officer died, she was 55, so she lives in Florida.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So,
Might be around a
she
while.
might be around a while, that's right.
Okay.
Okay, cumulative capital improvement.
Page.
13. Yeah, in the middle there. I didn't change that at all. Or cumulative, let's see.
Fire? I
No,
see
no, no,
fire.
I'm in the wrong one. Cumulative for
That's-
CCI is 15.
That's what I
Oh, I
thought.
don't see that one here.
There we go.
There you go.
Hey, again, I didn't change that at all.
25.
Again, that's available for, it has been used for street projects in the past. And again, it could be used for sidewalks too.
Have they used up this year so far, or do you know? They've been into it?
We will.
Okay, we will.
2, 3.
Yeah, we'll have to put that towards something, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It can become more.
4401.
Low as he is.
I don't think it's been used this year.
Was a portion of that going to Fourth or not? We ended up not putting it on there or not.
We've had an increase, but no expenditures on it in last year.
All right.
Balance is at 80 grand right now.
Yeah. Questions on that one?
Something, it's not a lot of money to do a project, but it can make up a shortage on a project.
Yep.
Yeah. Add on something or whatever.
Yep.
Dig something up and you find something you didn't know you're gonna find.
Nice having that insurance there.
Yeah.
Dig up, you gotta place some pipes or something or whatever that happens. It's not a utility department. That's utilities, that's the tough, that's the way it goes.
Then on page, also, then we'll move on to TIF, the TIF redevelopment commission.
Page 15.
It's on page 15 as well. Starts there. And basically what that is the total of all the bond payments that are due. And then I added $1 million for projects that could be funded through there. And this includes all the TIF, all of our TIFs.
Okay.
Again, no, I didn't change it except for the required bond payments that are. Questions on that one?
No.
Okay, unsafe building fund. That's page 17. There's no money there, but
Cause all of our buildings are safe.
But we have to have something where we.
Well,
can
if
get
we,
to it.
if we, and we may get money, if, that's where the money goes,
If we get some.
if somebody repays us for tearing down their building.
Should we, should we consider allocating some money to the, because it's cumulative, right?
Yeah, I mean, but right now, it's like, I think it has to come out of the rainy day fund. Rather than moving it from here,
Yeah.
from there to here, to just take it straight out. It's a little easier that way, and you don't have to do an ordinance to move the money. But,
Okay.
You can, yeah, you don't have to
But if money,
publicly acknowledge it.
yeah, if we do get money, then this is where it goes.
Okay.
Questions about that one?
It's just putting siding on a house today makes it safe or not.
Yeah. Don't worry about the rest of it underneath of it.
Community crossing,
Does look good on the outside.
the next one is community crossing grant 2026. Or I should be 2027. And I think it's probably on page
17.
17 too.
The matching fund?
That would be the matching funds, or no, that would be the total, actually, because the matching funds would come out of a different fund. This would be the fund where we would put the payment from the state. So we would anticipate getting $1 million and spending $1 million. So there's no tax rate involved. That I think $1 million, it's down to $1 million this year, isn't it? Neil,
Yeah, down to 1 million.
from one and a half. Questions on that one?
Nope.
I could do the attorney department. Should be on page 6. All I changed there was the salary. You know, I changed generally as 3%, and then everything else just kind of followed the Social Security and the Medicare. Taxes, healthcare stayed the same. Well, I think I did put $30 more into, because that line there, the legal assistant, that's actually a stipend for him to pay his employee. So we kept 3% in that addition, it increased at 3%. Questions on that one? Board of Public Works. Page 4.
Can I ask a question about that stipend for him to pay his assistant? I mean, don't they bill us for it whenever she helps out?
They also, they do that. Phil gets paid a couple of different ways. He gets paid a monthly wage, and then he gets this stipend. But if it's a special project like a bond or something that's outside a normal review, he gets.
Yeah, I understand that, but you said as far as assistant, but I was curious how that worked. I thought that was separate, built separately for that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's been in there. It used to be in there as wages. Now it's not in there as wages anymore. It's just paid to Phil, and Phil pays for whomever he had. He used to be one person, and now it's maybe a couple of people.
I don't understand.
Okay, Board of Public Works,
It's $1,000.
page 4.
But that was. This is what bothered me. It was like, he paid the therapist job, but it's also in the air.
Didn't change anything.
We take the brunt.
No, did not.
The amount was the same.
What page are we on? 4.
4.
unless you've got something in mind for that, but, you did change, go up to $75 and you didn't recently.
They changed, they're paid by meeting, right?
Right.
We changed
What did
that.
you say?
$75 a meeting for the public works.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Questions on that one?
Nothing here.
Okay, I'll wait for, Andrea, we'll go over the common council. So she kind of does part of it and I do part of it, so. Then the last few on page 17 are some endowments that we have.
I put park and stuff.
We have the Stellar Endowment. Yeah, I put 500,000 in there that's probably not realistic, but I also put that on the income side. So whatever we do get, it'll be covered. Again, with no tax, there's no tax rate or anything there. Market Street Park support. Did the same thing. There's no, again, on the income side, there'll be $500,000. Market Street Park, Jay Houchin, put 100,000 in there. Again, I put 100,000 in the income side, so that's a wash. There had to be two new funds, or there's actually 3 new funds this year, but the one is the building permit fees. The building permit are no longer put into the general fund by the planning department. The law changed that it have to have a separate fund. Then all the expenses to be paid out of that fund, really all that Paul can think of is like office supplies and things like that he would use to as an expense to building.
Just to administrate it.
Yeah. There's
Okay.
nothing, and again, I put 125 there. I'm sure that's way too high, but put 125
That's way high.
on the income side too.
Our biggest
So-
permit's $500, so I hope we spent.
Wow,
Wow.
Exactly.
we're building a lot this year.
Yeah,
Be about 300 building permits.
now we did have, again, that was the one, then on page 18, there's 2 new ones. The motor vehicle license excise surtax. I didn't really know what that's gonna be. Neil, if you got a better estimate.
We'll see how it all washes, but I think it's probably gonna be around 80 or so.
Okay, so I put 100 in there.
I
so-
think 100 will cover that.
And then the other one is the motor vehicle,
License.
well, the one was the wheel tax. The other one is the,
Excise.
I think I cut and pasted and didn't change the name.
Yeah, they look the same to me.
Yeah, but the top one is, the top one is a wheel tax,
Okay, you get a wheel tax and then you got
a license excise surtax. I did the same thing with that.
So a lot of discussion around that, but the wheel tax and the excise tax that you'll see tomorrow night is set up so everybody will see a $0 change in what they pay whenever they do their license, whenever they buy their tags. So
yeah.
I'd say it's 0%. It's 0% versus you paying only the county. It'll be,
Just split up there. like-
yeah.
Okay, that
So
makes
all the
things
money
easier.
goes to county. It's just now
$50,000
gonna be
there.
distributed
Oh,
differently.
wait, I'll type.
Back
I
to
have
us.
take one of them out.
That's $80,000 we didn't have.
Where do you say that? Where did you say that 17?
Plus another few 100,000.
The new wheel tax, yeah. I would take that out completely.
But it has to be an October 1 budget to meet the
guidelines too.
Okay.
Can't do it unless you have a place for it.
Yeah, Glenn found something that I didn't, that I.
They
put in
wheel
there
tax
twice.
in two places.
Yeah, on page 17 up above.
It's at the
there,
bottom of one,
it's-
at the top of the other one.
It's 50,000 on this side. I think that was my initial thought, and then I thought I better raise it up, because I don't know what it is.
Found it on here again.
Page 16.
17 about.
Oh, here you go.
the
You
fourth-
got it in there twice.
Third down.
16, got 17's got it, and then you put it back on 18 too.
Yeah.
So he's taking one of them. I caught it.
Good work, Glenn.
Um,
Okay, any questions on those? See what else we got here.
On these, on that line items, we talked about communications expense going, it's so up so much, that's just gonna be a one-time deal, right?
Yes.
Okay, so next year we won't see it.
The phone, just that phone system. I
And
think.
that'll be on the common council, and I just want to go through that with, when Andrea's here, so she's, I don't know. You wanna? Yeah, I got a question. Call it for lunch, or?
Yep. Make a motion to break for lunch?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Shasta will break at 12:15.
Make a motion for Jeff Bounds to buy?
Again?
Follow me.
All in favor?
Oh,
I got
boy.
the council's
You
credit
just-
card.
Yeah. You didn't know there was a council credit card. Jeff's been holding it for about 8 years.
Look at her, she's ordering already.
Yeah, well, you guys are paying your property taxes, but I'm also ordering my lunch online.
We're going to Subway if anybody wants to go.
Okay.
It might be a quorum, but we just won't talk about it.
Only when you.
Okay. Gonna turn this off too.
I wanted to give you guys. If you look quick, so this is for the street department. The reason it's done.
Oh, really?
In a lot of things. A lot of.
Just turn off comments. Turn off comments.
We forget to turn out.
We talk back and forth, but.
The damage is already done because of, in the past.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Let's get on the camera.
We'll talk about it though.
Camera's still on.
I just want, I do not want to say that.
Oh,
How's one
Paul.
doing today?
Good. We are,
Reach out thinking there's,
we are live.
okay, I always reach out, think that there's a, handle on the inside of that to pull open or pull closed.
I warned him we're live. We're live. No, they haven't. Yeah. Didn't I just see you guys a while ago?
Yeah, I
Could
know.
be, could be.
They let us back in.
We gotta get that security system fixed.
Did the alarm go off this morning? Does that
Yeah,
something?
I pulled up, Deb was coming across, walking across the parking lot and had just pulled up and I think, possibly one of the transit drivers had got here early and set it off, cause Deb said when she opened the door, said the alarm was going off and she got it silenced there and then Andrea had reached out and told him to cancel the dispatch on it.
Oh, where we at here? Let's see. There's our agenda.
Sorry.
Leave where?
He's on his way up the stairs.
One would think you could,
Beat him.
one would think you could get better service at that restaurant.
We rode here together, but, you can tell him we're waiting on him.
Yeah.
Do we want the door closed?
We will.
Tom's coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Tom,
Oh, we're waiting on Tom. Yes, it wasn't me after all.
Yes.
All right.
And then you didn't have to throw Tim under the bus, so that's great.
Is that thrown under there again?
Oh, no, no, no. He said, my friend Tim is right behind me.
Sure did.
That's all right.
Welcome back, Paul.
Hey, thank you.
How you
Good.
feeling?
Pretty good. A little bit antsy with some of the delays and things I'm allowed to do. I'm not,
yeah,
I'm not allowed to get on my big tractor yet, end of the month. And then some life changes will be, some of my recreational things are no longer going to be possible the way that I enjoy them, so.
man.
But
Can you still
pain
shoot?
wise, what's that?
Can you still shoot?
What point do you start sending
No
somebody-
20 and 12 gauge this year. I'm allowed to shoot 28 gauge next year.
Cause it's
Um,
not,
wow.
I was trying to see. what
Yeah,
Abby and Shane
so
were
I already
doing.
got rid of all my 12 gauge stuff just to avoid temptation.
Smart.
He just told me, he said the spinal fusion, which runs from up in the hairline down to the bottom of my
Yeah.
shoulder blades, he said it just will not, he said that,
Shock.
he said it will not
Yeah.
That one.
That's
they
stand
did.
up to repeated
Yeah.
recoil of that magnitude. So,
Could you compete with a 410?
yeah, well, I've got a 410 and a 28 gauge to
Yeah.
compete with. The other thing is, he said, is I may not like it because that's as far as I can look up and that's as far as I can turn
Oh.
my head. So he said, I'll have to learn a different way of doing those things. It's like, driving's already a challenge enough. Intersections have to pay attention,
Yeah.
even more so.
Well, I've sold you a few times to people looking to get members on their shooting team, like they're on a fundraiser, needed 4 people. And I said, well, I know somebody that can really shoot. And so he might be a good one to add.
Might wanna wait till next
if you're-
spring, see
if
what
you're
it,
trying
see
to
how
win
it
a
works.
contest or something.
All right, everybody ready to go again?
I'll make a motion to end the break and start over.
I'll second.
We'll now call this to order because we don't think we need a vote to do it, so.
Okay.
What page we starting on here?
Planning department.
Number 5.
Page 5.
And what I'll tell you is what I submitted this year is essentially a flat line of what it was last year. Obviously, there are some conversation discussions that are going on. But it assumes the information that I had, it is flat. Looking at expenditures so far year to date, I don't think we're gonna have any problems, provided the US Post Office doesn't want to keep increasing postages, between that and certified, between normal stamps and certified mailing, it's getting up there, so. But we'll be okay for next year.
Do you have a separate line item in here for postage? Yes.
Yes,
Where's that?
Down here.
I usually keep it, this year I kept, I think it's 600, I think, and we'll be okay, we'll be okay at 600.
No change there, nothing really.
Yeah, I didn't, there literally are no changes between last year and this year, other than anything that would be attributable to insurance withholding or anything like that.
Well, your shirt, what insurance is this that goes, you lost 55%, went down? I mean,
What's
this
that?
year's your health insurance for, it went down 55%?
The insurance is $2,400 worth of it.
Yeah, but what, he's budgeted is 1,100 now.
All through the council. He's a member of the general fund.
Okay, yeah,
Department.
Tommy may be better equipped to answer that question about the insurance. This question, because I held it constant at 2490, which was what was in approved for this year's budget.
Hey. Andrea
Okay.
would know that.
It's deducted, so I'm not.
Yeah.
But wouldn't
exactly.
it seem like if it was the same, well.
Unless they're taking out somewhere else to cut the balance it out.
You mean health insurance or
No,
health
the
insurance?
insurance lower, down here lower.
Account 434 under, so
Yeah, I don't,
You don't have to ask Andrea.
I don't know unless it was a. Did
it
you have
must be a
somebody
different kind
else?
of insurance because health insurance is up here at the top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Liability, that would be the
Some
liability.
kind of
insurance.
liability that's probably just split between different departments or something. You're not as liable as you once were. At least you're paying.
I'm trying to think, did we get,
Well, I will say, I don't know why it's there, but last year was, for this year is budgeted 2490 and we haven't had any expenditures in that account this year.
Yeah.
I think we just, I think,
May have just put something in there.
but that's probably the reason that she put it down. Just because of actual. But you did say the insurance didn't go up very much, except for those items that were added to the,
Like we have more facilities too with the senior center and wastewater and stuff. And it was just a very slight increase, like 1.5 or 2%, wasn't much. Additional facilities.
I can't remember what the answer was. I think I might have asked this question out in public at some point, but we used to get a really detailed ordinance enforcement report that had addresses and what the issue was and pictures and various things attached to it to keep us informed as to what's being looked at, where the problem areas are, properties that we all see every day, but not maybe aware of any enforcement letters that have
There's a
been sent
monthly
out.
report that's submitted to the Board of Public Works and Safety and is on, not Board Pack, whatever it's called now.
Maybe I
That
don't know.
has the addresses and that. If you're talking about the individual reports, every time we generate one and send them out, it just became almost too time consuming to do that. The other factor for that was, we would send those out and then I would still get text messages or emails from people with addresses asking if we were dealing with it yet. And we'd already sent the notice out in the previous 5 or 6 days. A notice of violation had been sent. So it was clear they weren't always being reviewed.
Did you get access to those on Board Pack?
You know, maybe I
Well,
don't know
like
where
they
to
were.
look, but what I see on Board Pack is very vague,
Yeah.
very general. And so maybe I need to dig deeper.
It won't have the photos in it. It'll have a list of the code or the, code enforcement violation, essentially the file number, the address, who sent it out as a notice of violation. I'm trying to think of what else is on there. It won't go into detail on that because at that point it's a notice of violation. And it's not it's been gone to the point of being, or it's a notice of violation that's a problem. You have so many days to correct it. Not all those have been timed to the point where they've corrected it. As an example, this month we've sent out between 100 and 120 notices of violation. So next week, probably Wednesday or Thursday, I'll generate the report that goes to the Board of Public Works and Safety. And I know Shelley, I'm not sure how she listed on Board Pack, but I know they get the agenda and the report.
I think what you're talking about, we used to get the copy of the email that Donnie or you would send to the front desk or whoever it was, and then could you print this out and mail it? And that's what we got to see to look at. I think it's what I remember seeing.
Right.
And that was nice, but we don't get that no more unless you guys don't use that system
Well,
no
it
more.
takes quite a bit of time when you're doing 100 of them a month and you've got other things to do day to day. The other thing is, we would send those notices out. Donnie sends his to the front desk. I generate my own since he's at a remote print.
Maybe that's what we used to see was Donnie's
And-
because we got a copy of that too. and it came-
But I would send the letters out and 5 days later, I'd have somebody sending me a picture and an address to look into a violation. So clearly the violation had already been sent and nobody was bothering to read what I was sending out.
I wouldn't say nobody.
Yeah, I couldn't see, I don't
I can
remember
see it
seeing your
happening,
side of it.
but-
Yeah.
But that was the aggravation part of it. all. You know, and then. Yeah, that would be nice to know because here's one of them's going on about the 200 block of Washington Street.
It's an ongoing one. Right
one.
now, Donnie's got one drafted, but he's waiting to hear back from Phil, I think, it was sent to him in June or July. And there was a tree and some landscaping issues and that the tree's been taken down. There's a notice of violation that he wants to send up as a follow-up.
Sure.
The owner of record, it has been indicated to us that somebody else has purchased the property, but it has not been recorded yet. And what Donnie is trying to find out from Phil is in that situation, how do we confirm that sale before the day of recording? And if so, how he wants to proceed with it, because we want to make sure we've covered all our bases on it.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. Because I got to the point, like at what point does you send somebody in to clean it up because they're not doing it, or I thought that would be a perfect opportunity, but
Well,
unfortunately.
we've got one on 22nd Street that I called to have the grass cut this week. I called him this morning and said, hey, it's time to cut the grass, at the house. This is for sale on 22nd Street next to across from the hotel.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a mess too. I
And
think
that'll be the second or third time we've had to pay to cut it. Now that house is for sale. It's our understanding that the property owners indicated they're probably just gonna let it go to foreclosure. They live in Texas now. So it's a messy process. Ultimately, we'll eventually, in most cases, we will get our money back as a city,
Yeah.
not in all cases.
Is there a way, like that software that you're using now? I understand that that's really made your life a lot easier, being able to send out hundreds at a time, versus the old system. But is there a way that we might be able to generate a view only where we could open it up, click and see the pictures, see what's actually happening, so we don't.
I don't know. I can check with GoGov and see how that process, whether it's a capability on their system.
Yeah.
Sure, but
I'd probably check it, but a lot of times those are licenses that have to.
yeah, you have to have a license to whatever.
Yeah. I'm
Let's
thinking
see
if,
that,
if
yeah,
it's just a view only option, that a person that has an interest in learning more about an issue versus having to email you or call you.
I can find out
Might
from
be-
GoGov and let you know.
One thing I can say with Donnie and Paul, at least conservatively 95% of the time I get a request from you, the notice of violation's already been out, at least
Yeah.
95% of the time.
And then we have our frequent flyers, and there's some that are just over and over and over again.
It sounds like
This
the
year,
penalty-
our ticket citations are up from where they have been in the past, and that's partially because when we send that second violation, we indicate it's a repeat violation, and we are going to send, in the future, violations will result in a citation with no notice. Just to cut down on the number of steps that we have to go through. And then you have some that they have one violation that you're working on, and then suddenly 3 more violations pop up. There's one property you and I talked about on the north side of Coeur d'Alene, that suddenly popped up. So they've got a ticket on one of them, and they'll get a ticket in all likelihood tomorrow on the other 3 that are out there.
A ticket meaning, what's a ticket mean? What does that mean to the receiver of?
First violation, in most cases, it's defined by the penalty portion of the ordinance, and it varies by what code you're under. Typically, it'll be
The ticket comes
$50,
with
like
a
grass,
cost.
$50
Yeah.
is the cost the first time. Second time, it'll go to 100. At the third one, it's $100 per day. You're limited by the statute on what you can do, and then at that point, Donnie and I have to work with Phil to find out, are we taking it to court? And if so, what the maximum is that we can seek under the court judgment. Some violations are a little bit different. Abandoned cars, or abandoned vehicles, you get 20 days out of the gate. So generally that ends up being about 22 or 23 days, because we generally add 2 to 3 days for mailing time. That one starts at, I think that's a $50 violation, the first one. At that point, then I have to work with Phil, or Donnie has to work with Phil to determine, okay, are we having this towed? And at the point, whether we go send somebody on the property to clean it up, or send somebody on to tow a vehicle, the minute the property owner walks out the door and says, "Get off my property," you're done. You have to physically get off the property, and at that point, it has to go to court.
So how, excuse me, how do they get away with that on like Repo Man? Where, the bank, I know that's probably not the best example,
Different state,
but,
every state has different legislation.
but the ordinance enforcement doesn't have the same power that a bank has when somebody owes money on a vehicle. They can just go wherever they want, pick it up.
Because it's their
But-
problem.
And I see them drive into somebody's driveway all the time.
Right.
And they get told to leave, but they don't. They don't leave till they got the car hooked up and they drive off with it. And so it bugs me that we can't enforce ordinances with the same teeth that.
Talk to your state representatives and state senators about changing the law.
Well,
But just so that I'm clear, it's like okay, so say I have my lawn and I didn't mow it and you send me a thing and then I still don't mow it a week later, then you send me another something else or whatever the length is, you send me another one and say, now I have to pay $50? Or the first time I had
As,
to pay
as an
50?
example, I had sent out, I've got 7 or 8 that I'll check tomorrow morning. I'd sent their notices out last week. They had until, or the end of the week prior to that, they had until Friday, end of the day Friday, which means midnight, to cut the grass. One of them I took a picture of this morning, had not done anything there. They got a ticket in the mail. That was their,
That a $50 ticket?
that's a $50 ticket. The next one, because it will happen again, this is Dollar General on the north side, will go to $100.
So it
And
goes to,
I won't send them a notice of violation for that one.
but it's not, it's
pay it?
still on the same offense. So then like if they don't mow it in another 5 days, you're gonna send them a ticket for $100, or it's after, if they would mow it, then the next time that they get in violation, do we start back at 50 or we're at 100
That
now?
their next the
Is it
ticket
on a
that, the
case by
ticket that
case
was
or-
mailed to them this morning,
Yeah,
they have until roughly 25 or 30 days to pay that ticket. If in 10 days they have not cut the grass, still, I will call, in this case, Steve Sturgeon, I will send them a second ticket for $100.
mhm.
And then at that point afterwards, then it becomes an issue with what we have to do to take it to court. I know the Dollar General on the south side was mailed one today as well.
So say they mow it, they get the $100 ticket, we come in and mow it, send them the bill for it, and then the grass grows back up to beyond the limit. Does the next communication with them, is that another $100 ticket, or do they start back over at 50?
No, at that point, I'll go out and I'll tape to the glass what's called a continuous abatement notice. And at that point, anytime the grass hits 9 inches, I'll call and have the city will have it cut and it'll be billed to them. And if they don't pay it, then it becomes a lien, it'll be filed as a lien on the property.
Okay.
You mentioned in the past with me, would you like to lower the height down for beneficial?
Donnie and I have talked a little bit about it. 9 inches is one of those heights where a lot of communities have dropped it to 7 inches for a couple of reasons. One, it's much more obvious whether they're not, they're at 7 or 9 inches. The other thing is it tends to alleviate the problem with dandelions or areas that grow much quicker than others, because we've had some where only a small portion of the yard is growing and has hit 9 inches, the rest of it's at 5 or 6. If I send them the notice of violation for that, say, 100 square foot area,
Mhm.
I guarantee you they'll go out, they'll cut that area and leave the rest of it, and then I'll have to send them a notice for the rest of the lawn because they'll do the same thing there.
One thing that you'll see too, like, let's just mention Dollar General. I don't care if I say it online.
Mhm.
South Side, even though they mowed after that, they got continuous violations because the weeds in the landscaping were never cut.
Yeah.
So it just kept going. They were mowing it and they were still getting fined.
The
So
bad
that
part-
happens too.
By
We
the
need
time
to-
he gets 9 inches and he sends a letter, by the time the letter gets to him, now it's probably 10 to 12 inches, you know, and then he's got another week to fix, you know, that's what's
You
frustrating.
can change the ordinance.
You know, I'd be
Yeah,
happy to
and-
look into that.
and
I
that's
think
one of
maybe
those
too,
things.
if we lowered if we lowered the starting inches, but then I also think there's an issue with the businesses in town being registered if they're out of state, to make sure that they have a local contact that you can get to without having to jump through a ton of hoops to find the person to even send the letter to.
Well,
Because I
I'm
think
sure
some
they
of that
got
is
it.
that,
Problem
I-
we
I-
have a lot of is the mail's so slow too anymore.
yeah.
They don't,
Real slow.
real slow.
Well, the owner of record of some of these properties isn't the company that operates the business, so especially on the south side, he ended up just having to call Goodlettsville, Tennessee and say,
Same owner
yeah,
on the north side.
and say, this is it. And Paul and them have been pretty good about telling the manager, you are getting notice violation. It's going to your parent company and it's not going to reflect well on you, whether it be cardboard sometimes or that's
Yeah.
stored outside. and
Bulk
those kind
storage of
things.
cardboard, north side has received a notice of violation and a ticket for that as well. Because they keep sticking it in the racks when they unbox the stuff. They don't compact it or bind it. And the problem is, as soon as you get a wind, it starts blowing. A little bit different than IGA that compacts it and binds it. Where it's still outside, but it's not,
It's a bail.
it's a bale.
West does the same thing.
The, problem with the Dollar General is the local people have no control over the grass. They don't get to hire the people.
Neither does
No,
CV
but,
neither
and
does-
that's one of the things, but as a courtesy, we like to let them know, hey, just so you're
Yeah.
aware, this
Banner.
is coming.
You know,
The manager doesn't get to hire somebody and pay them. It's corporate.
yeah, I agree with that and I understand, but you go down there in Lebanon, Tennessee and stuff, I mean, they're nice facilities. You know, it depends on where you go. And unfortunately, we're
Philliesville,
stuck with,
Yeah, I've been there.
you know,
Yep.
it doesn't matter. Some of these places are very well maintained, and then unfortunately, we got to deal with it here. That's not, you know.
I
so-
think
And a lot of it's a lot of that is because of how the statute is written. Because every state's enabling legislation is dramatically different. It's kind of like City of Indianapolis. Their whole section of legislation is much different than the rest of the state of Indiana's because it's written specifically for counties containing a consolidated city. they also have a judge that oversees it there with Health and Hospital Corporation. So there's Kentucky's, Tennessee, they're all a little bit different in terms of what you can and can't do.
I mean, they look nice other places other than around here. You know, Jeff and I just saw another business a while ago with grass with the weeds and it's up to seed and it's tall. Like, I'd be in business, it'd be embarrassing to be a business in town with
The other problem you run into is when you start looking, the ones that bug me the most are the ones where it's between the sidewalk and the street
Yep.
and it's grown up.
Yep.
That varies around the city, but in most cases, that's considered right of way. It's not the property owner's responsibility. Legally, they're not responsible for cutting it. And the problem you've got is, in years past, most property owners and most businesses would cut that when they cut their yard just because it reflects on their business.
They're well-meaning, yeah. And they don't, but they're not required to. Some don't.
So you're saying the
Yeah.
city should be mowing all that?
If it's in your right of way.
If you want to, I mean, legally, if you want it cut, that's about the only thing you can do if push comes to shove.
Okay.
We have right of ways and retention ponds and all kinds of things in the city that technically fall to us, but most of there's good neighbor people who live here, they just take care of that for us, because it adjoins their yard. They don't want it looking crappy.
We mow quite a bit of city right.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
Steinkamp does.
Well, that, if they have a personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you mow all that, because you want it to look nice.
I'm sure there are other houses.
You know?
We mow the ditch if we
That's
get
fine.
to it, if we can't get to it.
Get down in there. I know, the same way
You
I am.
heard of any programs other cities have adopted to try to get business leaders or people along a certain well-traveled corridor to adopt certain minimum standards and set an example, you know, as opposed to
Other than to pick up trash,
I mean,
which
you've got your
is the
enforcement.
only one I'm aware of.
What
get your
percentage-
enforcement side, but that's always negative. But I'm just thinking their businesses ought to be joined together with a goal of everybody mowing their grass and picking up trash in their parking lots and making their business and the city look good. I don't know how to organize it, but
It seems to me that a majority of them seem to be where they have out of state. It's not full in the community. I think that a lot of these where we have issues on rental properties, the landlords are in a different city. They're in a different state. You know, I think that that's maybe where we need to crack down a little bit on some of our ordinances to, if you are an out of state business owner, or if you have property and you live out of state, you have to have somebody within a 20-mile radius that is gonna act on your behalf for some of this stuff. Cause I think that's part of the problem too, is the mail has to go 4 states over. Okay, that is part of a problem, but it's also that there's nobody to contact here. I mean, I think talking about the 22nd Street, that's the exact same thing. If they're in Texas, they don't care that we need to. I really love and care about our community. And I think that whenever we allow people to just let it go, it's out of sight, out of mind to them. They don't care. And so I think we need to crack down more on that so that our city is nice and people take pride in what we have,
Yeah.
you know?
And the cities blame us for it, you know, you're the council person for that precinct or the town, you know, so how come you let this happen like this, you know? Then we come around and ask you about it, and that's why you probably get frustrated a lot of times when we ask you, well, it took been sent out a couple of days ago, but we're getting hit on by people because we represent them, and then we represent the town.
I drove through a neighboring community on Sunday and I could tell you I saw at least a dozen places that looked as bad as any that are here. And people say, well, why doesn't it look like that over there? And I said, it does. And both of their Dollar Generals were like this. And their CVS was even worse than ours.
But
So,
I think that it's
you know,
just-
CVS's and Dollar Generals, I'm sorry, do us no favors in our communities. So.
But I think then we need to look for solutions as to how to fix that. Just because they're doing it other places doesn't excuse the fact that, I mean, I get it that they are doing it, that I guess it is a little bit better that we're not the only ones that are doing it too, but it's like, let's not allow that. Make it more difficult. And if it's like, if these are the same repeat offenders, then we need to have harder or stiffer ordinances or higher penalties, because for a Dollar General and a CVS, a $50 fine, we might as well charge them half a penny. You know, they don't care.
It's going to be higher penalties and more staff.
Well, I mean, if we have higher penalties, then perhaps we could have more staff, because if these are,
Okay.
we're actually gonna have teeth in these ordinances, you know, that we're enforcing it and people are paying these penalties. I don't know. I think that if you want to do business in our town, I want you to take care of your businesses and take care of our town.
Would it benefit you to have a part-time code enforcement personally, so you and Donnie could do other things? I mean,
it couldn't hurt.
I mean,
It becomes,
20.
the one thing to keep in mind is you're never gonna catch all of it. The other thing is you can have an additional part-time person doing code. But there's gotta be money in the budget to take it to court. And I've got probably a half dozen, conservatively, at least a half dozen that we could push hard on and take to court.
What do you think the cost of that would be like on one person taking them to
I'm
court?
trying to think what the last one.
$1,500 or you talk about attorney fees too?
Oh, no.
But
Well,
then
yeah,
if
your
we win
attorney
it,
fees
they
are gonna
have
be
to-
in that as well, but you're probably looking somewhere, and this is just off the cuff, $1,000, $2,000, $2,500 an occurrence, if you only have to go in once. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 times, and then you get in there and the court, as a part of the settlement, waives X number of dollars to the city, or the city forgoes that if they agree to finish cleaning up X, Y, or Z, if it's a cleanup.
Right.
We have more than one property. We have more than $10,000 invested in. We'll never see our money. One of them's right
you-
over here on Jackson Street.
Yeah,
There's
you've
one
got
on
close to $20,000 in
Washington
2 of them. And those were unsafe buildings.
Well,
On Jackson Street.
Where
yeah.
does the penalties, the fine money go to? Does that go into the general account, or can that be a separate account to help down the road with other? You know what I mean?
It goes to the general fund.
I mean, could that be diverted and
And
go
I-
somewhere else?
I think part of it too, if we take the people to court, isn't that, I've seen judgments where part of the
move money
judgment is they have to pay the
want.
court costs. I think we have to make it where it is more, it's not just a slap on the wrist, I'm not gonna mow for, but, because it doesn't matter, where if we make it that it actually kind of, because I don't, and I would, my stance is different, because I don't think it is the Pam Boltes and the Tim Wares that are doing it, the people that live in our town, it's people from out of state. And if you're making, if this is just a cash cow in Huntingburg for a rental property and you're making money hand over fist, $50 and $100 means nothing to you. But maybe if you start to get into the thousands or court costs or whatever, then maybe that does change things.
I
I
mean-
mean,
That's up to the judge on court costs too, so.
Is it? Well, yeah, making them
No.
pay for it. If they lose, that, yeah, make them pay for it. But can we do a different thing on, if it's a rental property, it's a different rate versus a homeowner that lives in it?
That's the legal question. You'd have to,
You
you'd
know,
have to look
that
at
would-
the statute, but my guess is the state law requires you to treat them the same.
Okay. Colleges charge people, more kids, more money to come out of state. Like if you live out of state, you're gonna get a different rate, different. But anyway, I mean, that'd be nice.
or maybe we have something where we have, and we've kind of talked about and broached this before, rental properties to have inspections, to have, things that we are talking about, like where you have to have a person that is local to be able to help take care of some of these things. And I think maybe some of those costs could go towards some of this.
We
What-
run
what I'm
3
hearing-
local landlords out of town that are from here. We'd be much better off.
I agree. I agree.
There are 3 of them that are.
Well, we have some that it took
they-
2 years, they would call every time they got a notice of violation, wanting to know why we, just call us. It's like,
Mhm.
no, I see you in town, you wave at me. I'm not your property manager.
We
It's
had
your
one that
responsibility to look
had
after your
2
property.
properties. They sent somebody out and mowed one and let the other one drove away from it with the mower already there. I saw that happen too. And Paul,
What I'm-
just
what I'm
like,
hearing is
they're getting
that
notice on that one.
We'd like to reopen the discussion about code violations and what we can do for penalties, and maybe that's part of the code. If you'd like, if we look at this at a board meeting sometime,
I think it'd be a great idea to come in on a Tuesday night.
we
You know,
do have
and-
to,
Let's put some time toward that maybe.
my understanding is we cannot be more stringent than the state.
Correct.
So we have to be, our guidelines are whatever the state statute says, this is what we can do. And when you guys talk about penalties and things, and we may get judgments, but just because you get a judgment from the court does not mean they're gonna pay it. Nobody's coming to your house and pulling you off for not paying you're not mowing your grass fee.
I know, but I think that there are, like,
You know,
I really take
you-
pride in our city, and I think that people that are not taking pride in our city, we need to
Look,
do something that makes it, and it's,
No argument here,
Yeah.
no argument
Well,
here.
I think
So,
getting into the pocketbook is gonna,
it helps.
it helps, you know, you gotta
It
keep
helps. You
fighting
know,
for that.
I'm quite pleased that my next door neighbor has tuned it right up on one of my rentals. Yeah, they hauled off a bunch of stuff and they've cleaned up the property and it looks great. And to their, I think that they had a bad tenant for many years and they couldn't get anything accomplished. So,
Well, we've got one talking about abandoned buildings. We've got one on the north side on Main. I think everybody probably knows which one I'm talking about. I'd sent him a notice right before I went, was off on medical leave and said, this, and this need to be done as far as minimum property maintenance. I talked to somebody last week that was in the back, but it appeared to be somebody that was hired to clean out the interior of it.
Yeah.
So one of the things I've got on my to-do list for tomorrow morning is take fresh pictures. Let them know that what they did, we appreciate it, but it still doesn't constitute a weatherproof.
it's
Uh,
it's
There's a bunch of
inadequate.
vinyl
Eh,
signs laying there.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say the vinyl signs laying right beside
Yeah.
it, so.
Guys, forgot
Um,
to come back.
And that was when I was hopeful that when I saw the van or the trailer and the truck a couple of times last week, they were getting ready to do that. But he's got a punch list of what he's supposed to be doing. So,
Bet $100 a day fine would hurry that process up a
Agreed.
lot.
yeah, well, the first one he'll get is if he doesn't, if he doesn't respond to the next letter that goes to him, he'll get a $50 fine. Then it'll go to 100 if he doesn't do it within so many days. But, you know, it's one of those that, he's already got another one that he'll get one of my, holiday greeting cards probably tomorrow, on a different property that he has. So, yeah, it's a process. Some make it easier than others. Sometimes it's a 2.5 year process to make any headway on it.
Yeah, the one out by the hardware store is not much better. Between the hardware and the
That
home,
must be Rob's then.
huh? Between that and the Dollar General.
Just a cat.
So we got you for
Yeah.
9 more minutes.
Yeah.
I know the Parks Department just proposed an ordinance or some rules regarding electric bikes on city property. But I've gotten 3 calls from Hunter's Crossing, residents in Hunter's Crossing, that say you should just come out here some evening after school and watch. But so there's to the big picture is there's a lot of people that park across the sidewalks. And so the kids 25 miles an hour on an electric bike zooming down the sidewalks,
By the way, it's
They-
against ordinance to be on a sidewalk.
Yeah.
that then they whiz out into the
Where can-
street without
Anywhere in
paying
town.
attention.
Okay.
And then back onto the sidewalks where people are walking with strollers and dogs and then even in the street, there's 10, they say, I haven't seen it, but 10, 12-year-old kids riding these high-powered electric bikes at 25 plus miles an hour. And they don't have course licenses.
I don't blame the kids, I blame their parents.
Yeah, I agree. But what can be done there? You know what? I know we're maybe on the front
That's
end
a
of.
police department question, not code enforcement.
Bike ordinance on tomorrow night? Is electric bike ordinance on? the end of the
No,
morning?
because we still have to get the recommendation Board of Public Works on how we're handling sidewalks. So right now, as it stands, no sidewalks. However, there may be a couple of things where they're gonna ask for exceptions at Niehaus Park and at the cemetery to allow the kids on I saw 4 bicycles go down the sidewalk in front of cemetery.
Well,
So they would
Chestnut
have
in
to
the
list
morning-
where the exceptions are gonna be allowed
Yeah.
for a sidewalk. use.
Chestnut Street in the morning above Veterans Parkway. I'll meet 2 or 3 of them every time. They're not on, they're in the road. And at this time of year, when it's starting to, get dark a little bit earlier than we had 2 months ago. It's an issue, especially the ones that don't have their lights on.
The only thing that you'll be able to regulate is where they are allowed or not allowed. State statutes list all the other rules. And that applies to any mobility device, whether it's a scooter, a regular bicycle, electric bike. There is an exception where there's a class 3 where they have to wear a helmet. However, it's difficult to tell, almost impossible, including somebody who sells those. I said, how do I tell the difference between class 1, 2, or 3? He said, you can't.
It
Not
is
without
like a
looking at a
literally
serial
switch or an
number.
app, right? And
Yeah.
They can just change back and forth.
Yeah, you can look at
So-
a serial number and look up the model number and figure out what one it is, but it's not.
So is it a violation of a city ordinance to park over a sidewalk?
Yes.
Yeah, let
Okay.
the police know.
It's a police issue then, okay? And then when I was a kid, we had mopeds and you had to bring them in and register them. The city put a sticker on them and I don't know how much the fee was, probably $10 at the time, but you had to pay it, kind of like we do golf carts. Any knowledge of cities or towns doing that with
I think we
electric
already
bikes?
have something like that for every bicycle is supposed to be registered in the city. I think we do actually have something
Still?
like that, don't we?
When I
We
was a
did
kid,
or something?
when I was a kid, we did. We had a lot of
I
license
think that
plates.
there should be something like a hunter's education course, but it's for
That's
kids with
what I'm-
e-bikes, because I think that the problem that is arising, and my kids are of that age, and I think that these kids are riding e-bikes like they would ride a bicycle. They're kind of going, where you could kind of like coast through, not that you should coast through stop signs. but
Kind of
you
the way
kinda
all of
can.
us rode our bikes when we were little.
Yeah, and it's like, but now when you're going at 25 miles an hour, you're a vehicle. You're not just a kid on a 5-mile-an-hour bike. And so I think most of it is just education. Education for both the kids and the parents. It
I'm
just-
thinking maybe a public statement that the parents will see, whether it be on Facebook Matt could write an article about it because we talked about it at the next council meeting. We could provide those ordinances to
I
the
just,
HOA.
I just
at Hunter's
shared with,
Crossing and other places.
I just shared with Kenley as well as Chief during my lunch break, a training video for the city's put together for e-bikes. It's a campaign really of, these are things you should do and how to inspect your bike, but also proper use of that bike. I think we need to make it more with this bike ordinance too, will allow us to hit the parents' pocketbooks. And really all the parents have to, the parks is we don't want them racing around the ball diamonds anymore.
Nope.
We want them running through Newhouse Park.
Right.
We don't want them doing a lot of things. But also to make the exception, because there are some sidewalks, I think we need to make some exceptions on. And that's going to be a Board of Public Works at their next meeting. Okay, we'll have that, which is next Thursday, I guess.
So how do you violate a kid?
And then the next time it'll come to council the following meeting.
How do you give a ticket to a 10-year-old? Do you give it, calls parents and have them come?
Yeah.
How's that compensate?
They
the
said
bike
they can
until
held it,
come?
they do it now, but we can also, if we restrict where they go and they're there, we can also have civil penalties for any destruction they've made. You're not allowed to be in the middle of the park in the grass and the mud doing that. So now you've done it, we can actually go after the parents for other civil
And I think
penalties.
part of it is education. I think that we're dealing with adolescent kids and they don't realize the damage that they're doing. Right, like it's just cool to throw up mud and they have a more powerful bike now in a ball diamond, but
Or-
not knowing that it's as much damage.
or-
And maybe they do
Or
know,
be on
but,
the tennis courts and the pickleball courts and everywhere else we've
or
seen.
riding trails, they think
Mhm.
that, but they're essentially on not a motorcycle or a dirt bike, but way more than a mountain
I
bike,
saw an ad for one that has dual motors, front and back hub motors, and it'll drive 50 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah.
And now I'm not saying parents are giving those to their kids, but they're out there and they're coming.
Mhm.
And there's gotta be an education
Yeah,
for
yeah.
these kids. Maybe
And
it's
at the
something
very
through
least,
school even. I don't know.
Like just at least wearing helmets. It's like, this is just.
The
I-
4 youngsters I saw this morning all had helmets on. They were going proper speeds. They were going down the sidewalks. They're going to school and everything would look good. One kid even got off his bike for a while and walked it, when he got near the cemetery fence. He saw he couldn't quite control it. So he got off and walked it the rest of the way down the cemetery line. There are those bad apples.
Yeah.
And they run it for the rest of them.
So
Does the school require kids to register at all when they're riding bikes to school?
No,
No,
not to my knowledge.
but I agree with Pam. I think it's an education thing. We need to
Is that
somehow
allowed?
let people know that those ordinances exist and what we expect and what the penalties can be and all of that.
And I really don't think it would be like to register e-bikes like you register a golf cart. I don't think that would be an awful thing because then you
No.
would have, if they had the numbers, if we would need enforcement, then you would have, okay, e-bike number 42, here's your ticket. You at least have a home address for the kids, you
I'll
know?
check with Phil, but I think every bicycle would have to be registered. Right now, state law says we can't have separate laws for e-bikes, so we don't have for other bikes. Other than the fact that of the helmets that the state statutes mandates. That our local ordinances can't supersede the state. We can't have,
Well, then,
whatever we apply to an e-bike or a mobility device, we have to have to all mobility device, whether a scooter or bicycle or whatever. That's clear in state law.
well, then maybe
That
we
needs
just
to
offer it as
change.
an option, because if I'm giving my kid an e-bike, I want to make sure that you know who to contact if he's doing any destruction
Or
in the
stolen.
city. Or she, you know what I mean? Like, the girls
I-
might do it too, but it's like, I want, it's
What
come
I,
to me, you know?
yeah, the campaign I'd like to see next year is just that we utilize these safety videos, but also we do the camps for the kids for other things. Let's do some safety camps at the park and stuff during the summer for bicycle use and like we do for motorcycles or anything else. You know, we have a gun range where we do that. Why can't we do that for bicycles? May not even have to be the police. It could be somebody, but
Would our police department even take on stopping to talk to somebody about parking on the sidewalk? Would they respond to, or? to a
if
request?
there's, yeah, if they're, yeah.
He's already
It has
figured
been
out
very
us.
contentious, I can tell you, among the property owners there, that when you do try to enforce it, it becomes,
I know.
and sometimes they're thinking, okay, we get $4 for this, you know, and I'm getting yelled at by all these people that don't, this is my property, I can park here. It is, and they face that all the time. I can tell you this, if it's, there's a call somewhere else, that's probably a call that's not they're gonna show up to, or it's gonna be a low priority.
Yeah.
You know, and we talk about speeding, we gave out 329 speeding tickets last year, but I can go down any street and see people running stop signs and speeding. What, how many tickets do we have to give out to do that? I just about got here at Fifth and Jackson by a local business owner that I'm gonna call, because his name that ran that stop sign and that one, I followed him and he ran down that Second Street, ran
I
one.
was coming back up here, I saw somebody running the Fourth Street, Fourth and Jackson.
Was the truck white?
Yep.
Yep. He didn't even slow down at Fifth and Jackson. So, and I was stopped there. So he just rolled right through it. So yeah, I think he was headed home for dinner, lunch or something. But yeah, as much as they give out, it's not going to stop it, but we can certainly, some kids are going to get hurt.
That's what
And I
I'm
think
worried
that's the
about.
biggest concern, especially too with, to be able to say for the lights too, when you were talking about the lights at night, that I know that, I don't know, that makes me a nervous wreck when some of the kids, it's like, leave your bike and I'll take you home, because it is too dark and people can't see a bicycle or an e-bike, anything that late at night. So I think,
Sometimes it's frustrating when they run stop signs. It's frustrating when they come through. By the way, anytime that a part of the ordinance is anytime that a park is closed for an event to vehicular traffic, it is also closed as any mobility device. So they can't stroll on 4th Street. They can't have bicycles on 4th Street. They can't be in Market Street Park during concerts. They can't be during Herbst Fest out at the main park. They can't be there. And those are what I call inconvenience type of thing. But our biggest thing is we just don't want to cause a death through the actions. That's number one.
and I think that's the main thing too, is like the education. We're not trying to ramp your kids' style or, but it's, I'm not
So
gonna say I'm
we've-
the safest driver, but I've almost hit several kids on e-bikes because they come from alleyways or, whenever I'm leaving the gas light, it seems like
Mm.
that alley that comes so fast around there, you can't even see them.
I want to make it clear to anybody watching that e-bikes are not a responsibility of the person now getting their budget reviewed. So
Yeah, I know this is a budget meeting, but we don't all get to speak to these
You're right.
department heads
You're
very
right.
often. And maybe the issue or the solution is if you could provide us with a collection of the ordinances that do apply, maybe we've got something on the books already that doesn't even have to be changed. But if we could then take those rules that we currently have and advertise it, let people know what their kids can and can't do on e-bikes, maybe they would
Yeah,
begin to
that
start
would
educating
be,
them.
I would ask Phil to put
Yeah.
that together since I'm
Yeah.
not involved in
We could do that.
inmate policing.
The nice thing is that during my weekly meeting with the chief is that a few months ago, I wrote down his e-bikes, mobility devices there and pulled ordinances from several communities that met state statutes. And he walked in and he said, we need to talk about e-bikes. It's like
Who said that?
our chief.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, I'm like, well,
he-
here's all the stuff, you know, that's what I want to talk about to you today too. So that we have a buy-in on the police department and their concern is something that's going to make this easy to move forward, I think.
And I will reach out to Phil with a list of the questions to find out whether whether our penalties under our ordinances are the max that are provided by the statute, and if not, what the statute allows per occurrence, as well as what the caps are. And it'll vary based on whether it's abandoned vehicle, property maintenance, weeds and ranks vegetation and that, but
Businesses be charged more.
no,
No, that's what I'm
doesn't
asking.
work that way.
Yeah.
And just so you know, that I think my suggestion too is that we keep it in general fund because that's one thing that's replenishing it, but also if we start tracking those funds, it'll look like we're having an income source. And that's not the intent of this. It's supposed to be punitive fines, but they can't become an income source.
Gotcha. Right.
Does that make
Pick it up.
sense? Our
Yeah.
fines
Yeah.
and
I can
fees.
pick it on.
And as soon as Phil gets a response back to me, I'll get it out to you and the mayor as well.
I'm afraid if we track it separately, we'll start encouraging people to, but I think they need to be punitive, so.
Okay. Any other questions?
Not for me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
I don't even know who's next now.
Chief,
Got fire department, 1:45, actually run about 5 minutes behind. Cumulative, so it'll be your fire department budget as well as the cumulative fire fund.
Hello, Don.
How are we doing?
Good. Good to see you.
I do have some updates after, that I would like to throw out before we get started. One is on the computer expense. I'd like to cut that by 5. Because I didn't know at the time, the quote that I put in there was from last December. I was having it updated when I typed up the email I sent to you, and it went up by 5. And then Rob also has a computer upgrade. But I just said, let's just worry about Rob's. If we can just cut 5 off, that would be,
From 12 down to 7?
yeah. And then the other one is the very last item, from 70 back down to 55. We had a meeting last Friday.
Yeah.
And we think we can get it under that.
Where's that line?
That's the very last one.
Oh, yeah.
Page 8. You're right in the
Yes.
middle of the page.
Yep.
Down to what?
Back to its original, what it is this year. And with that, I don't think anybody's ever started by cutting.
Get things off on the right foot, right?
Just trying.
We think we may even get it below that if we can use some down payment on the Cume Fire Fund or something else.
Yeah.
I saw quite a bit of money in the Cume.
We have used a little on station upgrades. We did new openers on the back building, a new floor in the meeting room, and there was something else. Oh, I had to do an upgrade on our fob system because when it goes down, only I could get in. It's like, that's not gonna work, so I had to upgrade. So that if the system is down, it has a memory of everyone on the department. So if there's an emergency, we can still get in the doors. So that was already done, though. I mean, that was our this year's projects.
So where are we at? I'll start.
Probably the most notable thing, that I see on here is the increase in, department head salary from
Mhm.
55 to 86. I guess we need to talk about that one.
Sure.
Probably the biggest question today.
What's that?
Probably the biggest question
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Trying to do both of these jobs, it isn't quite working. I am pulled in so many directions. I work late, to try to maintain a status quo of getting things done. And it's just swearing on me. And there's things that I do bypass and don't do that as a chief thinks it should be done. I don't think it's not anything that was done in the past. It's just things that a chief should be doing. And it's not. And I told the mayor, I said, why don't we substitute this with things that I should be doing? Like, so currently the state does class 1 inspections only on new buildings. Once it's done, it's done. And then there's no follow-up inspection. And that's the duty of the fire department is once it's turned over, that is the fire department's responsibility. And I can't do that. There's some updates in ordinances, but we have the skill set, in place. And so that was my proposal, to the mayor.
In other words, he wants to take the code violation out of his position. So who's gonna do the code violations?
Yeah.
Well, that's another topic we talked about earlier. I mean, does it require somebody else to do it? You know,
I'll do it all.
I know.
And
So would it benefit you guys if we fired somebody else to do a part-time code enforcement job, so to speak?
It is,
Because handed it to somebody else, it's gonna be the same situation.
it is and it isn't. It's kind of hard to, I have my part of town that I'm responsible for. But I get calls everywhere. And Paul was out, I was trying to do everything and
Yeah.
that was a struggle. I truly think, cause today I probably wrote 15 letters that went out, but then it's the follow-ups that you have to do.
Sure.
It's more than, and I came into work early to mow the yard so I could get out there early and start, getting my letters in, cause Monday's the big day, cause if you didn't do it over the weekend, then it's a problem.
Yeah, I get it.
Fridays, I don't really tackle grass on Fridays, cause by the time I spend all my time I do other things on Friday, like
Rains
cars or stuff
Saturday
like
and Sunday,
that.
that's a different issue, but
But
here lately it ain't, and
But-
Monday looks just as terrible as Friday in a lot of places. I get it.
And I
get
don't
it.
want to have my time wasted. Like I
Sure,
put all this time
sure,
in, it's like,
Sure.
they
Yeah.
mowed it and they haven't even got their letter yet.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I would rather them get the letter and say, hey, I need to mow.
And that's when most of us see everything,
Yeah.
Saturday or
Yeah,
Sunday.
I know,
It's like,
I
man,
know.
look at this crap. You mentioned something about, building safety.
Mhm.
So fire chief is in charge of the building safety.
It's,
I mean-
it's his responsibility, whether he assigns that or takes that. But in our small department, I would probably take that. But it is the fire chief's responsibility.
What about safety for the whole city then, for like taking the safety department over? Does that mean something?
That is not a fire department responsibility.
Could it be a code enforcement and safety thing? Would those at all fit together? No, safety or like that.
Well, if you're gonna
Those
stick
are
in the
training
safety
things.
department, you used to do safety at OFS, and that's why I thought this might be
That's,
up
that's,
your alley.
that's
right?
that's a workplace safety.
Mm.
It's a little different, than,
Public safety.
public safety. This is more of public safety, not going into homes, but going into our businesses, which are, 4th Street is, if something were to happen to 4th Street because somebody's not following a fire safety issue, that's detrimental to our town. Even the factories and anywhere that's a class 1 building, the grocery stores,
Mhm.
technically churches and all the places where public go. That's the responsibility of the fire chief. It's been given to him by the state fire marshal office.
Okay.
But I'm not able to do anything, so therefore it's a responsibility that's given to me that like, okay, well, I can go in and tell you to not do this, but they can just say, okay, I don't have any emphasis on that.
Susan and I were in a building, wasn't in this city, a couple weeks ago, and 4 exit doors were chained shut. She said, should we even be in this building? And,
Where was
those,
that? In here?
I said another city.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't our city or I would have given a call. But yeah, it was, should we even be in this building? And the answer is no, and
I felt like from the time that these two positions were put together, that it was, and I've asked you some tough questions over the years. I felt like it was going to be difficult to split that half and half. Even though that's the way it was proposed to us, and yet, if it were me, I would migrate to whatever I was having the most fun doing or wherever I felt the most need was. And if I was in your position, my mind would have been migrating towards fire all day long, because these little ordinance violations are just annoying, And I get where you're coming from on that stuff, but it's the overriding question that I have, and you got to sell me on this,
Sure.
And hopefully everybody else too. But like, we look at Jasper, he's got three times the population and all the industry that they have there versus what we have in Huntingburg. And it's my understanding that their fire chief isn't full-time there either. Doesn't he have 2 roles within the city?
He does.
How do we justify,
What's his secondary role?
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
how do you,
And
well,
he's in the same boat, kind of,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have
I haven't reached out.
he doesn't have the, credentials to go on to what I'm proposing.
They got 4 assistant fire chiefs. How many do we have? Just
One.
one? I mean, does he, I don't know if he might know, does he push off some of his stuff for the fire department to his assistants, his assistant chiefs, you know what I mean?
I don't. I
How he
couldn't tell you.
delegates tasks.
Does he
and
delegate it,
responsibilities.
Is that something that help you
know.
out to do something like that? I mean, how's our department running? And are they willing to help you out if there's anything to do? Are they doing
Probably,
anything
he's
or?
probably just as busy as I am.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering. More people help you out.
Yeah. I mean, I delegate things and I get things off my plate, but it's, I can only do, they're volunteers.
Yeah.
They do get a little bit of a stipend, so that's where I say, look, you're getting paid something. I need you to do something.
Okay.
And they do. They meet with me every month and they get a task, a topic, and they that's their job to get it done.
would you see any part of code enforcement you do now still be in your wheelhouse, so to speak?
Would it?
Yeah, such as hoarding or any of those things,
Hoarding would still,
or unsafe building?
unsafe building, definitely. Your open burn, is burning trash and stuff like that, burn barrels, that's all, falls within the code enforcement. But assistance with hoarding, and, probably those things would stay.
I know
Andrea's next and she's safety department. Not sure how far deep she goes into safety, but would that be partial that Donnie could do to keep our city employees' safety records? Safety and
Hers are
training?
more OSHA related. And we're getting in, we're kind of stepping up this next year. We're stepping up our required OSHA training. We're gonna have more 30-hour, and we're 10 hours there now. And that's really what she's overseeing. She's also, getting certified. Actually, there's a certification process for playground inspections and maintenance. She's gonna be doing that. And, hers are more OSHA related issues, fall protection.
I think you do the code CPR training, right, Donnie?
I do. I
Yeah.
do. She organizes it, but I do it for the city.
It kind of feels to me like, and again, I'm a novice at this. I don't know all the details of the day-to-day responsibilities of what you do and as fire chief and what Andrea does for safety, but it feels like those two tasks go more together than fire and ordinance goes together. Just because you've got such an immense amount of training on safety. You know, you can teach that stuff, and you have a better knowledge of what the safety rules are just based on your background. And so if we're merging two positions, it feels like those two go more together than fire and code.
Well, I'll interject. That was my proposal when we did this position, fire, is to put fire and safety. But we couldn't keep code enforcement. Couldn't keep part-time code enforcement. So this was thrown into that just to keep code enforcement.
I thought it was both to keep a
Well,
full-time, more of a fire chief hours.
I know, but I'm just saying, my proposal was when we created full-time chief or whatever.
Well, because we offset the cost
Just
of it
put
with code
safety
enforcement.
and fire together.
Mhm.
Not that you have to train the public, but to keep our city
Mhm.
employees trained, but the mayor just said Andrew's taking care of some of that. So I don't know.
Could, I'm just exploring options and help me think this through, but could Andrea's safety, or at least some of her safety responsibilities that would merge well with the things that you're already doing with fire and your volunteers of what, 28 people? Yeah. Could some of those responsibilities for safety be moved over to into Donnie's jurisdiction or Donnie's responsibilities area? And free her up to maybe help Paul with code?
We talk about safety, and really safety is more loss prevention from an employee standpoint and what they do and protecting, keeping employees safe. Having potholes that are unsafe in the street is not her area, it's street department. Having a sidewalk that's not properly, that's not proper, that's going to go back to streets and sidewalks. It wasn't becoming her area. Her area is more concerned with the everyday safety of employees and also our insurance. And she does do walk through the buildings, and that could maybe be something that would go to him, or walkthroughs, city facilities are looking to make sure that they can lock, the doors are lockable, that there aren't trip hazards, that sanitation is taken care of. I mean, slips and falls, those type of things are just major accidents. Those are right at the top of the list, and not making sure that all equipment is in good working, safe working order. And
How does she know that?
there's other things by doing the walkthrough with their superintendents, and also they do their own inspections of their equipment too, but checking to make sure, those things have been completed. And as an example, she did about every 3 months, she does a walkthrough of the stadium and of the park facilities. And she had a massive list this past week because we just had a tenant that left some stuff behind, in the ballpark, that were safety issues, clutter and things that shouldn't be there. you know, that she had to deal with and get them out of there, but also, going through with the park superintendent, all the playgrounds and looking for sharp edges and loose things and, things that might be an issue there. You know, I want her to more get involved in, helping them, you know, develop maintenance plans versus just trying to catch something. And most of our departments do, because there were, a lot of our regulations require it. Especially like with gas department and fire department, and police department, you know, there are so many regulations that they have to follow and maintaining that. And that's why we have people together in our utility department to do that. But,
What about just the safety of the employees? I mean, like, as far as that, how much do you deal with OSHA training at all at, the fire department? I mean, do they have any sort of OSHA? I'm thinking like, my husband does excavating, so like whenever you're in a trench box or things like that kind of, maybe not sharp edges on a, if Andrea would continue doing that, but if you're already kind of in the
when do you shore, when don't you shore? What
things
equipment
like
do you
that,
have?
or like where you have to bench it or something.
Fire service, we're a little different. We use an FPA. We don't have anyone in our department that's certified in trenching. We do have people certified in confined space, which is technically an OSHA, but it's more of confined space rescue. But we have to know, you know, just because you call 911 doesn't mean we're going to jump right in that hole and do it, because we have to follow the exact same rules that everyone else does. We have to do entry permits. If it's a permit required entry, we still have to do an entry permit to make sure that we go through our check boxes as well.
Right.
But then we can, you know, proceed from there.
Well, I was just wondering if there was some overlap, because I'm thinking that I think that there's a need in the city for like keeping track of like OSHA and the trench. I've heard things like that, you know, just making sure that the employees doing work are safe. And I think that if maybe we combined fire chief and that, just that portion of it, not like doing walkthroughs or doing just doing that training portion of it. Is that something that maybe we could combine together?
I'm gonna.
Let's just say some, you know, some.
Stir the pot here, sorry.
Okay, okay.
We went down several dead ends, but let's back up to where we started. We're working on a budget, okay? And this budget is significantly different for what we're talking about for the salary. Tell me again what we're getting for this change in proposal. You're doing less or you're doing more? You wanna shed the part you're working for with Paul?
Correct.
And you want to shed that part?
Correct.
That's the way I took it. I'm just
Yeah.
making sure. And in exchange, you're going to,
Building safety, basically your fire code and your building code.
right, and then all this other talk is about employee safety and OSHA safety but I don't think that's up your alley. That's really not that's not
what I was.
That's not your training, that's not your background. But I do think that's.
It is my background. I mean, I came from OFS as a
Right.
safety, but that's not what I was proposing.
Right. I do think the city does need this. I think we need somebody that has safety in mind, that we have all these programs. We have a trench safety program. We have, a lot of the utilities are dictated by their regulatory agencies.
Right.
This is what you do. Sorry. You know, if you're gonna deal with water, you can't do this, you know, otherwise you contaminate the whole city's water. And
I
that's all
think
regulated, but.
I think that it's like, okay, if code enforcement and fire don't line up, then maybe the safety aspect of it could. And if you see if they're doing road work, it's quicker to take a minute, buzz around and say, yep, that trench box looks good. Yep, that looks good. Okay, we're good. And now I'm going back to the fire department. Not where you're writing up code enforcement things. Just if we're trying to combine something to justify the salary, I think that seems like it's an area because of your background and knowing this, you know, like what that is. I think that maybe those two could pair up, and then Andrea could focus on other aspects of safety, being I don't know, sharp edges of the park and the different other things of that. But the things that are, and my thing is just, I have a husband who does excavating, and it makes me a nervous wreck, you know? And so I I feel like having somebody who has a background in safety and is, because it's like, it's all fun and fine until it's not, when something happens. And so this is something that is near and dear to my heart, to make sure that we have that in place. And I think, I don't know, that maybe we could combine those two, because I think with that background where you're kind of reinventing the, and I know Andrea is doing a good job with keeping up with the trainings and stuff of that, but just to have somebody to make sure, I guess, I don't know, a double check to make sure that when road work is being done, or,
And
we're
realize
using
that,
trench boxes, that it's
realize that
correct.
she has been trained in those construction areas with OSHA. I have been too, whether it be fall protection, trenching and everything else, confined space. I wrote the confined space policies, basically for the state weatherization groups. I've done those type of things. So a lot of us have had that type of thing. It's nothing that I would want to do on a day-by-day basis. Sometimes I have to look back at the manual to double check, what I'm saying. But I'm encouraging, Andrea's had a lot of training, but I'm encouraging even more. Because I think as we go, not every situation do you encounter. Until you encounter that in situation, you don't become proficient at it, so to speak. And I think that's a big part of this. But whether it's her or him, but do we need him to, if she's doing, that's.
Well, if he's already proficient in it, then it's like, could we have her training to go somewhere else if that's something, I don't know. If the thing is justifying the salary, or these two things that we could combine so that she can focus on that, if you already have a background and sort of have some knowledge of it, or, and
Well, we used to have employees, full-time employees in safety, risk management, safety, and then over the time has passed, we kind of got away from that. And I figure like we're training Andrea to do this job versus having people that went to school for her. And
Yeah, a lot of times the SOPs that come out as part of audits that are done, well, we'll take electric and gas, and especially the IURC now that audits those because of the gas department. A lot of those are part of the standard operating procedures and, cover that safety aspect of it. Same thing in the wastewater plant and our water plant. The ones that we said that probably nobody comes in and regulates are the parks and the street. Those are the two biggest ones we really have to watch when it comes to the way that they work. They're not standing on a ladder with a chainsaw trimming a tree, which, by the way, I saw 3 years ago before I become a mayor, So being able to, and she's addressing a lot of those things and those type of things, not wearing other protective gear when you're running a trimmer, and not having your eye protection on or ear protection and those type of things. Cause yeah, some people don't get it.
Going back to what Donnie, so what you're proposing, you're gonna do, you'd rather take on the building safety. That's what you want to do.
Yes.
That's your offering. That's
That's it.
basically, that's your intention for this, and you're
To take care of a responsibility that's been given to me.
a few, and that would be, citywide for all the class one, whatever, I don't know.
Structures. yeah.
Structures that, would be all the businesses basically,
Yeah,
pretty much.
pretty much.
And there's churches and things like that, but. And that's, we don't have to solve this today, but
No.
I want it out there if we have this open discussion about it.
Mhm.
Or we're trying to justify, well, let's have him do some of this safety stuff. Well, I don't know that we're gonna get our money's worth if we're gonna just say, tack that on to the job, you know what I'm saying, and not have him do something that he's passionate about, I know what it's like to get things added onto your job. Everybody at this table probably does. And how much, it's not your passion, you're not gonna put much effort in,
How is what,
I see Donnie mowing the yard at 7:30 in the morning with a mower, but it doesn't have a motor on it, okay? Alright, that's passion to me. Obviously,
Yeah.
He wants the exercise.
Maybe that's what it is, but I don't know.
Well, you got to see the last part of our conversation with Paul. You can tell there's some interest from the council to have stricter code enforcement, more activity
My
there.
personal opinion is if you have one person, we don't have the division of something getting missed. It's one person, it's accountability. And right now it's like, who's accountable?
Nobody.
They come to me and I'll say, well, that's not me, that's him. And he's going, well, that's Don.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that's the way to run a department. If you want consistency, I'm not saying that do I think it's a full-time job? I think it could definitely be as, as much as, especially in the summertime. The summertime, you can't keep up.
Nope.
Does the person who writes the violation have to be the person that takes, so like if you write a violation, do you have to be the one who follows through and takes them to court, or how does that work?
Yeah.
So it couldn't be that we could have a division where we have a code enforcement officer and then maybe Paul's in ahead of them and then he takes care of taking, like whenever we go to the next step
The
of taking them
person
to
who,
court.
it's that person's case. It's like a police case. They have all the knowledge. This is what I did. This is why I did it.
What I saw.
This is what I saw. It has to be that person that goes the next level. That's
And
why
that-
I was there for the hoarding.
Can that be not changing, let's say you have a code enforcement person. Could the code enforcement person also be looking at things, say, where we got a contractor in town, he's digging up somebody's sewer plumbing in front of their house. Can the code enforcement officer be charged with coming up and make sure that they're not doing something, against our codes or be working unsafely or something like that?
They
Like
have-
they got a guy 12 feet down in the trench and they don't have shoring or they don't have anything, or, people are cutting
That would be,
cutting
That would-
concrete
that would
saw,
be
they're
that-
cutting
that would-
the asphalt and they don't have any safety glasses on, or
That would be that company's
yeah, I would think
issue.
that's.
And one thing that they can do, and we've had issues before, and it's sometimes hard to catch when they're doing that sewer work, is having the proper cones up and men working signs or
That's
people
what I'm
working
getting, I mean,
signs.
Or do it on a Saturday.
There's,
you know, or
we actually have procedures, and this NDOT does too. We have to enforce NDOT procedures on anything happening along 231, but we've had to shut down people for not having,
Doing it right.
200 feet of signs and those
Well,
type
it's
of
not doing
things.
it
So,
right, yeah.
so,
Can't do it that way.
one thing, we meet, we meet a lot, Chief and I, but we have set meeting every other Thursday in the afternoon. And sometimes he comes in so dirty and stinky because he's been under an accident, he's been on a fire and all that. He doesn't want to be in that meeting. And I don't know that he's out looking for grass after he's been out on some of those calls that happen at 4 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock in the morning when kids are going to school and there's an accident. And seeing mentally things that our police and fire see, things that none of us want to see.
Yep.
They have to be able to, at some point, process that information and process what they had and move forward, and they do an excellent job of that, but sometimes it is hard to concentrate on grass when you've gone through those things. Your mindset is a little different. He does more than I would ever expect, with that. And I don't even call him too much about grass, but I've never called him on a grass situation or a weed situation that he hasn't already penned a letter. When I look south,
Well, as I see it, can you tell me what the difference between the pay that a normal volunteer firefighter would receive versus what your assistant chief receives? Like, is it a flat fixed salary that they receive, the assistant?
Yeah.
Per month. And how much is that?
Monthly per diem. I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Number.
Roughly 400 a month, 1,000 a month,
I'm thinking more like
200?
300 or.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea. So if and I got a few different roads I'm gonna travel on here for just a second, but if there was be a way to just make a position for a second or maybe even a third assistant, where you could delegate some of the things that you're doing to other people and make them pay them for it, you know, they're gonna have some funds available.
I
to
do,
them
we
to
do
do.
that currently.
Yeah, but you only got one. I'm saying,
No, I have two captains as well.
okay, so keep that in mind, that maybe there would be an avenue to lighten the load a little bit. And then secondarily, what I'm seeing or feeling is if we go from 55 to 86, that's 31, they're almost $32,000, but then that's gonna vacate a position on a code. We all think we need to be as strict or stricter on enforcing code. So at least I think I'm getting that feeling that everybody's kind of on board with that. We're gonna have to replace that. You're right. So there's gotta be another allocation of another 30 or $40,000.
Just approved it an hour ago,
Huh?
the 36. In code enforcement, the 36 is already in there.
36 in there
Yeah, that you approved an
that we
hour ago.
budgeted for.
Yeah, so the total cost then to the city is 60.
You'd be adding
some thousand.
31 to the budget you'd just be adding 31, period.
Okay, I'm seeing, tell me where I'm wrong, 32,000 to the fire department budget, and then another 36 to,
The 36 is
It's
already
already
in
in
code
there.
enforcement.
It's already.
who's
in there.
already in there last year?
It's in there. It's in there.
That's where the
Last
other part of
year,
my
it's
pay
been
is.
there, this will be the third year,
Oh,
or
I
fourth
gotcha.
year,
Okay,
fourth year that it's been in there.
wasn't that coming out of lit or something? How,
No, it's just coming out of the planning department.
You're getting some of your money from one and
General
some of your
fund.
money from the other, right?
Correct.
Right now, you're not getting it all right here. You're getting some from each, and so that's confusing. Okay,
so if,
just, you look at this percentage over there and it blows you out of the water, but that's not really
Yeah,
fair.
The 36 you're referring to has been in the planning department. Next year will be the fourth year in a row it's already been there. So you're not adding that again.
And you're getting that?
You're just
getting that
adding
now?
the 31.
You're getting that now?
Yeah,
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 out
'cause it's
of,
getting-
out of code.
there's
Yeah.
55 here that you're getting out of the fire department and
And it's gonna-
36.
So
from
that's
code.
what's confusing.
I
It's
thought it was
already in
20,
there.
I thought it was half and half, but it's
It's- and
not.
It's not.
How is
Okay.
what you would be doing with the buildings different than what the fire marshal does now?
So the fire marshal only does,
At the beginning?
serious complaints. And he does, whenever they build a new building, he'll go through the process. And then he does, schools every 3 years. Currently it's 5, but I think they're switching it to 3 instead of every year. And then nursing homes they do those
Do
year,
daycare
and
too.
daycares.
Annually.
But they don't do anything else. So once it's done and built and been inspected, they basically sign it off to the fire department and say, this is your responsibility.
This is in Indiana.
This is in Indiana.
Both states are much more stringent and they got much more.
And there's lots of fire departments in the state and out of state. I know when I worked at OFS, High Point, they'd come in every year and they'd go do a fire and building inspection. Mostly it's a fire inspection.
Yeah.
Occasionally they would reference building code, but mostly the building code is done once it's been built, unless there's alterations. But when we look at, have you been to Winslow lately?
We
No.
should, huh?
Yeah.
You should. You
Got a
should.
collapsed building and still collapsed.
There's a
Middle-
collapsed,
middle of
bu-
street.
there's a collapsed building, and that's things that it would be an extra set of eyes for people that think that they can do whatever they want to those buildings downtown, and they can't. There's a process to go through, and there's things that they shouldn't do, and I'm just trying to be proactive so that whatever happened in Winslow, doesn't happen here.
is that somebody making
Winslow.
modifications and it
No,
went bad?
So then
Building
where would your
collapsed.
authority come
But I
from?
mean,
Would it come from,
there's
like,
a-
would
After
you
building
have the
collapsed.
same sort of
Caused by
authority that the
humans
fire
in there,
marshal
or
has
is
that
it
you
just
could, because
they
I
were
feel like the fire
materials
marshal
from the
moves
elect-
faster.
State
Let the
unsafe
Than
roof-
code
building.
let the
enforcement.
roof go in.
So I would have the same authority as the the fire marshal delegates his authority to the fire chief. Okay, I am an outreach of the fire marshal, okay?
So if you
But
saw,
what would have to happen is there would have to be an update in city ordinances with, the fining schedule, is that what it's called?
It is.
Yeah.
Schedule.
Because that would be, it's a little bit different on, if I go and say, hey, look, you can't do this, you know, here, you got 30 days to fix it. Oh, you don't fix it, now you get cited. And there, we don't have anything in the ordinance that for the fire department to be able to do that. That's why it's like, you're given, I have this responsibility that I can't really, I can go say, hey, you shouldn't do it. And some people will say, oh, okay, I didn't know that, and they'll fix it. And some people will,
Where my concern lies too, and we'll go back, you mentioned Winslow. There's been one in Shoals. There's been a half dozen down in Cannleton, 3 in Clinton, Indiana, Paoli, and there was one in Princeton. These are all buildings that were collapsed while somebody was doing construction. Some cases they just collapsed from weather. Weather incidents
Well, if we
that
had-
collapse. Those, I don't want that to happen to 4th Street and our historic buildings. I don't want, and sometimes people think they could do whatever they want to those buildings and without you know, cause
And it's not just there. I mean, it could be as simple as somebody having a chain on the emergency door on whatever, on the supermarket or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I mean, would you also be working on the unsafe and abandoned buildings? That would be something too.
that could
would be-
definitely be something. It's definitely an issue.
Well, it gives him, there's a little bit more teeth in the, when you got fire marshal saying something like that.
Mhm.
We'd have to impose, we'd have to set up any ordinance that has fines, it has to go public hearing and everything else. I think.
But
state
we-
has
we-
uns-
we already have-
statutes.
we
that are
already
unsafe
have the-
building statutes.
We already have some of the things in place. We've adopted per Indiana, the building and fire code, so that's already adopted. Actually, all the codes, the fuel gas code, all the ICC codes are adopted. Per whatever Indiana's are. It's not the most current. Indiana's a lot behind.
Sometime in the late 80s, early 90s, because long story, but there was there was an inspection required. I don't remember if it was a new ordinance or if they just decided to start enforcing an old one, but if it was a rental property, you had to go into, once a year or once every so often, somebody from the city came and went through the basement, made sure that there wasn't any exposed electrical ends, that it was just a kind of a safety thing. They inspected for working smoke detectors and just for all rental properties it was.
Didn't we?
I don't
propose that?
know that ordinance was voted out or just kind of got ignored over the years, but there was only
We
one
had a-
inspection in our place and
That's
then it
when-
never happened again.
This one we had an inspector, a building inspector.
Well, I'm just.
Well, we were talking about that years ago.
Would that be under your purview too? Is
Well,
it-
there's,
There's,
about 12 years ago, there were some things, 10, 12 years ago, changes in state statutes that made some of those null and void. And if you didn't readopt them, they no longer existed. Because I actually worked with Denny on putting one together. I think Paul went to state and they rejected that inspection report that, procedures that they want to do, which I still disagree with, but that was something there are some other things we can do. We've looked at, that was, again, it is something that's been on the top 10 list, but we never seem to make it past 3 when it comes to ordinance that's in there. You know, now we have to deal with, now we're putting dozens of hours, both Paul and I and Don, on data centers and battery storage and trying to research those and work with that, you know, which our next step was going to be that we were going to do a rental ordinance that looked at that. Once the inspection, you pay a fee, it's $185. And actually what some people do is they pay a private inspector, pay them $150 to $200, go in and do the inspection. We keep the extra 20 or 30 for our administration of it. And you do that one time, and then state law says you can either set it up for an annual review or you can do it voluntary, where anytime that you get complaint from a tenant that you can go inspect and enforce it. There's three options now, and that passed 3 years ago. Statute wise. Certain apartments, if you're part of an apartment organization, such as a lot of our larger apartments are, or you receive inspections from a banking institution that holds a loan, or a government agency, such as Next Door here at Stork Place, or senior centers that already receive inspection. The city doesn't inspect those, or can't inspect those, cannot. They're exempt, which most of the rental units are exempt from that in this town, because we have, I'll just say it, SNS is a great landlords. They're gonna be exempt just based upon their organizations and the fact they already have people that are inspecting their apartments, so.
Well, not too long ago, I remember us talking about this, that there was a story about a rental property with padlocks on their interior doors. You're saying we don't have any
That was-
right to
We called the
inspect and find that?
Fire marshal got involved.
Fire marshal
He was
did.
involved in that on, just down from the church.
It's more than 2 units that you get the
Yeah,
fire
on
marshal
Chest
involved.
and Van Buren Street.
Yeah.
Okay. But we still wouldn't have, you wouldn't have any means right now to just every 5 years inspecting some
No,
of the rental
that's
properties that are
Not
in
unless
town.
there's an ordinance. Now, on a class 1, which is a rental property with 3 or more units, I can go at any time annually or whatever, on public places. So if they have a common area, a foyer or a utility spot or stuff like that, that I can get to, but I can't go into residents' homes and look at things unless I'm invited.
Okay. Well,
An inspection ordinance, we could pass that to do that.
I guess, on one side we know that things coming out of
Takes time to put all those things
Yeah.
together.
things coming out of Indianapolis says that we have a bunch of question marks about revenue going forward. Everything I hear you say, I would be for. I think all those things are important for employee safety, public safety. We love the fire department. We certainly have allocated a considerable amount of money to our fire department, and we've improved that department a lot by taking what was a very part-time fire chief position and making it possible for somebody to dedicate a whole lot more time to it than what we ever did before. And that's has to have improved the fire department immensely. So I'm not saying I'm against it. My struggle is, where do we find the revenue, the money to be able to do that? I guess for me, it boils down to, is it important enough to us to pass a tax that would cover the shortfall? Do we consider increasing taxes in some area to bring in more revenue to be able to do this? Do we need to re-entertain the safety tax? That was a lot of talk about it a year ago. It's really not been talked about a whole lot since, but there is a source of revenue to assist our fire department, our police department, and I would imagine our safety department with a safety tax. You would hope the two would work together, but is it important enough to allocate these funds to that? And if there's not enough funds, would we consider raising taxes to make it possible?
Well, the safety tax has to now be instituted by the county. They would collect it and decide who gets it. So you'd be at their mercy. It can only go to first responders and fire departments, no police. We can't levy more than what the maximum levy is, so
Which is
we're gonna be at the max.
growth quotient was 6% this year.
The
So-
growth on
Growth quotient.
Growth
which is-
quotient.
Which is how is the percentage that they give us every year to increase your levy.
And as far as it could be a trade-off, because you can do a tax levy. And that's the reason I mentioned the bond issue. If you do have a bond issuances, that is a tax levy that could be added into that, that's outside of the levy, of the maximum levy. That would free up funds in this case, if we were able to, put that, let's say, buy a fire truck and you borrow, you make payment of 40,000 a year, that would be outside of this levy. So you would cut his budget by $40,000 essentially, is what you would do. Not really, but you'd have a source that would bring that money in. We really think that if we can use part of that CUME fund, which is shared with the police, we have to keep it in there. We have to spend some of it to be eligible for, to do that loan, because we can't let money sit there. But he has a fire truck that has electrical problems, has had transmission issues, and it's the most run vehicle we have. That's shows up to every crash and just about every medical response and everything else around town. But we really, after our meeting Friday, think that we can do that for about 35 grand payments a year. That's where we dropped it. We've always had 55 on here. We looked at raising it because we thought we're gonna have to buy one of those, but that would be through rural development, a loan program. We'd have to be required to put some money down or nobody's gonna give us a loan. But we had those type of options, which would free up some money. The terms would be 20 years. Seems like a long time. That truck's gonna last 30. You know, our trucks, that's 27 right now, I believe. Is that
Yeah, it'll be
correct?
28 in January or February.
So by the time we get it, it'll be more than 28 years old. So we know the newer one's gonna, we expect it to last just as long.
But you
That
got-
may be how we have to do things in the future.
But we gotta replace the 95-foot platform in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can probably, it should make it more than 2 or 3 years. But that's the issue is when I put 70, I was trying to see if we could get it paid off in 10.
You can still do we'd still qualify for another adjustment on a bond towards that levy when that occurs too. At least what you'd probably have to have is about 300,000 down payment on it. So you want to protect your CUME funds wherever you can and be able to put some money down on it whenever that occurs. Right now, I think we have 290 or something in that CUME fund.
229 at least.
Is that what it is? Yeah. It'll go up another 36 here, I think, at the beginning of the year, so.
I don't know if this was said when I wasn't paying attention, but you had two other major upgrades, and one was clothing, car allowance, and vehicle expense.
Closing cars, state mandated.
It's state mandated.
Used to be 250, they just doubled it to 500.
Oh, that's right.
Was the ordinance at the last meeting.
What was
Yeah,
the
that
other one?
That, we just had to, that was this one here, they doubled it.
Yeah.
They just told us we had to do
Yeah.
it, and you
No.
split that up, it's not that much money, but. Okay, and this other one was the vehicle expense?
So that's maintenance on vehicles. We're currently out of my $10,000 budget, I'm at 22 for this year.
That's not bad.
And I'm deferring some repairs until next year because of where I'm at right now.
Okay, is that mostly the big trucks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's all the big trucks. But right now, why I'm over so much this year is because of the 28-year-old that I have.
Rescue truck, you're
yes.
trying to get.
I had to, because it's because of its importance, I had to get a new transmission in it.
You know,
On
technically, it's probably not worth it, but.
technically, but it is when you talk about getting to someone in a wreck and stuff like that.
That's not a township truck, is it?
Nope.
That's the one we're talking about getting.
I can testify that truck's the best lighting system in the county.
Yeah, we
It's
get,
got 2 light tires on it.
we get called for mutual aid, for lights, for air. It's a well-used truck. And then currently, the next truck, which is the one Glenn's talking about, that I'm trying to get everyone to look ahead 5 to 8 years down the road. There's the same truck that Jasper has been back and forth with, and now they're currently in the process. It's our biggest aerial, which is, of the two aerials, will we always be able to afford two? I don't know. I don't know. That's what way truck prices are. But if you had to pick one, you have to have this one for that big warehouse, for all the industry that we have to get the reach. And that's that 95-foot, 100-foot aerial.
It's the only one you can fight OFS's warehouse with.
Is that the
Collapse
platform
zone,
fight?
you gotta
That's
stay,
the only one you can get high enough and get over the top of
well,
something.
that, you gotta stay so far back for collapse zone.
Collapse
so you-
zone. So you can't just get up to the building, and you have to stay
Yeah.
far enough back that if it does collapse, your truck's,
Doesn't fall in the truck.
yeah.
I wish there was a way we could get OSHA or ISO to approve a countywide fire equipment sharing. In other words, why do we not have a 95, Jasper has a 95, Ferdinand has a 75 or whatever? We should be able to get credit off of those off each department. We're not.
You don't
100
get
miles
credit
apart.
for the guy that's 4 miles down the road.
Yeah, we're not 100 miles apart.
Yeah.
You know, we're 15 minutes.
We're only,
And is sharing out of the
We're-
question? I mean,
huh?
is
According to code.
Not
Not-
according to your ISO.
Yeah, no, they won't look at it. We made a big jump from, lower mid-range all the way up till we're less than 0.5% away from an ISO 3, which is pretty good for a small town. Building inspections would put you over the edge. I mean, that's a category we get 0. I gave him I go on every inspection when the fire marshal's here. And currently we don't have one for our area, so they only come when it's something big, so that I am their eyes and ears, but to be able to go out and do annuals on as much, that'll put us over the edge to get into that 3.
Would your position, if that were ultimately approved, also be able to randomly inspect residential properties as they're?
Not unless we're asked. It's against, I can't, that's a private
Well, I mean,
location.
some cities have a building inspector that you build it
That's different.
till the electricity or the electrical's in, and before the drywall goes up, and somebody from the city comes out and looks at it and approves it, and then they can go to the next phase.
So
That's
that-
a
But we
building
don't,
inspector.
Yeah, it's a building inspector.
That's-
yeah, that's
So
what I'm
that's-
asking you, is that
That's on the
something that could
residential
be?
side. That's gonna be a little bit trickier. That's what Jasper's trying to do with their building commission.
Creator. Where they do that. Some of them just hire independent to do it. I mean, it's the city would hire a licensed individual to go do
Just
this for
require it to be
them.
paid
And
for
yeah,
by
and
the-
they just, it's part of the building,
When I was involved with the Home Builders Association, we tried to get a countywide inspector. County didn't go for that
Still
either.
not.
I remember that was on the Builder Association, same time when it
Yeah.
was going on.
Tried to get it countywide and didn't happen.
Now, on the truck, I mean, I'm just looking ahead. I mean, we made it through this year with where we're at.
Yeah.
But
It's fine. I
those are,
understand why you're.
that's because I have two repairs that I'm deferring, that I know that are coming, so.
Well, I mean, if you're including all your vehicles, that's pretty significant.
Yeah,
That's not that much money to spread it over every vehicle.
and I assume that's a city truck too, right?
both of them are.
I mean, is there a way we could share it with the county?
No.
Is that a township truck and no? It's
Mm-mm.
separate in.
You
No.
In the past, maybe out of term, but in the past, if we had a problem with the township truck, the township would pick up the repair.
That's still pretty much, yeah.
Cause that platform truck will go out of the county too for a county fund, right? I mean,
That's a mutual aid.
Yeah.
It doesn't really go out unless somebody,
Oh, yeah.
another municipality, we don't go out and do barn fires with it. We don't go out and do a home in Duff
okay,
with the big ladder truck.
Not enough water.
No.
gotcha.
Just, going we mentioned the 35,000 minimum truck payment that we would have next year. Now, realize that we would start that payment at least 250 days down the road after it was ordered. So realistically, we'd probably only pay 15 on it next year. There could be money available to do something, let's just put it that way. But year after that, you're gonna be 35 a year for a while. And that's the most common, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think another truck leaves the bay more often than that one.
No, probably not.
How much you say that truck will probably cost to replace?
630 to 650.
That's
Okay.
cheap.
And I've pared it down quite a bit.
Yeah, be 2 million for that ladder, but more.
Yeah, that's
So-
gonna be an issue.
You'll put your cascade system on a new one. You
That
gonna take
included that.
Take the old one out, or is that gonna
Mhm.
stay?
It's gonna come out.
They have, that truck has capability of filling their SCBA bottles on scene. It's important because their tanks run out fairly fast.
We get
You
called,
never-
we get called to St. Henry to help them fill air. Holland has called us to fill their air bottles.
On site,
On site.
while a fire's going on,
Mhm.
yeah.
Used to, we'd have to call A and B,
I don't think they do it
and I
anymore.
don't think they do it
Yeah.
anymore.
I don't think you do.
Yeah.
You can fill them about 2 or 3 times faster than they can actually expend it. Is that true, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Any other questions?
No,
We're gonna
It's
be
good
20
talk,
minutes
though.
Over though.
I need 5 minutes.
No, you can't have
Oh,
it.
sorry. Have you maxed out the township funding or anything? Can you get any more from them for any of your equipment that you need or?
I haven't talked to them, since we haven't really had a lot of discussion since they bought the tanker.
Say they bought a tanker a year ago, 2 years ago.
Last year.
I think you might
Done.
want to try.
Township's been pretty fair for us.
Yeah.
Bought a brush truck, bought a tanker, bought a new fire truck.
Well. I know it, but
They have other trucks too that they gotta manage. We have a 14-year-old, brush truck. Is that a 12? The brush truck? Or is that an 8?
Probably 12. I think you got that the year I got elected city.
And that's not a big diesel truck, that it's a regular smaller,
It's a ton truck basically.
so it's not gonna,
With
it's
a
not
skid
gonna,
unit on it.
yeah.
It's not that big a deal to replace, but it's probably not in that bad a shape either.
No, I mean, it has, sometimes it makes noises, but we get it through.
I do too when I get up out
I
of the
know,
chair.
I know.
yeah, I know. I hear them all the time. All right. Well, that's good information.
All right, you're off the firing squad, I guess. All right. Andrew's up next.
Let that be a lesson to you.
If we have enough in the budget, the idea would be that you would make extra truck payments at the end of the year to expend that budget, and then
And with this,
you pay that term down a little quicker and save on
With his-
interest.
with his deductions, instead of the 530.78, it's gonna be 507.785. If I got my math right.
Okay, he deducted a couple places.
Yeah, he deducted $23,000. Oh, we didn't talk about the Cume fund.
Oh, yeah.
It's there.
Yeah, we didn't do it.
Not much you can do to that.
Where is that?
It's down here. The cumulative fund's got $229,000 in it right now.
Well, we've already talked a little bit about the safety department, but they're getting ready to come here.
We talked all around.
We
you.
talked all around you before
I
you,
heard.
without you even being here. She's probably watching downstairs online.
Yes.
Yeah, 25,000.
What's, currently budget is
Yeah, but I meant
cash wise, yeah,
No,
which we didn't talk about that.
I'm just always fine. They give me a lot of grief downstairs.
Me too.
I-
Turn the
I
air-
freeze
turn the
everyone
air
down.
conditioner up.
Well, Jeff come back. Take care of that.
I actually was
Oh.
afraid it'd be cool.
Yes.
You do safety first and then we'll give
I don't-
council,
I don't, however you want to do it.
however you want to do it, it doesn't really matter.
Do you want to take a 2-minute break? Quick 2-minute break?
Why?
No, is everybody okay?
Oh, no, good.
Well, you're standing
I
up.
was gonna
dancing.
stand.
I didn't
I
know
just
if you
wanna
needed
stand for a
to.
second.
Do you take a minute?
I'm in
Yeah.
another one, I'm good. Come on, you should
We have
just stand,
kids. Do you
sit
need to
all
go to the
day.
Yeah,
restroom?
we used to when I see someone dancing, maybe they need a break.
Trying to get the blood back to his legs.
Yeah, you guys have been sitting for a long
Sit
time.
and sit and sit, man.
That long, 5
Like a
minutes.
cat in a
probably.
hat.
Sorry.
Like a cat in a hat. Sit, sit, sit.
Remind me. Or do you want to talk about the Cuban fund real quick, the fire?
Whatever you wanna do, knock it out.
That's it. It's got 25, the same as it was last year, 25,000, but the cash wise is 200 and what?
29.
229, so 78.
So there's money there to additionally appropriate or to use, and then to use for a down payment on the truck or.
And the mayor mentioned the police, the only thing police can touch it as far as radios,
Right. And they have.
and they have. Unless Connie was mayor, she touched it from the parking lot.
Sorry.
Hey, whatever.
And that's an account we actually do put 25,000 in every year. Is that? that's budgeted?
It's actually a taxed fund. Usually it's gonna be about 35 to 40.
Okay,
It has a tax rate.
okay. So,
Depending on it's a fixed tax rate that goes against our assessed value, multiplied time our assessed value.
so can you, before the mayor gets back, so I'm not delaying this any further, can you explain the 6% cap on
Well, there's no
additional?
cap this year. It actually comes out to 6%. It's the average of the last 6 years of non-farm income increase, and that's what it figured out to be this year.
But in the past, hadn't it been
It
more like
has been
3 or?
capped. It was uncapped.
Okay,
We'd have had some big ones if we'd have had the last couple of years it's been capped.
but that's the one you were talking about in years past. It says we can't increase more
Right.
than like the
Right.
average or something. Okay.
We'll
so-
have a number. I mean, I could figure our maximum tax rate because I do have the assessed value and I do have the growth quotient, but,
Yeah, so,
and I'll get that.
so it will result in more revenue.
It'll probably be about 120,000 versus 90.
Yeah. Okay.
Safety page.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi.
Where are you, page 6?
Like one line of page 6 and then page 7.
Office supplies, holy cow.
She's cutting it.
They've gone paperless.
Yeah. I think the main big change is the computer expense, but that has to do with what we'll talk about, I guess.
Let's talk about insurance.
Yes.
That is liability insurance for the city? Or what is that? I'm in the wrong page.
What, yeah, what
I
are you?
missed page
What
7.
page are you on?
I'm not on page, hang on, I got,
Page 7 is the one you want.
that's the one I want, sorry, I'm looking at the fire department. There we go. Never mind.
Okay.
Somebody was talking about insurance
Paul.
earlier.
It was Paul, I think.
Paul,
You
it's
had a
like-
question
Yes,
about.
so his went down because he does not have a vehicle anymore. We traded in, he had that green, was it an Impala, I think, and then they also had an Explorer, and we've traded those two in, so he doesn't have a vehicle anymore.
Okay.
Is he driving his personal one around? town?
Yes, and then basically that's covered under the umbrella liability. We don't have to have actual, he is not being charged actual insurance for an individual car.
Yeah, we can
Is
understand. what-
that much a year?
No, it was, see, that's what's kind of like misleading there. It was only like $850 for the whole year. It just looks like a lot because he's not, that was the biggest chunk of what it was.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, good.
So he does he get compensated at all for driving his own personal vehicle, like gas or anything?
he could turn in mileage if he chose to. Any, but gas, no. I can't,
Oh,
I don't know.
just
I
curious.
don't
if-
know on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he turns in mileage on his personal vehicle for using it.
Haven't
it's-
seen it.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
I
he
don't
does a lot
think
of
he
his drive,
does.
I think he does a lot of his drive-through when he comes to work.
And then I know when he goes to lunch too,
Mm-hmm.
he'll do it like before and
Bet you can do.
grab his lunch and
do
then
it.
go, or, yeah.
Current mile, what
Like
is
once
current
a 49
mile? How much
cents.
is a mile? Is it just
49.
49.
49 cents?
Stay pretty.
Yeah. Well,
All
talk
right.
to us.
Yeah. What do you
Yeah.
Tell us what you want, what we need to hear.
We have, I know last year we talked about, and these kind of go hand in hand a little bit too. We talked about like digitizing the employee files because everything was, had all paper and we just had it in the filing cabinet. So Shelley and I have worked together and we have started digitizing all of those into, it's not the best system because we have to kind of make do with what we have, which is basically the computer. You know, we just have to make our own.
Scanning?
Yes. Yeah. So we're scanning it in and then,
It's not a software program that we have purchased or is available that you do all this?
so there,
We have Laserfish.
I do not
Yeah.
know what that is.
And that's how we do all the other
Okay.
records of the city.
Okay. We have basically just taken like, I mean, within, you scan it into like a PDF or whatever, and we just have under the, I think it's the HR file. So like I have access to it, Shelley has access to it, and the mayor has access to it. And then we just have it broke down by person, and then it's like, safety trainings and certifications, pay increases, whatever that may be, new employee paperwork, if they change anything during the year, address, all of that stuff. So we have it broke down like that.
Who we do
So-
our payroll?
That's Tom. That's not me.
No, we don't.
Do they have a
We
system?
don't have like a big HRIS
We don't have a
system
payoff
that
thing?
does, no, that does time cards and all of that stuff. No,
All of that can go into a software like that.
Yep.
All of it, training, everything.
that would be really nice to have.
I mean, the record.
And it would have to be, yeah, it would have to be a joint.
I mean, we can look, BSNA does have an HR.
Is there a module?
I've had a company called NeoGov. I don't know. I haven't really
But I wouldn't,
spent a lot.
I wouldn't go that, if you're interested in that, probably BSNA would be the,
Okay.
since
Is that like what
since
you
it's
guys
all-
already use kind of for stuff? Okay.
There might be a
what our
module,
payroll is.
there might be a
Okay.
module
All
you
of
could
our-
attach to that, and that would give you HR functionality.
Yeah.
and Record keeping or whatever. That's probably something to look into.
Yeah.
And you're probably doing a lot of extra work here.
It's not, I mean, now it is just
Well, you're doing all
because
the
we're having to
historical.
scan, because we're having to scan it all in. I don't think we'll go back and ever scan in the old files, just because that seems like a lot of the people that we have are people that are retired. So it's not as if,
What is the retention policy on that? I mean, how long do you have to keep that? Do you know?
I would have to look. I think all like everything has a different,
Yeah.
they
Everything
all
has
have
a
different,
date.
it's not like, oh, your employee file, you have to keep it for 5 years and you can throw it away. It's, new.
Retention
yes.
policies, they vary by whatever it is, I think.
Yeah, by all the different
Yeah,
documents and
it's
stuff,
just,
so.
it's a state, county mandated.
And the beauty of having a software module is they have to know that too.
Yes, yeah.
It kind of creates that for
Well,
you.
the beauty of it is we don't have a lot of turnover. So you pretty much know everybody. And like we have a couple of filing cabinets that are
understand
locked
how
up
everybody-
back here, but
Right.
yeah, everything is kind of, it's all new. You know, a lot of the people that have left, and most of them retire at, you don't have to go back and look at dates that they're employed or think, like you're not pulling on them a lot because they're retired. They're not,
Yeah.
it's not an employee who has a different job and who's jumping around and stuff like that. It's,
Mhm.
it's a lot of retirees and stuff. Or
Mhm.
summer people.
So it's okay that those are still paper because you don't. really get the
Yes,
time.
yeah, yeah. And it's not like we're talking about 8 different, filing cabinets full of just, thousands of files.
Right.
So, we started digitizing those files. I would say we're at least halfway through. So, the new employee handbook, we've signed that, a contract with that, and we've actually been through our first, I guess, they took our handbook and then they put it into a draft with all of the things that the state mandates and the county and all of that stuff. So all of that stuff is also in there. So now we are going through and we are making sure that all of our policies are in there, and then whatever changes we want to make. So
What's the time frame on that? Do you think you have it done for the employee handbook?
I would love to have that done by the end of the year.
So you're gonna redistribute it to everybody and have them sign something saying they read and
Yes,
understand the
yeah,
handbook? So
yeah.
there was no questions asked down the road? if
Correct.
there's-
Yes. So what we would do is, and I know Kinley will talk about this probably a little bit, but she has talked about the new, employee or the new website.
Mhm.
So we want to do an intranet because we also don't have a very good database of all the different, whether it be safety or HR or new employee or whatever it may be. We don't have a good area for employees to go look at things. Not, I mean, we don't have anything unless they come to us and ask for a piece of paper. That's all we have.
Mhm.
So we want to have an intranet, which is an option that we can add on. And it was not very much. I think it was like $500 maybe for a year. So we would add that on, and then we would have the employee handbook in there. We would have all of our policies. We could have the tax forms if they want to change their tax forms, change of address, you name it, and we could put it in there. We started a list of a whole bunch of different things.
Vacation
None of that
request
stuff-
forms.
Beneficiaries, all of that stuff.
None of it's done digitally now?
No,
Wow.
no. So everything is a piece of paper.
Exactly.
Wow.
So yes, so we're trying to even, we're hoping to have a
trying.
fillable PDF that people can use for an application, because you still you could print one off of the website now, but it's not nice. Yeah.
You could just.
Yes,
save it.
but now we're hoping to get to where they can apply through a link and then it will come to us. You don't have to
Cool.
come in here.
You just
Which
Send you a PDF or
Oh,
something.
Yeah,
you mean
which
for
I-
like, part-time jobs? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Yeah,
or a
yeah.
full-time job, which I think also is a little bit of a downfall for us too. You have to go the extra step to come in.
Mhm.
You have to come in, you have to pick up your application, you have to fill it out, then you have to drop it back off. It's just,
Wow.
it's kind of tedious.
It is if you're working another job. To try
Yeah,
to find,
yeah,
or
to
even for
try
the
and
high
get
school
here
kids,
between
whenever
Well, you
they're,
gotta get her
you know,
between 8 and 5
Yeah.
or whatever.
8 and 5, yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
if you
it.
work out of town or whatever, now if they call in, we will email it to them and stuff, but a lot of people don't have a printer at home that they, it's not a fillable PDF right now or anything.
Most
It's
people do
just,
it. A lot of people do everything on their phone. They do everything.
yes, yeah,
They fill out the
yeah.
job applications, they do.
So
I
yeah,
know.
hopefully
I
with
can
this
do
new
everything.
website, we'll be able to do some of those things and kind of step
Eventually, everything will
into-
be fillable PDFs, including
Yes.
if you want to rent Old Town Hall or
Beneficiary,
you,
I can change my
something like
payroll, I can
that,
do
so-
everything from my
Yeah,
phone.
yeah.
Everything.
And you can digitally sign those things.
Just
through
sign it and
Adobe or
everything.
many
Yep.
other ways.
Yeah. So essentially going back to the employee handbook, we would put that out for everyone on the intranet. If they choose and they want a physical copy, we will absolutely give them one. I don't know if we print everyone. It's a lot of paper for, yeah,
requesting one,
I don't necessarily think, and we do that with like our summary plan descriptions at open enrollment and stuff too. We've pared back a lot on what we print off because we were making packets this thick and the employee calls and asks a question. It's like, well, well, where's your packet? Well, I don't know. Well, all that's in there. I can walk you through where it is right now, but then they don't even know where their packet is and they got it like 2 days ago. So yeah, we've started that. We were talking at one point, a little bit about an employee gym that's kind of been put on the back burner just because there's so many other things that need to be done. But in talking with that, the local physical therapist had talked about teaming up ergonomics, stretching, different things like that we could partner with. So that's something, I know they've been very busy with trying to open up their own practice and moving and all of that stuff. So we kind of put a little bit of a pause on that, but I think they're getting settled in. So I'm gonna reach back out and see, because a lot of our injuries or our claims are a lot of, I think, like lifting technique type things, stretching, those sorts of things that we can prevent if we would, potentially have him come in, or if we have an injury, or if we have somebody with something tight back or whatever, we could have them go see him and kind of hopefully be proactive in treating that versus getting to a point where they have to potentially be off or go on work restrictions or whatever. So, we did flagger training this year, and we also did the trenching and shoring this year. We did a training up at Old Town Hall. I think both were very good. IPEP came down and did both of those. So, that's something.
You did it on-site trench, or was it just classroom?
We did a classroom. Yeah.
Didn't do the
Yeah,
on-site
we didn't
trenching?
do the on-site. That is something that they did offer, or that he said that we could do in the future.
That's super impactful.
Yeah, yeah.
Never seen it.
So I think that was one of the things. I think I want to try and do that early spring next year, so that would be more of a full day training. So we're not taking up so much time whenever they are out.
Ever pop in on a job site where they're gonna be trenching and
I
check
do
it?
not typically. A lot of that is it's hard to get out sometimes whenever, or I don't know about where they're working every day on, doing that specific thing. Most of the time, if they are, it's just from like there was a water main break or and then we get like the roads closed or whatever. Not all of them text me and say we're working at, the corner of Walnut and Sixth Street or whatever,
A lot of the
but
calls, is they're saying, they'll say, well.
Yes,
And they try
yes.
and something, and it's like, then sometimes too, somebody will go out and check it and they're like, no, it actually is okay.
and that's
So
where
I think that
we
maybe if
have,
we had something that it was like where if you are gonna be using a trench box, if you're gonna be using something.
Yeah.
That it's just citywide calls, that they have to send you a message. They
Yeah.
have to send you an email and say, so that you can pop in, or they,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Idea.
That's not a bad
I mean-
idea, and then it keeps them honest on
Mhm.
If they're gonna
doing
have-
it
if they have
because
to
it,
get the shoring equipment, then they should be notifying the safety department that
I think so
this,
too.
this excavation requires shoring and a trench box.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be on whatever, if you're gonna dig that big a hole, you're not gonna be done in 5 minutes, you know what I'm
and a
saying? You
lot
gotta
of the
dig it down there.
times I have gotten some calls too.
Mhm.
And I have reached out to the superintendent. I'm like, hey, I was notified of this, and they're always like, well, we were well within the limits of not having to have that. Or now, are they always telling me the truth? I do not know that. But at that point in time, it's after the fact, so I can't say, well, give me a picture
I
of.
think it'd be important you to know, because that's
Yeah.
part of the safety of the city.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
after fact ain't gonna make no difference.
Well, and I think maybe too, if it was something where you could kind of, if they had to notify you if they were gonna be
Yeah.
doing some sort of something like that, and then they don't know if you're gonna pop in or not.
So,
then
so
that
did
does-
you, training that you offered for
Mhm.
trenching, what all departments were invited and how many showed up compared to how many?
All
should have?
departments were there except electric. Electric was not. No, everybody but Park was there. Park does not, they typically do
Yeah,
not
they
work.
wasn't
Surprised-
invited.
Yeah.
I'm surprised electric, yeah.
Yeah, so actually everybody did come. So everybody was there. It was one of those where it wasn't really an ask type of thing. It was like, hey, we're gonna have this training. It's only gonna be 4 hours in the morning.
Show up.
Yes, yeah. And then we also did the flagger training course, which I think was a good one too. Everybody showed up to that one as well. So, and Park did come to that one, so. Yeah, yeah, it is. So yeah, we can make that, something that they have to do, that they have to let us know
Mhm.
whenever or let myself know whenever they do,
They have to let us know when they close the street, and they'll
Yeah.
let you know when they
Yeah.
use the shoring equipment. Any other, frequent flyers that hit your inbox if there's a problem?
um, I try and like drive through the parks or, a lot of the time, like chainsaw safety, or even, I know the mayor alluded to, you know, having a chainsaw above your head, not wearing a hard hat, or not wearing safety glasses. So a lot of the times those are things, we just in a department addressed some safety guards that had been taken off of some pieces of equipment that, you know, it's not, I mean, they're there for a reason. Maybe they don't serve a huge purpose, but if they didn't serve a purpose at all, they wouldn't be there to begin with. So, those were all put back on.
Trimmers and mowers.
Yes, so
Oh,
we addressed, we addressed that
Your face
and,
was on the poster.
yeah.
it was.
So we did address that and we made it very clear that those things, whether you think it's important or not, they're there for a reason and we're gonna use them. So.
Different, what's the mandate? We're getting off different subjects, but are they mandated to wear safety glasses all the time or just when they're doing work that needs it?
When you're doing work that needs it, I don't.
So, I mean, like some factories you go in, everybody.
Yes,
I'm saying,
yes.
but-
No, if you're driving your truck back to the shop, no, you don't need to use it. If you're mowing, yeah, you should have on, whether it's safety sunglasses or it's safety glasses, you need to have those on.
They're provided, right?
Yes, yes.
Gloves?
All the superintendents will purchase whatever. And I tell all the guys all the time, if somebody will not get you, if you're, and everybody is usually very good about, well, this, these couple people want this kind and these couple people want this kind. They're going to get them. If they do not get what they want or they don't get something that's comfortable, they're not going to wear it. So if that's not being provided, then I need to know about it. And then we have a conversation with the superintendents. All of that stuff is fairly cheap. So there's usually not, I don't get any
I don't
any
get a lot of
pushback on that. I would say the one department where all of the safety equipment is the most expensive is going to be John with the electric department. And I never hear, I mean, those guys get top of the line, whatever is needed to keep them safe. There is never a question on that.
What would the penalty be or let's say repercussions of someone that gets injured? And it's later found out that they weren't taking the safety precautions that they've been trained to take. Like somebody has an eye injury and they didn't have their safety glasses on and they were weed eating.
Yeah.
Is there a penalty or a repercussion for that?
We would definitely do a write-up. I mean, as far as a repercussion, like for us, now, if we feel it, let's say we had someone that was welding and they got or I don't know if they were welding or grinding, but what they were wearing, it got into their glasses. They had them on. It was just one of those things where a fleck got into their eye.
You can't do that about that.
Yes, you can't do anything about that. Well, when we fill out the claim form, it asks like, was proper PPE being worn? You have to list what is being worn, how it's being worn, how it's being used. And they will, I mean, it's not like you just send that stuff in and then those people are like, okay, we're going to pay this, like no big deal. They ask you, we have witnesses on there. So if there are any questions, we do, obviously.
There's an outside chance a workman's comp claim would be denied.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. We also, like, the departments are very good about not speaking up against, but we have, one instance a long time. I mean, this was probably a year after I started where we had a case of a work comp that they were lying about it.
Fraudulent.
Yes, it was fraudulent. So, that was something that, I mean, that person got let go, got discharged. That's a huge issue in my book if you're, lying about that. But yes, we would, I mean, you would write up and you get 2 chances. And if you're not willing to follow, because it's on us then if you go home and if you lose an eye or if you lose a finger, if you lose whatever, that comes back to the superintendent and myself, on enforcing those things and making sure they're being done correctly. So yeah, we definitely would not hesitate to, use write-ups to enforce those things.
Okay.
I know whenever we talked to the department last week about, the safety, guards and different things like that, it wasn't, met exactly with like open arms, but, it's one of those things like, hey, if
know
you
how
don't
much
wanna
harder
follow
that-
it, yeah,
Much harder
we
it is
know
to
what
do
we're
my job
doing,
now.
yes. Like, it's not gonna look as nice, well, then, maybe you're gonna have to take 5 extra minutes to do it a little closer, a little differently. But it's gonna keep a rock from flying and hitting you, or flying and hitting a car, or whatever that may be. Sometimes it's not always just personal for the employee, it's also like whoever's driving by, a kid on a bike, or,
Property
you
damage,
know,
whatever.
yeah,
There's a theme every week, and that was the theme that week.
yeah,
We all spent time on it.
All good.
yes, yes.
Do you have any other thing other than these line items? Does she have other things?
She's only $200 change, so she's good.
Council.
Yep.
Council.
Council.
Yeah,
Oh, let's get to us.
oh, yeah.
That might be a real conversation.
Uh,
Kate Brown, maybe.
If I gave
What?
that to you. I gave-
page through
Two,
2, yes.
I think.
We
So-
could be near the top.
Should we just start right off the bat with, the servers and the phone?
Why not?
Okay. So I know, like we have a huge increase in the, I guess the computer expense line item on page 3. So that went from $3,500 to $25,500. Our current phone system, and I am going to try and speak as much as I know on this. This is this is kind of Rob's thing. But so our current phone system servers will go end of life February 2028. We did have, I think it was earlier this year, like in March or April, and then again like in June. We had some issues with all of a sudden, like one day our phones weren't ringing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yes, and we were like, what the heck?
Nobody could get a
So
hold of nobody.
nobody could get a hold of anybody up
Quiet
here.
around here.
Best day ever.
Yeah, yeah. So, what happened was one of those servers, something went wrong in it. So then we switched over to a backup system, and that was actually not, it was working, but it was a little bit of a mess. And then we had to do a workaround on our emergency line because that wasn't being able to also be forwarded. So it was a real mess. But
This is a computer server. Does anybody, I've seen like 9.
no, these are phone system servers.
sorry.
Okay, that's down in the,
There's also a big
Communication-
telephone and
communication area.
communications.
I see 2 different ones here. There's a computer expense that's been
Yes.
everybody's had a big that jump,
Yes.
and telephone communication.
Yes. So these are 2, we're starting with the computer expense first.
No, so if our cut here is 25,000, what's the end cost of this? Is it what's
I'm getting
if you add all the departments up and everybody who's sharing the love here?
for the phone, we have 2 options. There is so there's a Teams voice, and that is $120,000. And then there's a Cisco upgrade, and that's $148,000.
I definitely go with Teams. Only because
But
I have Teams and it works great.
We're on Cisco now.
there is, over the course of, and this is where I'm going to try and explain it a little bit. So basically on the on-premises cost, which is what we already have, we would just upgrade our stuff. That is going to, like we said, cost $137,000 for an upgrade one time. but it will last roughly 10 years. So then our reoccurring costs are only $28,000 a year. But these, so for the next like 8 to 10 years, we would only be paying 28,000.
All right.
Whereas this hosted, it would cost us 30. It would cost us a one-time cost of $32,682. But the annual reoccurring cost is roughly $30,000 a year. So it's flip-flopped. So the on-premises is gonna cost us a lot in the beginning, like to upgrade everything. But then each year we're only gonna pay roughly $3,500.
3,500. For,
Yes.
For the
So then
current-
it would be roughly 28,000 over the course of 8 to 10 years total.
Oh,
We talk.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
you said 28,000 a year?
Yes, but it's 28,000 for
total.
the whole, yes,
How many, for 10 years?
roughly 8 to 10 years,
Okay.
depending on what.
So
we
we pay
get
it
rid
up
of
front. and then
So we
it's a
pay it
smaller
up
rate.
and then it's a smaller. Whereas with the hosted, the one-time cost would be $32,000. But then annual reoccurring starts at an estimate of 29,300. So you're paying that times 8 to 10 years. And those costs could go, I think Rob has talked to some people who have this hosted, and those costs go, those yearly costs that they're paying do go up.
Hmm.
It's not like we sign this contract and they say the yearly costs are gonna only be $30,000 for the next 8 to 10 years. It could go up every single year. So we could end up paying more.
Well, I would assume a hosted program, you wouldn't have to upgrade though. It's on them to upgrade.
I guess there's annual fees.
Yeah, you pay the, well, I mean, you pay your host and then they are supposed to keep new and relevant equipment in
Oh.
their
Yeah.
facility to host us. And if their server goes down, it's their problem.
So it's 270,000 over 8 years and the initial investment plus 29, almost 30.
Yeah. But then our on premises cost is $166,000, and then an annual cost over, or an average cost over 8 years is
Which is
20,769.
194,000.
So
And then you have a 10-year-old system that we have to replace and.
So this is our phone system we're talking?
yeah,
Mhm. Yes, phones. only.
It's not a Dixie cup and some string.
Hey, buy everybody a cell phone.
There you go, cell phones.
Why don't we do that?
I know, I just, I guess it doesn't make sense.
My
I
office
mean,
is all on an app. You know, you can call my office and it'll ring at the office if I bought a phone to put on the desk, which we did. But at the same time, simultaneously, my phone will ring.
It's
I
voice
forgot to
over
turn
IP.
it
and that's
off
how,
earlier.
I mean, that's how ours does too. So like downstairs, if my phone rings, Rob has made it so that at any point, my cell phone rings as well. So then I'm always tied to my phone.
That's really cheap. I don't know why does
Yeah,
this cost so
yes, exactly.
much?
I think we're
It's
tied to,
crazy.
it seems like we're tied to some system somewhere that.
These were the two that Emerge IT presented us. We can certainly go out if we want to get more quotes, based on either one of those.
How many
I'm
systems are
assuming
there?
that Rob and you and the mayor are.
Rob has
spearheading
done
it.
Rob has done the initial legwork. We got this like
He's kept me informed through the process.
probably like 2 weeks ago roughly. So we haven't had it very long. And this is not something that we have to decide right this second. Like I said, February 2028. So we just want to
Want to make sure we have enough money to have.
make
enough-
sure that we have enough money.
Mm.
Which I think, do we err on the side of
We,
the
well,
highest one?
the last one I got, which you probably, I wasn't here last week,
Yeah,
but I used 141,000. And of that total, 141,054 of it goes to the council, 53. And then the rest of it goes to the utilities, and then the other, park, transit, and street. That's what you saw in in their presentation.
How many phones are we talking? How many phones are in this quote?
So we have,
63, is that right? He's got a count here on this.
so we have 11 buildings.
Just have simple phone
And then
calls.
we
The front
have a-
desk- Front desk switches the phone calls.
It's, say again?
What?
This is the spreadsheet.
Call into the switchboard, front
Of
desk, front desk. switches the
phones.
phone
Do you
calls.
see
And like the
63 at the bottom
breakdown.
or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pardon my sticker
Okay.
shock.
I
This is
thought
the
that-
first
well, I
we've
thought-
heard.
Yes, yes. And this was that's why whenever it
Nobody
initially came up, it's like, hey, we need
Nobody
to
answers
start
the
getting
phone.
these quotes so we can talk about this at budget time. Granted, we don't have to do it next year, but knowing that in 2028, February of 2028, this system is out.
So you said
We've
it-
got to do something.
Okay, so for like the copy room and the conference room, you can call out on those, all phones you can call out,
Yes.
5 lines.
Yep.
I mean, is that something?
We
maybe too,
actually
like-
just did, so we got the Indiana Telephone Network bill in, and our invoice had went up like $1,000. So we got to looking at that, and again, this is not my expertise of like, but copper lines, I guess, and the maintenance of like the old fashioned copper lines is going, like, those are going away. They're using other stuff to obviously do all of this, but
Wi-Fi. I mean,
yeah,
all
so,
fiber.
so
It's all
Indiana,
fiber
whatever
optics.
we have right now that is copper, they have passed that expense on to us. But we did, I think there was 5 or 6 lines that we had that we were currently still listed on there that we were not using.
okay.
Fax machine lines, different stuff. So almost each department. So we're gonna be saving $345 to $365 a month for each of these 5 phone lines. So we have taken those out too. But yes, there are
Well, 'cause
many
I think like
phones.
Summit, I don't know, where it's like in several of the break rooms or the conference rooms. Or,
Mhm.
you know, it seems
Yeah.
like maybe, and maybe not the conference rooms, maybe I'm not seeing it, but I don't know. At my
Yeah, I don't
office, they
really know
do.
why we need one in our copy room. I don't know why we need a phone in there.
Well, or
um,
even if you just had a phone that was only within the building, maybe not one that called out.
Yeah.
I don't,
Yeah.
like there. in
But
my
again,
office, there's
I
several
can't
like that
imagine,
that-
I can't even tell you the last time
'Cause when
that
somebody
someone
use it 'cause they got
used
their cell
that
phone, you know?
because if Brittany is not sitting at her desk
hear it.
and she is in, she can hear it, but it then bounces to Shelly. If Shelly's not in her office, it bounces to me. So she doesn't have to be tied to the desk if she's working on something, nor is she probably going to answer the
Yeah.
phone in the copy room.
So both of these choices you got so far, is that a Wi-Fi base?
So
setup.
I'm gonna read you a couple of things listed here
No, it's fine.
on that Rob has,
Can
which
we
is
slide
value
one?
to the city. So for the hosted voice Microsoft Teams, it says value to the city is the lowest estimated 3-year cost, no on-premises voice infrastructure to maintain. Emerge IT handles routine voice administration and help avoid additional paid support blocks for standard voice service. So,
Okay, well, that's very clear. Thank you.
yes.
Can you tell me that?
So
I feel better now.
Emerge IT, it's kind of, they like host that system, I guess, if that makes sense.
Sounds like it's a Wi-Fi base.
Like a
setup.
support,
I think
yes,
going through
yeah,
phone
yeah.
towers.
Well, maybe
Full-
this
full
is an
server
opportunity
IP.
though for us to see like
And we
what is
have a
actually
lot of
being
time
used.
to,
Yeah, we could keep looking at this.
like what kind of, because at
You don't
my,
have to prove the purchase today. Just
Yeah.
give us money that we can make the purchase
Yeah.
well, I
next
mean,
year.
this is a good time maybe to talk through
Yeah.
some of
Yeah,
this stuff though,
yeah.
because like at my office, we got rid of all the phones except for like there's just a few people. And I will say the software that we have, it's a nightmare. It's really awful, but they will, it'll leave you voicemails. So anyone who calls my direct line, I just get an email with a voicemail, and it has the capability to call through my computer, which is, as you could expect, a complete nightmare. So I never return calls. but it is nice for that. But I'm looking at some people and I think, golly, I don't know how much time they're actually at their desk. How
Yeah.
much time they would
Yeah.
get, like, and I, like, some of the wastewater guys or the street guys or whatever, you know, so
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
maybe if we just have like one phone there.
Yeah.
And then they have the capabilities to get voicemails if they have them,
Yeah.
or if it's something where it would forward to, because how many people have city cell phones? Do employees have city?
We
cell
give
phones? Not at all?
everyone, everybody gets a stipend for using their cell phone.
You get your own.
Well, it seems like then it would just, I mean, there was just a handful of people I would think that would have desk phones, right?
We use Teams for everything now. There's a phone app and a text message app on Teams. I don't use a phone to call anybody in our organization in the 8 buildings that I got. I use Teams. I can hit the button and it calls them just like it calls them on their computer.
Yeah.
If they're not there, you can leave a message, or you can IM them. Hey, call me when you get a
I
minute.
feel like
I'm
that's
not
what we do too, where I use Google, or, I mean, we use
you know,
a Google and I do
but I
Google
don't-
Messenger.
I assume
Google-
we have to have we need an outside phone line for
Yeah.
for the residents and things like that. But man, it seems like that this could be really real back.
And the police department, they'll need something. Although when you call the police department,
don't
you don't
get-
even really get the police department, you
Yeah,
get
you get the
dispatch.
dispatch.
They have a
They cancel
non,
theirs too.
they have a non-emergency line.
They do,
Yeah.
but even that
Yes.
goes to dispatch. It doesn't go
A
to
lot
the
of times
department.
there's nobody there.
Maybe I just never called during hours, but.
Yeah.
I mean,
And that's
anytime I
probably,
would,
but I would say Tammy will
Yeah.
answer
So
that
maybe
if we
they
do
only
the
need 2 or 3, but
I
non-emergency.
just
probably
call the chief.
Yeah,
when
I
need.
just call
the
Brad on
chief
his cell
directly.
phone.
Brad?
So you're not in trouble. We just wanna
No.
go through
No, we're
this.
just.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
amazed.
absolutely.
I can't
And I think
imagine.
Sometimes it's just because we've always done it that way. It's like, well,
Yeah.
if you're,
I
they
can't
people don't
imagine
realize.
going without a landline in my office.
and
What's
that's the thing, like maybe too, maybe
can't?
we only
Well,
have
yeah.
10 of them instead of
Yeah.
having 63
Yeah.
of them.
Well,
Because
I
there
can
are some
keep
people
more
that it's
secure
essential.
calls too, and I have a better record of that. and-
Yeah, and
I would okay with that, but there's some people like, they probably don't even need it at all.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
and that's the thing. I have a phone. I had a phone on my desk for years and I would use it like maybe twice a week, but I could have done another method, you know?
Interdepartmental though, like, you know, why,
Yeah.
why does,
Most people with their cell phones are being compensated for their data usage, so
yeah.
it's really.
And I don't know,
Haven't-
is it a thing where,
What is the stipend nowadays?
45 for most of like the department workers? So they're only getting,
Monthly?
yes. They are only getting compensated for like when they're on call and then basically text and phone call.
Mhm.
So they don't have email on their phone or anything like that. Superintendents, myself, the mayor. So we get $65 a month, but we have email and other things on our phone that we use. So I guess the difference there is
Email,
Top
social
brass.
media.
Yeah, yeah,
65 a month,
yeah.
and this is on
It's
an
paid.
employee-owned phone or
Yeah.
No.
or
Yes, yes.
or do you hand them the phone also?
No, we
So
do
they
not
have
hand
to
them the
use-
phone.
They use their own.
That's what I thought. I'm
Yeah,
just making
yeah.
sure I understand.
But
Yeah, that's fine.
one of the things that we've also talked about, because it's like a double-edged sword. So it rings from your desk phone, but then also some people give out superintendents' cell phone numbers.
Mhm.
So then they get calls on their personal phone at 8 o'clock at night. Is that from a random person asking a question or complaining about a hole in their front yard or,
Welcome to management.
yes. So it's
For sure.
one of
You get
those
phone calls
where,
weird
I
early in the morning?
yes, yeah,
On the county clerk sites.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
So-
mean, the
I
person
mean,
has
I
a
feel like
choice
all of
to
ours
answer
are
it or
kind
not. I
of,
mean,
but
just
Yes,
don't want it, you
but-
can turn it off. I
You
mean,
know, it's one of those too where if they had the option to do a personal cell phone and they had an option to do a cell phone through the city, they wouldn't get a stipend, then they would have the cell phone, but maybe they answer that up until 8 o'clock at night and then they don't answer it after 8 o'clock at night, or they don't have their desk phone, then, they forward it to their cell phone. I don't know. But that may be, a choice as well. Because a lot of the times, like you said, they don't sit at their desk and they're not there to get a phone call. I don't know if all of them have it as to where it goes, if it rings to, if I transfer a call to Jason, just for example, I don't know if he has it set up that it goes to his
But
cell.
if you use other things, like Teams, like if you had Teams set up and Jerry was out working on a water leak and he needed to talk to his wastewater department.
Yeah.
If he'd get on it, pull up his phone and pull up Teams and pull up Brad and hit Brad, it would ring it would bring Brad's cell phone, because
Yeah.
Brad has the app on there. Now, whether Brad has his phone turned on or off, or the
Yeah.
volume up, or I don't know, but it
Yeah.
would do that, and it's automatic, and Brad doesn't have to have anything special except you download
But
an
I
app.
bet
You download
that
an app.
if he's using his cell phone, he's going to just call Brad's number.
Yes, and everyone
know what I
within the
mean?
city, I
Like,
mean, I have every
Brad's cell
city,
phone.
every
You know,
city
sometimes I
Sometimes I
worker
do that, but maybe I can't
is
remember.
listed in my cell
Do
phone.
that anyway.
Yeah. I
And they
mean,
know that
where
if they don't get a hold of me, if they call, their better chance of getting a hold of me is to just call my cell phone. And they all have that too. So I would say internally is not probably our
That's probably not your problem.
problem. I
Mhm.
think it's more of having all of these desk phones and people being called and stuff. And it's probably, like you said, the superintendents and the foremans who are not like Jason and Kelly. They're not at their desk all that often. Kelly's never at his desk, but he has a desk phone.
Yeah.
What, do they need?
Yeah. Why are we
Is
paying
there
for that?
any reason that they would need that?
We paying for it? Yeah,
I
how
would
much?
think the time that I used my phone the most was I would get these voicemails, they would come into my computer. And then the time that I needed it was when I would call the clients back, because I don't want to give them my personal cell phone.
Correct.
And so I
Yes,
think that
yeah.
that's like, if they have, but it's like, okay, if you're returning calls then, and you're returning them, or if they have a city issued phone, that's
Yeah.
part of it, or they return calls when they get into the office, we have one phone for wastewater, we're all
Yeah.
gonna use that one, or we
Yeah.
have one, like, I don't know, maybe
My-
something like that.
My app, and I'm imagining Teams, even though you're making the call from your actual
shows like
handheld
it's from-
device, it
yeah.
shows like it's a city call, or if I call a client back from within that app, it shows my 5433 office number, and I'm not divulging my cell phone, even though I'm calling from my cell phone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's calling from within the
Yeah.
app on my.
And whenever
using
I
the app.
use, yeah.
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 So I wonder,
There's more to investigate here. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was
We
there a
just-
breakdown, like what each phone cost? I mean, like, if we get rid of
Yeah.
one phone call, one phone, how much?
Yeah,
would it
it's
save?
I can find that out.
500, I think. is on
I
that.
don't think
This
so.
this is actually going to be
Of
what each department,
pay.
based on everyone's
Yeah.
splits, it's gonna be like 141,169. You plug it in, and then based on everyone's splits and how many phones they have in the whole 9 yards, that is what all of these numbers are.
So
But
if
what
you
was
get,
that
if you get rid
average,
of
that one,
phones,
the
you
first
just
one?
increase the cost to everybody else.
20,
Oh, okay.
2,240,
So it's
78.
flat rate
Wait,
for
say
how
that
many phones you
again?
got?
Why?
I mean, that's, he plugs the number in.
That's what this is, but I can ask Rob to find out what,
I would think if you had less phones,
Yeah.
it would make it less.
Depends
Probably
on,
don't
depends on
think-
the system. They might
Yeah.
decide, Cisco
It's a
might decide that your
flat rate.
system's $120,000,
Yeah.
whether you got 10 phones or you got
200.
25.
Yeah, okay.
Now I'm
I see,
smelling
sure.
that, but
like I know, yeah, so there's a different, like we just take the whole number and divide it by how many phones the department and where you're split and stuff, but I understand what you're asking, if we would get rid of phone lines, would that drop the overall cost or, yeah.
are there any mandates from the government that we have to have landlines for safety reasons or for power outages or emergency
mean, our-
hurricanes or earthquakes or tornadoes or?
I don't know
Some-
how the world.
There's
is-
something with utilities, I know,
Yeah.
but, and obviously with police, we'd want that and fire here.
And we've always made sure, as far as like the emergency line goes, like when we had issues with the phone servers, that we weren't sure that it was working correctly going to our call center in Louisiana. So then they just came to me. I just had them come to my cell phone, and then I called the superintendents if we needed, which worked out fine. I just,
It was
was
sometimes
fine.
cumbersome, but sometimes nice, but, when I
Yeah.
worked at Office of Community Rural Affairs, we had one phone. And, anything that come out of that phone, if it's a call for me, they'd send it to my teams. If I'm sitting at my desk, want to call one of my employees, I just opened up the Teams app and called them on my computer.
yeah.
Or if I was at home, I'd call them on my computer.
Well, in the old days, the power goes down, your phone still work, but now I'm sure this has gotta be a battery backup.
And I could
hope.
actually see
Yeah.
their face then too, to make sure they were really where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, hey, turn your camera on.
Are you lying? Let me see your eyes.
That was real I had.
So we'll get some more information from Rob on this and figure out what,
Well, now you can change your
all
background.
of it, we'll just get more information, so you
So
guys can
budget,
have
so
it.
budget wise, I mean, we really can't, I mean, we're gonna have to put something in the budget.
That's why those numbers are there, because
And that's-
kind of as placeholders and.
We don't know what's gonna happen, but we're gonna have to do something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a good chance that next year at budget time, we're talking about, here's the final quote that we've decided on. These are the numbers that we're really gonna have to
We already
use.
paid for them last year.
Yeah, and we already have it built in.
We got such a
Yeah.
deal, it's already.
Yeah,
paid for.
Order it by
How
December.
do I not know that if they put money in their budget, they'll just pick the most budget matching number?
Well, that's what we hope we
Yeah.
can trust our
No.
superintendent. and-
Yeah,
or,
yeah.
They've got 120,000, why not?
Trust
spend
me,
that?
there's a lot of other things that we need to
If
spend
it's
money
one
on.
price, we could figure out what department has the most money and give them more phones.
Yeah.
Turns out the electric department has 17,000.
They have 64 of the 65 phones.
They got boxes full of them.
Yeah. The next thing, which would be the telephone and communications. Right? Or do I
Nope,
have
you
that?
got 'em back.
I have them backwards. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So the next thing is
Computer.
we
Yeah.
have 2 network file servers that are located at City Hall that all of the computers located within all of the city offices connect to daily, except the police department. They have their own. Those typically last 5 to 7 years. We got ours in 2020. So we're coming up on potentially needing to, we're coming up on next year. That is probably gonna need to be replaced. So,
What page is it on?
He's on
You should be right.
3,
Page 3.
Three?
yes,
It's right here.
Council.
When did you say it was purchased?
Oh, wait.
22,000.
2020, May of
$25,000.
2020. Yes, so we have, in May of 2027 will be that 7 years. And Ekmundi recommends that the network file servers get replaced every 5 to 7 years to keep good performance and prevent hardware failure that comes with running older equipment. And with that being a backup
All right.
for everything.
Computer company recommending that we replace the
Yes.
computer.
Yeah,
Seems-
and they're selling them, right?
But we don't
Yeah.
get the hardware from them.
You're
Start
such
Yeah.
a skeptic.
I am.
We don't pay them for the hardware.
Yeah, It's like asking a surgeon if you need surgery.
And maybe we choose, I don't know, maybe we choose to replace one of them next year and we replace one of them the year after. The total for replacing both of them with all of this stuff that is listed is $90,000. So,
Let me see that. That must. All of this stuff. Oh my goodness.
yeah,
RAM and gigahertz, and this drive and this drive and this spare and LAN adapter. Oh, man, yeah, okay. I think you would want to do this over, I don't think you'd want to do them all at once.
there's
No,
only 2.
no.
I know, but
Yes,
then they're both shot again in
yeah.
8 years or 5
Yeah.
years or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like-
spread
And I
it
don't
out.
know if
It's
we
like-
Do they
replace.
It's like
Each
police
other?
cars, we don't replace all 10 of them.
Yes, they're,
Yeah,
they are.
They piggyback on each other, so
One
that if
runs
we,
on-
if one, as
If
long as
one
we have one good one.
craps
then
out,
I think
then-
you have to do them both at the same time.
You do?
Just-
Oh.
So
It's
talk-
redundancy for the system.
yeah, cause you would never want,
to not
I guess
have-
you would never want one to go out. That's,
No.
Well, we
That's
don't
how
want
I'm-
them to go out, but
Your whole
Yes.
system's down, your whole system's down.
yeah,
if
and
they
we
go out.
lose everything. So we really don't want that either.
Tom just sends everybody home.
Yeah.
And this is something that we
Handwrite
have to
bills.
have, like, probably physical, we can't have like a cloud-based something, or,
No,
yeah.
this, I think is, yeah, what we have to have.
I think they have backups in the cloud.
Yeah, I'm gonna say there's still
Yes.
cloud.
It's a
is
backup,
still-
but the actual physical.
Like
server,
every day when we
Yeah,
leave,
yeah.
like all the files back up and everything.
They go somewhere.
It's
Yeah.
another one of those that needs more investigation, but
Yes.
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
had to have.
That's
a number.
not, that's a good number to start with, and that's realistic. They're-
And we
yeah,
can,
great.
I mean, I can
25,000.
ask about replacing one and then
Is that legitimate
Replacing
or,
the
that-
other.
or is your new one gonna outrun your old one and cause a problem? Blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
And to communicate.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a backup, but if we were to lose this at 3:30 today, we could lose everything from 8 o'clock to 3:30. But prior to the backup being run, that's a possibility without any redundancy.
I know an apartment downstairs would be very upset if that happened.
That would not be good.
We
Right,
would
Tom?
buy, we'd buy them more,
Does it only upload to the cloud or something?
You're the one that has
once a
to go
day?
home to her.
we could buy them a bunch of pencils and paper.
It doesn't upload more than once a day? It's just like a one-time deal?
I believe it backs up probably once.
I would assume it would back up every hour or
Every
20
90
minutes or
minutes,
whatever.
Yeah, it may. I don't know the answers to those
I don't know.
questions.
Think.
Yeah.
Well, then if
So-
you're only losing like half an hour worth of work, I mean, it's not a deal, but it's not the end of the world,
Right, no.
you know?
Last
And-
last place I worked, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning to run the backup, so.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure I would ask me for computer advice.
$66,000.
Definitely not me.
Yeah. That's why Rob
As far as I know, the cloud.
sends these emails and, yeah, includes every, so.
Need a lot of data centers for that.
How do you divide between departments? Like, how do you know what gas's assessment would be and what electrics and?
You're looking at the wrong guy.
So,
It's all done with a spreadsheet on your,
so if you look
how you're
here-
split.
Yeah, so this would be for the phone. So then that takes the total there and splits it between every phone that we have. And then based on your department and like what your split is, it all
It's your
calculates
salary
out
split.
your salary split.
Okay,
So
so one
all-
department wouldn't, it's not just dividing it evenly among all.
No, it's not
departments.
like, oh, we're taking it divided by 7 because we have 7 departments. We're taking it divided by 63 phones, and then based on the 63 phones, where does that person, you know, how much of their salary is allocated towards gas, how much is electric, is whatever. So, yeah, it's,
Okay,
it's how, it's not just cut and dry.
gotcha.
But it could be.
Sorry.
Yeah.
One more dumb question for Tom here.
Could be,
But
yeah.
We don't even have a phone. Okay, but a lot of that money runs through the council budget. And I don't really care because it's coming from the same place and it's going for an expense that needs to be done. But why does that run 66,000 through the council budget? Is there a reason why that comes out that way?
Place within the general fund. So not each of the 10 departments within the general fund has to pay us.
Simplicity.
Okay. I figured there was a good reason, but,
Okay. Just like the street lights. We pay for all of them.
yeah, okay. We do get to enjoy those though. I want a phone now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants a big one too, like Zach Morris.
Yeah. Make it known.
Yeah.
The other thing that the mayor and I have been talking about, and I assume, is this where we would talk about changing a job title? No, yes, I don't know.
Probably
No,
go ahead.
I don't know.
You can.
Okay.
I mean,
Shelley's job title, we have it listed as administrative assistant. We talked about HR, risk management assistant, because she directly works with me and has taken on. I didn't really like the administrative assistant job title before either, because I feel like it downplays what that office does. Yes.
I mentioned yesterday or Friday to somebody that a lot of people in those administrative positions are very task oriented. She's process oriented. She has changed a lot of processes in the way that we do things and improve processes by saying, I'm just not going to do what you tell me to do. I'm going to figure out a process that makes this thing more streamlined. And she's been amazing with coming up with a lot of suggestions. And
Yeah.
if you've worked with her in the council, you know that, but it
Yeah.
is, she is more process oriented than she is task oriented.
I don't know
Yeah.
that. That's a
Wouldn't
council
change that.
question, is it?
I don't know,
Does
but
it
I
say-
didn't know it because you
I mean,
guys,
it's something we would do at the,
within the salary ordinance,
Sort of
so I
salary
didn't know
ordinance, yeah.
where, I didn't know where to ask that.
just kind of note it.
Is that above you or below you?
Equal.
Is she gonna be above you or below you?
I mean, okay,
Well, I
well,
mean-
can you explain all the jobs that she does then? And then how
Yeah.
this breaks out with all the people down there, like you and Shelley and
Yeah,
how do you break all this apart?
she does a little bit of everything.
Communications?
Does some billing.
She does, like, yeah, she helps with claims, she helps with insurance questions, she's learned a lot as we've been going. Helps with open enrollment, she, basically community and the agendas and getting all of that together and, I know she helps with,
She makes sure that we have a quorum for every meeting.
yes,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
she handles all of that.
Never was asked to do
Um,
that.
Open enrollment, she's taken on helping with, the employee handbook and doing that.
She the administrator for board pack?
Yeah, community, yep. So she has
Wow.
taken, yes. And I think she's simplified that a lot to where it's not confusing and not, I think she's done a really good job with that. And I think
She's done scheduling with me, but she also puts out a lot of fires with
Yeah.
complaints that come into the city office. She
yeah,
screens
she's taken
those
on
through and
some of
connects us
those
to,
too, yeah.
connects them to the right person and.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know she does a good job. I just didn't know what
Yeah,
exactly their
yeah.
titles,
She.
because of-
Does a title
Or-
automatically come with a different pay scale? When you make a change of title, that's where the council's gonna be interested in if it's
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
require
Yeah.
a pay grade
Yeah.
increase or something.
And we did talk about, a pay increase and I have looked, I've looked online at different places and things. It's hard because we are a municipality, but also what we do is a lot of what just general, even private companies or publicly traded companies, a lot of it is the same stuff within HR. It's not a lot of different things or anything like that. The top of the range right now, we're at 26-23. I've seen 28-84 was kind of an average number online that I saw. It is built in, we do have room within our budget line item that fits.
It wouldn't be increasing the budget to really.
Yeah,
That's about 8%.
we just put in the 3.5%
Yeah, I didn't do it that way.
increase for the budget line item for salaries, and it was the same, it doesn't go outside of that, if that makes sense.
I didn't catch the title when you first said it.
HR risk management assistant,
It's still within the range of an admin assistant,
yes.
so it's not going above the range. That's how we looked at it.
Keep going above the range.
Didn't know the big name tag.
Mhm.
They got a big, longer.
Yeah,
7%.
I think I got the shortest one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it was
Yeah.
about 8%.
Yeah, you're just a little over
I thought
7.
you
yeah.
said it was 80 or.
Oh, I
something.
didn't write down the page.
28-84, yeah.
There, see, I was close. You're close. I think there's room for that if you can sell it to us if Tyler comes.
Hey, that's coming up.
Come back when you got some
Yes.
real numbers.
Yeah, and I have, I'm working on a new, like, an adjusted job description as well. On that with, I've asked her to get me all of the different things that she's taken on and she does on a daily basis.
Okay.
So we can do a new job description
Yeah.
to reflect, yeah,
Alright.
so,
You have to sign a new job description.
yep.
Most certainly.
Familiar with this?
Yeah, I think her and Kenley take all the difficult people calls.
Awful lot
Well,
of
Well,
them
those are
need it.
fun.
Difficult people calls?
We don't have any of those.
No, we don't. They like Kenley better than Andrea anyway, so.
That's a story for another time.
We're all good, ain't we?
We got one more.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we're all good with
Oh,
Kinley.
yeah.
Andrew.
Yes. I'll get more information on
You might
the
wanna-
phones and the servers and find out if we're able to switch out one versus the other.
So we got a
Or
lot of
whatever.
items.
You may
Yeah.
wanna bring up a new chair. This one's getting pretty hot. That's a lot of questions.
Thanks, thank
Hot
you.
as he is. See ya. Try not to beat her up too much.
Okay.
What,
Your job title is?
What page are you?
10. 10?
Yeah, 10. I start on page 10 and then go to 11.
Start on 10,
Community development.
community development. Community
There that computer expense is again, man. Oh,
Community development,
Everybody's got that.
communication.
So that computer expense that went up is the current computer server at Current Blend is really why that, mine on that one went up.
Oh, yeah?
Because we're gonna put all of Current Blend's like line items under my budget. Cause I'm the one dealing with a lot of those issues over there, like going to the computer, if they have questions, they call me.
Mhm.
So,
I mean, the dollar amount is tiny. It's just, it's.
Used to
Yeah.
Fall under the council, I believe. Is that right?
what?
Current blend used to fall under the council.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it
I-
was
and I don't know
broken
that this
in-
reflects that.
So.
I'm not
that's what
seeing
I'm
that.
trying to say that, yeah.
Let me,
You have Fourth Street under the council still, I believe. Pairs and stuff. Could be wrong. But I thought that's. Sorry. Maybe not.
how's the website coming on? Bubba?
It's good. So we have scheduled training for the end of September, beginning of October. We have 2 different sections that we'll have to attend. So they've got everything basically over. We have the beta site, so it's up. You can actually click through it and stuff. But I think it's good. And we're kind of just at a standstill with them right now until we get that training on it.
Can you make phone calls through it?
I don't think so.
Oh, it is here.
Um,
All right.
But I've been
I'm looking forward to
working-
it. I don't know when's your
Yeah,
rollout,
I've
you
been
think?
working with, I just got Adobe Pro. So I've been working, on like making all of our PDFs fillable and making sure we get those. I'm just keeping them in a folder right now until we can actually get those uploaded to the website and stuff, but none of our current PDFs are fillable at all or anything like that. So been working on that, getting all of
I
those
can't wait
done.
till it goes online.
Yeah.
Oh, it is right there. It is. Okay.
Are we just going down the line or we're just asking questions what we see?
There's nothing, not much on the front page except that.
We'll talk about.
Contractual services, what is that again, as a reminder?
If we're gonna be hiring somebody for like design of a specific project or any consulting firms that we need for any grants that we apply for, or things like that.
No change from last year. I just
No.
can remember. Makes sense. Website expense went up 20%.
Yeah, that one actually, so our current website, or the website that we're moving to in the coming year actually wasn't that much. I think it was like maybe $200 more than our, yeah, so total eGov cost is $3,500, which that's our current website. And then the new revised one yearly will be $3,700 basically. So it was like a $185 change, like the totals, but, and then I added a little bit on there because we're hoping to do, I know Andrea talked about it a little bit, but the intranet,
Yes.
where they actually will set up a website that just employees or council members or whoever can get into. Everybody will have their own like password, sign up. And then that cost was $150 setup cost, and then that will be $500 a year annually after that. So that's why that was increased a little bit. So
20,000 for Destination Huntingburg. Are we gonna get any information from them?
yes, they typically do it. I think they did it the beginning of this year. Or maybe October of last year. So then they'll do it again. They'll do it yearly. But I'll contact Sarah to make sure they're
Now
set
we're in
up
the
for
hearings,
that
we need to
meeting.
hear about them. It seems, I guess. It'd be
Yeah.
important to know. It'd be kind of nice to know.
Yeah, I'll make sure they're set up for that meeting. And I do attend all of their meetings as well. So if you ever have any questions about that, I could probably answer some
Because
questions.
like,
but-
once we give them the money, I was like, okay, what did it go to? Because we talked about it last year. and
Yeah.
I think I was gone on that one meeting, but
Yeah.
anyway.
I think she just does it on the anniversary of her hire date, but we could do it. Like if
Yeah,
it was
I
October,
mean,
but
if you
think
guys
we
wanna
wanted to
do it at
earlier in the
different-
year.
'Cause now would be a good time to
Yeah.
hear it, I think.
This is kind of their busy time though, isn't it?
This is probably their
Busy.
busiest time. Yeah. It's when everything's happening, kind of.
The farmer's market and Fourth
Mhm.
Fridays.
And then they're getting set up for Haunted Hummingbird, so that's like the big planning will probably start now. And
Are you said you're pretty much involved with Current Blend? You,
well, so I like if they have any. Sarah really runs it. Destination Huntingbird runs Current Blend, but when they have like they had computer issues last week, so like I was getting called when they were having those issues and going down to fix some of that stuff. It was a battery backup issue, so things like that I'll go down there and like kind of help them with. But yeah,
okay.
I don't do any of like the
Yeah.
subscription fees for the
Yeah, what-
box or anything.
What's
I
the
don't.
general trend there? Are you seeing increased usage, less?
I don't know. I
staying the
feel
same?
like it goes from what I see, I don't know. I feel like it goes in cycles. Like I'll see new faces for a couple months and then it'll go down to the people I typically see in there. So I think it just kind of goes in waves depending on time of year and people's job cycle, I guess. I don't know.
The user fees stayed the same since I remember when they opened. And
We asked for that. It never got it, so
okay.
you wanna ask again.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say I
see
can
what-
ask again.
We got the expense side, but never the income side, so.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually put that in their monthly, you get a copy of their monthly treasury report.
Not anymore. I used to, but I
Okay.
will, they have two parts of their meeting, but I can
They'd
ask
send
for
it to me a
that.
couple times a year, but.
I can ask for
seems to
that,
stay
yeah.
Pretty flat.
I think they are pretty flat. It says, the day pass is $10 daily, $30 a week. Or, full-time is 500 annually or 50 a month. Part-time is 250 annually or 25 a month. So,
They're part of a network too, still, I believe, so. This may
Mhm.
be determined by that network cost. They can go to Bloomington, go to one there
Mhm.
for
So
free.
yeah,
and
they're
that
part of
kind
the
stuff.
network, so you can go to different ones.
if you travel, I think they have Fort Wayne too, maybe, and
Lafayette, I thought,
yeah.
somewhere up in that area.
I think that I'm constantly surprised by how many people are in there. I mean,
Yeah.
pleasantly surprised that
Yeah.
sometimes whenever I go to meetings, they're working in Current Blend, and so they'll just
Mhm.
have meetings in Current Blend. And every time I go in there too, I see new faces. I'm kind of surprised
Yeah.
by. I should go in there, but I have too much stuff to lug, too much baggage.
Yeah.
Based on your budget, you don't have a lot of new things in the works. I mean, just the website and some other stuff.
Yeah.
No big changes for the coming year.
Not really. No, not anything hugely. I feel like
I keep her very busy.
I feel
but-
like I play a supportive role in a lot of other people's, like if we apply for grants and stuff, a lot of times that comes out of other people's budget. So I'm like playing supportive roles here and there.
She's,
So I don't have,
yeah, some of our developers that want to come in and meet, she's been involved in all
Yeah.
those and been able to keep communications up with them and
a lot of
all
like,
the, just about every grant application that we go through, she touches. Some of those take hours of work, to put some of those together, but
yeah, I feel like a lot of times I don't have like one big project that's just on my budget. It's like all these other projects that I'm kind of assisting in that fall kind of under other people's budget that I'm just part of. But
so.
I feel like a lot of my stuff is communications, which that just takes time. It's not really a money thing. It just takes time and effort. So
She keeps us on track in our planning meetings, like whether it be some of the park projects and some of the other projects around. She comes all the meetings, takes the minutes and keeps us on track for those people that are there to remind us that, it's got another meeting. Have you got your stuff done? That's very good about that. Keeps me on track.
That's good.
These are communications to the schools and not-for-profits and stuff too, so
That's probably, I really don't have to check.
everybody knows Kinley in town now.
Yeah, you're very popular now.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah. I don't have anything else.
You can go pilot at Old Airport now.
Yeah.
I got nothing on
I
that.
think that's you.
I think-
Thank you.
is that it?
Thank you.
I think that's it.
I think Tom's it, unless you did all yours.
I think we did. I got them all checked off.
I have a question though.
I do too. Go ahead.
The opioid settlement unrestricted versus restricted. What's the?
The unrestricted you could use. We could use for anything that's
Unrestricted.
legal. Either it has to be something that,
You know, Donna used part of it to buy this.
it has to be related to, safety or making people aware or of the use or.
It is, yeah, it is, there are specific things. It's very specific on what you could use it for. Even the unrestricted, now, because of, auditing, there is a site like I read where people are through Freedom of Information Act and other things have pulled out and questioned a lot of cities' expenses, whether it's really fighting the opioid pandemic. You know, we've not used anything like, you know, we haven't bought office supplies, you know, for the city office and those kind of things. So really it's supposed to be originally set towards education. So being scrutinized very heavily right now.
Is that
Looking
by,
for fraud. Looking for
Whether
fraud.
it's non-restricted, even unrestricted, is supposed to be for education or prevention.
or police officers and some of the firemen carrying Narcans that replace that?
That can actually be used under the restricted.
I think that's,
You can do that.
yeah, but I don't think people are, because I think it's free. I think you got it. That's
Yeah.
what I was told.
I don't know.
You can get it free somewhere.
I went to a meeting, yeah,
Yeah, maybe.
I went to 2 meetings recently where they had boxes of Narcan, so if you need any, I'll bring you some next time I go to one of the meetings.
I don't plan on needing it.
Okay.
Casper did.
Uh,
I'm concerned I'm not gonna use it.
Yeah, it's,
Anyway,
yeah.
No.
Unrestricted, it means that we can come up with our own usage for it as long as it's related to education or prevention. Restricted, there are specific activities spelled out that you have to use.
all right. Big topic right now is like, oh, are we under contract with, Flock Hammers?
For the next 2 years.
Are we paying anything out of it? Or is it? I didn't, is it
I was
under
gonna
our
ask Brad that
contract
question.
services?
I was too, and I forgot, and I got an email right after you left.
We still owe 20,000 on the contract, I believe, so, yeah.
20,000.
We did a 5-year contract 3 years ago, so.
With
I'm
no,
all
with
for 'em, to be
Flock?
quite honest.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't even aware of that. Huh?
They don't need to be tracking people where they're going.
Yeah.
They're gonna use all this for other stuff. Nobody's gonna be different.
It
Yeah,
reads
or
license
using-
plates, it does no facial recognition or anything like that. We don't store data.
We
Uh,
don't, they do.
They do for 30 days unless we tell them to get rid of it, and they do.
The reason, you know, it's
Oh,
gotta be a
well, we can
subject
prove
that we
that.
brought up, I guess, in the future, but
You?
I mean, they're down by the interstate before we get on the
They're
interstate.
taking them down.
They're
Yeah, if they
just-
come to City Hall, they're getting recorded all over the
Yeah.
place. Or they go to Walmart, it's getting
Jackass
recorded
cop.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Start tracking his girlfriend on it.
I didn't know
Uh,
where that came out of the budget.
Yeah,
That's
the,
where-
the, what, how we have used it, if there is somebody in the area that's wanted that may be here, we actually had a citizen who went to More for Less and didn't come home. She was that close to driving into the, Ohio River, coming down the ramp out of, Rockport. And, they got her there, picked her up and stopped her. Probably would have ended up in the river, could have. She was totally lost. Those are probably the uses. Our recommendation, I say ours and the chief and ours, that we don't renew the contract. It's not used that often. But, even if we get rid of the Flock cameras, we're still gonna have to pay on the contract.
For 2 years. Is it under the
2 years.
police
Is
budget
it-
or
is
is it
that
the
a-
council budget?
Is that a Board of
It's on the
Public Works
police.
thing or is it a
Yeah.
policeman thing or?
It
what?
is under Board of Public Works. They've been here for 10 years, I think. It's been a while. They were here before I was mayor, so.
Some of the stuff is new because they just suddenly showed up. I don't know. I've never seen them one installed, but they sure show up. They must do it at 3 AM.
Yeah, I agree. They do.
Well, I heard a report that there's new technology that can be added to the device that's already there that can pick up Bluetooth
Yes.
in cars that are passing by. Which they sell you on the benefit of that now instead of just identifying that that's the car,
Yeah, we
now
don't
they
want-
can say who's in it. You know, if the phone's on and that Bluetooth can identify who was in the car by the device that they're carrying. And that's what's scaring people, you know?
Well, actually, that's been, anything that's tracking your cell phone, that's out, that type of thing.
Your cell
That
phone is-
specifically is there has to be a warrant, a search warrant issued for that. Supreme Court has already said that those type of activities where you're tracking somebody's cell phone usage to get information on them is illegal.
Hmm. So maybe they have the technology, but they're not gonna be able to deploy it? Will
Yeah.
they still-
You could if there was a judge issued permission to do so.
Oh, I said they're gonna gather the info, but they can't make it public unless you have a search warrant.
Yeah, and that information goes, we don't, well, think about this, how much time to our officers can they commit going through all that data? We don't, unless there's a stolen car, somebody's killed or somebody's missing, or a child's been abducted, then we'll look at it. There is no other reason or no motivation by the police to ever look at that. We can get it for up to 30 days from Flock, but we don't store it. Or look at it or any other way. I don't know of any other reason. There's no other reason. And, obviously, in fact, we don't even used to at one time, it was utilized for expired license plates. We don't do that anymore for two reasons. 90% of the time it's wrong. Because the state is slow reporting when people renew their license plates. The other reason is why spend somebody speeding through police officers speed from one side of town to the other to pull somebody over for expired plate when naturally, and cause harm to neighborhoods and stuff that they're driving through. It's not worth the risk, of them, because you have to drive pretty fast to catch them up within a 2 mile stretch. There was a hit and run recently that, at 11th Street. And they were able to catch that lady. Actually, she ended up making it all the way to Dale, but, she was also somebody that had some mental capacities. It was an elderly lady that didn't even realize what was going on. So they were able to work with her, and they wouldn't have ever found her, but I actually happened to hear the page and see her headed out of town. And so I had him check the Flock because I'd only had a partial plate and they gave him partial plate and they picked it up and they were able to, but she was confused. I pretty much knew because she had a handicap placard and was very elderly looking and somebody driving from out of town, she hit him at stoplight. They were stopped, getting ready to turn into 11th Street on Geiger. They're 11th Geiger off at 231. There's a few things like that have happened, but I'm not sure that we're getting I don't know that our expense is worth it, but plus trust of the community,
How much is the expense again?
20 grand.
A year or for the 5 per year?
We've asked for a quote for buyout, what that would be, and we haven't heard back yet, so I'm sure it's gonna be a
We-
lot.
We
Well,
have police cars
everybody's-
that reads license plates too, so there's, I don't know how many of them, unless all of them do.
What's that?
How many police cars could read license plates too,
Well, they can read license plates if they're following somebody, yeah.
Cause they said, cause that was a back, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just,
But I
And
thought-
they have cameras, so
Yeah.
they
I
have
mean,
cameras in the car and on the thing, so yeah, they're recording the same thing the Flock's cameras do as they drive down the road.
so I think I'm just generally,
So,
I've seen all the videos and y'all have too, about how they've been abused, misused and You
Yeah.
know, in one case, this guy feels like, cause he came and raised hell at a council meeting, he feels like the mayor and the police department had him followed. And every time he'd come into town, there'd be one waiting on him. And for a while, it seemed like a coincidence. And then he realized what was happening, and it was a whole big national TV story. And so people see those kind of stories, and then but they don't hear that we found someone's grandma
Yeah.
who has Alzheimer's. And so I think for me personally, if we're gonna keep them, there's gotta be some management of the access, meaning that one police officer can't access it by himself. There's gotta be a login, somebody there with that person, or some kind of history of what they're looking for or what they're seeing. Because you see somebody monitoring their girlfriend's activities or their
Yeah,
spouse's
that's
activities.
pretty much the internal policy is that it's through the chief, but however, investigator can ask, well, we had a stolen pickup here in town that got stolen. And so they did put that out on Flock, they found in Cordon. And what was kind of unusual is that there were multiple stolen vehicles that were found in Cordon, which then led, people to believe, okay, let's look in Cordon for these people who are stealing cars
Yeah.
all over Kentucky and Indiana. And that's where that came about. But, we don't target people. There's not enough time to even mess with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those are departments, too much time on their hands.
Yeah.
Well, I
for
think,
sure.
that the flock information goes somewhere, and I think that's what, Steve was referring to. Where does it go from there? Because I can see down the road, they were talking about going down the interstate, you're gonna be timed from this one, by the time you get to the next one, all of a sudden you get a ticket shows up in your mailbox, cause the time wise, they figured it out, just, you don't know.
They retain it for 30 days, but
Oh, I understand that, but
we could ask them to have a shorter time and then that even. And as far as giving tickets off of cameras, I think you can only do that now on speeding and work zones. The way Indiana's state statutes changed last year, where you can do it during work zones. So sometimes they're putting it
Other
on.
states, no.
So that's it.
Gotcha.
So, all right.
Motion to
Are
adjourn.
we ready to end the meeting? Or
Yeah, I think so.
Votes to adjourn.
I'll second that.
I'll third it.
all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
We are adjourned.
Okay, very productive today, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks
good
for the
work.
conversation and
Good job.
Q&A.
He's down here. Someone whacking the table. I want to get it out.
Yeah,
When I push it forward.